Kim Si-woo sat in his dark, nondescript room, simply staring at someone's stream on his computer monitor. It was already deep night outside. The guy didn't understand what kind of stream this was. It seemed to him that he was talking to himself because he had been under a lot of stress in his life lately. But on the other end of the network, they answered him and even asked him questions. And it seemed that the interlocutor was listening to him attentively. He was the eldest in the family and tried to make ends meet, as he was responsible for his grandmother and caring for his brother and sister. He told his streamer that he lives without his parents, with his grandmother, younger brother, and sister. He needs to pay his rent tomorrow, and he'll have to ask his grandmother for money. They listened to him and didn't interrupt him. The strange girl on the other side of the screen only nodded understandingly. Her face was blurred, so he couldn't see the expression. Suddenly, Kim thought that the woman was listening to him purely out of pity, so he asked her to leave the channel because his soul had become completely bad. But the next minute, a message arrived, and the guy saw a colossal amount of money in his account, by his standards, without understanding where it came from. Some mysterious woman named Riemann had deposited money into his account, and the guy had no idea who she was or why she had given him such a huge sum. He needed to figure it out. At first, Kim thought that some rich MTU burr had decided to make content for people like him. Simply give a person with 0 subscribers a huge amount of money and film his reaction. The guy wrote to his benefactor in a chat that this was already going beyond the limits. He would not be able to return such a sum. He needed to buy gifts for the younger ones in honor of their admission. Perhaps this strange woman was one of the members of the chaebol and decided to engage in this kind of charity. But it still looked too strange. The guy asked if Riemann wanted him to do some task for him. He would agree to anything as long as it didn't concern his family. A message came from Riemann, who called herself a goddess and asked if the young man could save Eden for her. And it sounded more than strange. The guy immediately nodded in agreement, thinking that the name Eden meant some kind of virtual game, which was no problem for him. The next second, the strange girl from the screen announced that Kim Si-woo had just signed a contract with her, and that this contract was not retroactive. For now, the guy still didn't understand anything, but he didn't feel any great fear. He knew how to play computer games and really loved it, so there were no problems. But the next moment, the interlocutor on the other side stopped writing, and Kim simply heard her voice from the screen of his computer, the voice repeating that Eden needed to be saved. Then the young man saw a strange image. It seemed to him that the system was showing some kind of battle with strange creatures, and that he was the one participating in this battle. Then an even more terrifying picture appeared on the screen, where Kim stood in front of the devil himself and held in his hand the heart that he had torn right out of Lucifer's chest. A dark force in the form of a terrible monster with red glowing eyes looked straight into his soul and promised to take revenge. So Kim realized that the game had begun. Little by little, it began to dawn on him that he was already in the game. Just one donation had turned his life upside down, and the situation no longer seemed so simple. He was stupid, that donation was a scam, and now Kim is called to Eden. He is forced to fight for his life, with only a mace in his hands. Riemann turned out to be a truly powerful goddess. She promised to give him her power, and all the guy had to do was defeat his enemies, and the system would help him become better. Kim asked the goddess why she chose him. She should have chosen someone more suitable for the job, for example, an assassin, but she only smiled mysteriously and told the guy that he was chosen by higher powers, and he is the only one who can save Eden. The fact is that she is only a guide in this system, and is responsible for helping the hero, who will be engaged in saving the Garden of Eden. Riemann also hopes that Kim Si-woo understands what he has signed up for, and that now his actions affect not only the lives of his loved ones, but also the lives of the entire continent. Only now did the guy fully realize that he was now in some kind of parallel reality, and that this was no longer an ordinary computer game where you could pretend to be a superhero. Then Riemann explained to the boy that if he saved the Garden of Eden from all sorts of evil spirits, then she would definitely return him to Earth to his grandmother, brother, and sister. Otherwise, he would not see them. There was no turning back, so Kim simply asked the girl to take care of his family while he was away from the city, and indeed from the planet. He also put forward one condition. Upon returning to Earth, Riemann would have to provide him with a normal job with a decent salary. Otherwise, he would not do anything at all. In such a strange way, without expecting it, Kim entered into a contract with the goddess of the otherworld named Riemann. The goddess said that all the monsters in this strange parallel reality were his bitter enemies, so he had no choice but to destroy them one by one. Kim promised to help, so he must keep his word and complete the tasks with all his dedication. He hoped that the goddess would keep her word too. In this strange way, Kim Si-woo was enrolled in the otherworldly order that served the goddess Riemann, and became the Pope in another world. But it turned out that these were not all the surprises, because once upon a time, the wonderful Eden was full of demons and enemies, and he had to kill each of the 7 demon kings. He killed them all just to save the Garden of Eden. But it's worth noting that it took the guy 10 long years to do so. It seemed like he hadn't seen his family for an eternity. Kim couldn't even imagine what his brother and sister looked like, or whether his beloved grandmother was still alive. Another question that tormented him was whether he would be able to live a normal life when he returned from the parallel reality back to his normal world. The goddess Riemann, as promised, kept her word. At the end of the mission, she thanked the brave knight Siva for his service and sent him back home to Earth. The very next second, the guy remembered his home planet and its indescribable beauty, a riot of colors where green grass grows, birds sing, and flowers bloom. Although in the world he had to save, everything was now also calm and beautiful. The inhabitants of the otherworldly civilization would now also live in normal conditions. Kim looked around and realized that his efforts and struggles for all these 10 years were not in vain. He saw the results and honestly enjoyed them. The guy, in turn, thanked the goddess of the otherworld for giving him the chance to test his strength and become much stronger. Now he is more self-confident. Riemann's image began to dissolve little by little, and Kim again could not discern the features of her face. It seemed to him that she was simply evaporating. He still couldn't believe that he would soon return home. More than anything, the guy wanted to hug his family and then tell them in detail about all his adventures in Eden. All these 10 long years, he missed his native land madly. He missed the atmosphere to which he was accustomed, his loved ones, friends, the noise of the big city. But unfortunately, a huge disappointment awaited the guy. Kim could not believe that he had returned to his beloved and such a peaceful city, Seoul. This place became a real zone of some kind of brutal military action. And in the sky, instead of beautiful and singing birds, some kind of scary dragons or pterodactyls flew. Kim couldn't believe his eyes. Entire squads of equipped special forces were fighting these flying monsters right before his eyes, and it was unclear which of them was winning. His soul felt completely sad, because the guy thought that he would return to his familiar atmosphere, where comfort awaited him, and not special forces in uniform. Kim missed his hometown madly, wanted to hear the noise of the streets and the laughter of children, but instead, he heard only the curses of professional soldiers. He was gone for 10 years, and what Kim sees upon his return does not suit him at all. He wants to see his peaceful, beloved, and happy soul. In the first minutes, Kim thought that this was a terrible nightmare, and that he was dreaming of the apocalypse. Or maybe he had become the victim of some other scam. And what should he do with all this now? How can he find his family? How can he help his hometown get rid of these mutants? Suddenly, the boy heard a familiar voice behind him. He had heard it every day for the past 10 years. It was Riemann. Kim turned and looked at the goddess. She looked strange in her white robe against the backdrop of the brutal fighting. Well, what is she doing here? On his home planet, right in his favorite city. Why did she appear here? It was as if Riemann had read the boy's thoughts. She looked at him with a smile that expressed less joy and more deep regret. The goddess concluded that the guy didn't look happy at all, and it seemed there was no point in sending him back to Earth. Kim reminded him that his contract had ended a few days ago, but the goddess reminded him that it was thanks to her that he was able to return to Earth safe and sound. But the guy was furious, because if it weren't for Riemann, who dragged him to Eden, he wouldn't have had to fight for his return. But the goddess only smiled sadly again, and said that if Kim had stayed in Seoul 10 years ago, he would have certainly died during the disaster. These words began to irritate the guy. How did this self-confident woman know what would happen to him? Perhaps he would have been able to survive. But she, with a sly smile, reminded him that she was, after all, a powerful goddess, and she knew better what would have happened to the guy if he had stayed in the city. Suddenly, the system's voice announced that an alien force was interfering with the governance of the Earth, and that it was very powerful, so we would have to submit and cooperate. Riemann herself did not understand how this could happen. Most likely, it was because it was in this dimension that the main event was taking place, and it seems that this was the limit of her influence. The guy looked very carefully at the goddess and tried to understand what was happening now, because he clearly felt that there was some kind of catch here that did not bode well. And Riemann didn't make her wait long for the denouement. She smiled sweetly again and asked if the guy would like to make another deal with her, because she needed him. Kim frowned. How could she even ask him to get involved in such a thing again? She wanted to use him as her personal slave again. But the goddess insisted. For the fate of an entire city, his hometown, depended on him. and he would be able to use all the powers he had used in the other world to fight for Eden. Not everyone can move between worlds, much less transfer divine powers from one world to another. But she grants him this ability. Kim Seon-woo stood there like a statue. This was not how he had imagined returning to his native land and to his family. But this goddess seemed to want to drive him crazy and completely cloud his mind. But at that moment, the goddess's rhetoric changed dramatically. She said that she wanted to ask the guy to sign a contract with her again, which made Kim's eyes pop out of his head. The guy was the first to lose his temper. He was infuriated by the goddess's behavior. She was simply brazenly manipulating his consciousness, so he asked her to let him sign this damn contract as quickly as possible. Riemann said that she was opening a portal to Earth and that she would help him in the fight for a peaceful land. And in 5 minutes, the flow of time would be restored, and the mission could begin. But unfortunately, the goddess has no support here, so she will not be able to stay on Earth for long. So now she will give him the most valuable instructions so that the guy can begin the fight. Divine power is mainly created by faith in another being, and without strong faith, Kim Si-woo will not have the strength to fight for peace and soul. Therefore, in order to maintain his power, Kim must make people believe in the existence of the goddess Riemann, and the guy can easily do this because in a parallel world, he was the Pope. Then the goddess Riemann very quickly said goodbye to the guy, asked him not to be bored, and, like last time, simply disappeared into thin air, leaving Kim alone. Kim understood that there weren't enough people in this world who believed in some otherworldly goddesses, so it would be very difficult for him, and the guy had 90 days to do everything. His consciousness gradually came to his senses, and finally Sivu realized that he had a difficult task ahead of him. In other words, he would have to become the leader of an incomprehensible cult. So what should he do now? Where should he begin to liberate his hometown from strange and terrible dragons, flying lizards, and some other incomprehensible creatures? But the guy calmed himself with the thought that the goddess had not left him alone with the problem, and had decided to leave him divine powers from the other world. This time, the guy hoped that he wouldn't need 10 whole years to rid his hometown of all evil spirits. After all, he already wanted basic peace. Then, Kim decided to test how his magical ability worked on Earth, just in case. And it turned out that the goddess had not deceived him. He really could fight monsters. This more than calmed him down and gave him strength. A wild desire arose to complete this mission as quickly as possible and return to his usual way of life. As it turned out, these terrible monsters that now inhabited the Earth were no different from their kind in the other world. They were insanely strong and physically resilient, but stupid enough to fight properly, choose tactics and battle strategy. A couple of hours later, the situation changed dramatically. The Special Forces soldiers looked at the guy and couldn't believe their eyes. He chopped the monsters into pieces in a matter of minutes. Kim Si-woo didn't even notice that his work was being closely watched. He was simply doing what he had agreed to with the goddess Riemann, bringing order to the city. Having dealt with another batch of monsters, Kim decided to take a little rest and look around. He needed to decide how to proceed and calculate his strength for further battles. Seeing the astonished looks of the Special Forces on himself, the guy decided to take advantage of this moment and asked if they would have a minute to talk about the goddess Riemann. The warrior's eyes seemed to widen even more in surprise, because it seemed like the guy was definitely not in his right mind, talking about some goddess. He was probably wounded and delirious. It dawned on Kim that everyone thought he was crazy, and no Special Forces soldier in the 21st century would believe that goddesses still existed, just in a parallel reality. While the guy stood and looked at the Special Forces, a new batch of dragons flew up, and it was necessary to use magical power again to scatter these creatures in different directions. He knew that dealing with dragons and flying lizards would be much easier than convincing people to believe that he had signed a contract with a goddess from Eden. After 5 minutes, the last dragon was destroyed and fell to the ground with a roar, terrifying everyone who watched this terrible spectacle. An entire squad of warriors watched this battle, afraid to even blink, and the squad captain decided at all costs to get to know this guy. The partner reported that the detector did not detect the presence of magical energy, so how could this returning private be so powerful? The captain also could not explain this fact, since someone who returned and was able to bring a dragon down to Earth like that could not have the rank of an ordinary private. This fact alone is more than enough to award the rank of a returning disaster. In accordance with the instructions on emergency situations in the country, the captain directly in the city of Seoul requested an immediate convocation of the entire secret bureau. The man reported that he had detected the presence of an incredibly powerful returnee, who was not reflected by magic sensors. He must be outside the norm. The captain really wanted to talk to him, but without a reinforcement detachment, he did not dare to do so, as he was afraid of the consequences. He stood calmly and watched the soldiers and their captain, but he was more interested in where the rest of the people from the city had gone. After a few more minutes, the squad captain finally found the strength to approach the unknown guy. He needed to find out who he was and where he was from. Kim looked the man over from head to toe and decided that such a man was worthy of being a captain. There was no fear in his eyes, and he felt quite confident. After a few minutes of conversation, the men realized that they could find common ground and decided to get to know each other better. The captain, having learned a little about the strange guy, realized that he was uncomfortable here, despite all his strength, and offered to help him settle in the city. These words made the guy think. Because he had spent his whole life in this place, this was his hometown, he didn't need to be offered a job here. He decided that he had to take care of himself. So after saying goodbye to the military, he headed to his area to find out the situation. He stood for a long time in front of the entrance to his apartment, not daring to open the door, because he knew for sure that it was empty and no one was waiting for him. So the next morning, he called the station and made an appointment with the captain to find out what had happened to his family. The man said that, according to the latest information, Kim's brother and sister are completely safe and are currently living in Gyeonggi County. Grandma Sivu is currently traveling around America, and if the guy has any questions, the Department of Ability Management will be happy to help him figure everything out. Kim Siwoo breathed a sigh of relief, because if you think about it, 10 years have passed. His brother should be around 27 now. But the captain stunned the guy. Only 5 years had passed on Earth, so now Kim is only 32 years old. He is in the prime of his life. He thought about it because he didn't know how much the Earth had changed in these 5 years. But it seemed that people treated those who returned from the other world well. His family, whom he missed so much in Eden, is safe. And now he desperately wants to see his brother and sister again after a long separation. He easily reached the area where his loved ones were now located and stood at the door again, afraid to ring the bell and not hear anyone behind the door. But what if his brother and sister don't recognize him at all? How can he prove that he is their brother and that he has been in a parallel reality all this time? Cautious steps were heard outside the door, and a quiet voice asked who had come. But Kim only smiled and said his name loudly, hoping that they would still remember him. But a voice behind the door said that they weren't expecting anyone, and that preachers weren't welcome at all, since they weren't religious people. But Kim Siwoo was persistent. He was not going to leave just like that. So he shouted for this little thorn to quickly open the door for him, and the door really did swing open. And on the threshold appeared an angry and nervous guy, Inwoo, Kim's younger brother. He laughed out loud because he had an iron bat in his hand, which he was going to use to scare the preacher. The family reunion wasn't the warmest, but within 10 minutes, Inwoo was standing at the stove, cooking delicious, wonderfully smelling ramen for his brother. And already, half an hour later, a satisfied and finally full Kim Siwoo was finishing his third serving of ramen and asked his brother to make more. The guy felt like he would never be able to get full and satisfy his hunger for Korean food, because this was the first ramen he had eaten in 10 years. It wasn't hard for Inwoo to keep preparing more and more portions for his brother. After what Kim told him, he even wanted to help his savior. In fact, for all these 5 years, Inwoo believed that his brother had been dead for a long time. But today, a miracle happened. Kim returned home. But now he looks completely different. His clothes look like the clothes of some preacher, but the features of his face spoke of something completely different. The two of them had so much to tell each other, and the brothers understood that one evening would certainly not be enough for a full conversation. Inwoo was terribly surprised by the story that his brother spent 10 whole years in the other world and saved Eden from inevitable destruction. In this case, Kim can proudly be called a hero who saved the Garden of Eden from destruction and safely returned to Earth to deal with the enemies here too. It must have been tough for his brother. Carrying out a mission to save the entire Garden of Eden is quite a task, but Kim managed it. But what exactly his brother did in the other world, who he fought with, and how he was able to return back, the elder did not tell. But Inwoo desperately wanted to hear this particular part of the story. So Siwoo gave in and decided that his younger brother should know everything. But the next moment, the boy thought that it would be better if Inwoo did not hear the whole story, so that his brother would feel calm and safe. There is no need to tell how much blood he shed in order to save Eden, and a world filled with demons is very terrible, and no one needs to see this. He sighed and thought to himself that he had spent so much time, effort, and energy trying to restore order on an alien planet and return back home. He has been through so many trials that a simple, ordinary person could hardly endure, and now he may lose his abilities if he does not complete the task. Inwoo realized that the conversation was over, and his brother definitely wouldn't tell him where he'd been or what he'd been doing. so he simply went to his room and decided to do some work. When Kim asked him what he did for a living, the guy replied that he was doing editing work in MyTube, starting from the moment he disappeared, and that this is how he makes money to live. Kim never ceased to admire his brother because he did not give up, but began to support his grandmother and sister, and besides, things were going quite well for him. Invu showed one of the videos he edited. It was about so-called players who deal with gates, dungeons, and the monsters that crawl out of them. Kim paused for a moment and carefully examined the players who were using system windows and skills, a concept he was very familiar with. Inwoo's number of subscribers continued to grow, as did the number of jobs he was offered, so the guy spent hours sitting at the computer. Perhaps by becoming a MeTuber, Kim will be able to fulfill Riman's orders and gain subscribers who could eventually become followers of her faith. There was a need to open up new opportunities for the religious order. And then, as if by some command, this window popped up on the screen and displayed a list of all the available options. Invu laughed heartily and asked his brother if he wanted to open his own channel as well, but warned that it was unlikely to work. If Kim decides to create any kind of content based on players, he first needs to obtain permission from the government, and not everyone can do that. Plus, the guy hasn't been on Earth for a long time, and he doesn't understand the latest technology. But Invu is happy to help his brother because he knows this system well. Kim stopped his brother's merry laughter and said that he was very grateful for the offer, but Invu shouldn't get so cocky because he doesn't understand anything. Indeed, Invu had no idea how Kim Si-woo had found his relatives so quickly. In the situation that had developed in the city, finding anyone was extremely difficult. The captain, with whom the boy had become good friends, was worried about the young man and constantly asked what he planned to do next. Kim did not quite understand this interest in his person, but still replied that he planned to expand his order in the near future. The major was simply surprised. He asked if Kim's beliefs were contrary to social norms, but he assured him that Riman was a merciful goddess. The man then noted that Kim was now a very important person for the ability management department, so he had to constantly keep in touch with their superiors. At this point, Kim Si-woo was Korea's #1 anomaly, so the department's second team would be constantly following him to observe and assist if needed. Inwoo's brother was the most surprised by this news. His eyes practically popped out of his head, because this was Kim, his brother, and not some kind of anomaly. It began to dawn on the boy that his life would not be the same as it had been before his disappearance, because now too much attention was focused on him. It seemed that Invu could not fit such news into his head. It was too much information for a young man. Kim Si-woo stood there smiling, probably looking stupid, but he couldn't tell his brother that he would lose his powers if he didn't get 10,000 followers. Finally, Invu realized that in Eden, his brother was a dad, and now on Earth, he needs to gain a lot of followers. And for this, he wants to start a channel on Meetup. The guy warned that it would not be easy to do this in such a form. Besides, no one on Earth has any idea who the goddess Riman is. But Kim asked his brother to listen to him carefully. What if he had a unique ability to awaken ordinary people and convert them to faith? Inwoo warned that Kim Se-woo's ability to create players would be hunted down by absolutely everyone who possesses the country's power. Moreover, such abilities simply do not exist, and if they do, they are capable of bringing in a fortune, since everyone is ready to believe in anyone for the sake of the possibility of awakening. Then Invu heard something that surprised him, both because he was interested in it, and because it turned out he could become a player, if he just believed. Kim has been tweaking the guy a bit. He can't do that yet, but once he gets enough followers, anything is possible. Invu suggested making a publicity stunt and announcing that every determined person can awaken once they find their audience. Invu shouted that he was burning with the desire to spread this good news among the people, for he believed in the all-powerful goddess Riman. So far, he was planning something like an online service that would work through YouTube, but he needed to think everything through to the last detail, and his brother would help him with that. Invu was not against it. On the contrary, he really wanted to help his brother realize his plan, so he promised to help with ideas. But Invu immediately warned that it would not be easy, and besides, they had to take into account the fact that they also had a younger sister. The boys were so inspired and talking that they didn't even hear the girl enter the room and listen to them attentively for several minutes. Suddenly, Kim heard a quiet cough. He turned around and finally saw that his younger sister Shion was standing in the doorway. For a long time, the girl could not understand whether she was in a dream or whether it was reality, and her brother Kim was sitting in the kitchen. The young man immediately rushed to the girl. He didn't think that his sister had grown so much. She was very sweet and calm, which cannot be said about girls her age. The boy desperately wanted to hug her and cry, because when he went to Eden, his little sister was only 3 years old. The girl said that all this time she thought that her older brother had died, and now she just finds it hard to believe that her beloved Kim has returned. The little girl also said through tears that despite everything, she dreamed of this moment every night, and now it has finally happened. Two brothers and a sister sat in the kitchen until the night and couldn't stop talking. Over the course of 5 years, a whole bunch of interesting news had accumulated, and only the lights were on in the windows of their apartment. The next morning, just like in the good old days, they were tossing and turning to see who would cook breakfast for the whole family. Of course, Kim lost. Sian had breakfast, hugged her brother again to make sure he was real, and quickly ran to school, waving her hand to the boys. Kim also waved back to his sister. He knew that she would look back a few more times to see if he had left. The guy exhaled. He thought that finally everything would fall into place in their small family. Zion would stop crying, Invu would get to work, and he would complete the mission. He just headed to headquarters to tell them he had spoken with his brother. But for an awakened one to remain active on the Mitsuba channel, some degree of recognition is needed. It turned out that the department was so interested in the guy that the top boss promised to support the guys with everything they needed. The captain and his superior even began to quickly apologize and ask for forgiveness for finding the guy so late. The guy understood that the minister of the Department of Ability Management, Sasha, was a big shot, and this man had arranged a personal meeting with him. Sasha asked Lee if missionary work was the reason for Kim's activity, and he nodded affirmatively in response. It turned out that there was nothing wrong with disclosing the status of the person who returned to meet up, but the ministry requested that the status of Kim's anomaly be disclosed at a special press conference. The guy asked the ministry employees if they had seen the video from MeTube, because, as far as he understood, they were trying to block it to prevent it from leaking online. Kim thought that Inwoo had already looked at it a long time ago, since a specialist like his brother would receive all the information first. The minister said that since South Korea has not yet had its own anomalous returnee, the department does not have a large number of specialists. Kim Si-woo didn't see any particular problem with this. When he got home, he decided to finally contact his beloved grandmother. The grandmother was incredibly happy to hear the voice of her beloved grandson. She promised to quickly finish her business and return to Korea. For a moment, the guy thought that his grandmother probably knew that Kim would return to Earth, and Inwoo said that she saw him in her dreams. According to Inwoo, the woman saw him walking along the endless horizon and sometimes fighting winged monsters. That is why the elderly woman always believed that her grandson was alive, just performing some important task in a parallel reality. The same could not be said about Inwoo himself, who still could not believe in the return of his brother, especially an anomalous one. It was beyond his strength. They always had good friendships with their brother and sister, especially during their school years. And if it weren't for their grandmother, their upbringing would have been much worse. Inwoo probably waited for him for a long time, hoping that Kim was alive. But in the end, he had to give in and get to work. The younger ones said that they even held a funeral for Kim and planted a tree in his honor, which Seon decorated with various toys. But that wasn't what Kim wanted to hear now. He was most interested in what kind of cunning plan his smart brother Inwoo had come up with this time. Brother showed one of the players on the screen. This player talked about the dungeons where orcs most often appear, as well as their weak points. The guys assessed the player. He was quite attractive and also had a good character and did not do any controversial things. Inwoo said that the easiest way for those just starting out on the channel to gain recognition is to secure the support of large corporations. There's something the guy is working on right now that Kim can take part in, which is called the Rookie Academy. Minsu made videos training newbies and earned a lot of views from it. Sometimes there was downtime if a newbie was injured during a hunt. And then Inwoo mentioned Kim, who was immediately invited for an interview, since new faces always attracted a lot of attention. This was Inwoo's whole plan. This way the guy can easily attract a sufficient number of followers, because he is in fact a super powerful anomaly. They will participate in a simple scenario, where the protagonist very skillfully hides his strength. This plan is absolutely simple, but at the same time, brilliant. Inwoo hadn't yet told his friend the details of the plan, but he thought he would agree. Although he needed to conduct an interview first, and then everything would be decided by itself. Kim couldn't believe his luck. Had his simple actions really awakened the shark of capitalism and forced it to play in a new way? The next day, the guys went to the filming location, which turned out to be quite far from their home. It took more than an hour to get there. The location was located near the well-known Mountain of Magicians, but upon reaching their destination, the guys found no trace of the film crew's presence. In general, the atmosphere there was quite strange and a little scary. There was a forest all around, and the guys already doubted the veracity of the address. Even mobile phones stopped receiving a signal, and this made the guys nervous. None of them thought that there were still places in Korea where there was no internet connection. Kim felt that something was wrong with this situation. He couldn't explain it, but he decided that he needed to get out of this place as soon as possible. He suggested that Invu go back and put the guy's plan of hiding his power on hold for a while, as it could end badly. But the brother began to object, explaining that Minsu was currently filming, which is why he wasn't answering. He just needed to walk around the area and find the group. But Kim flatly refused, because thanks to the endless battles in Eden, his sense of smell had become extremely strong, and he sensed that something was wrong. In the next few minutes, the guy felt the presence of demonic energy, the kind that only monsters and demons possessed. Kim asked his brother again if he was confident in Minsu as a person. Maybe there were some bad rumors about him and he was unreliable in such a matter. But Inwu only laughed in response, saying that he had confidence in his friend, and that Minsu was simply a famous MeTuber. Kim looked closely at his brother and asked if he understood that if Silu had been an ordinary returnee, they would have already died here. But the stubborn brother continued to repeat only one thing, that his friend was a very good and honest person, and it couldn't be otherwise. Kim began to get annoyed by this situation. How could his stupid brother be so trusting? If this continued, they would simply die, and it would be Invu's fault. The guy suddenly remembered how he himself had become a victim of scammers, and the main scammer turned out to be the goddess Riemann, well known to him. Invu suddenly said that 3 years ago, when his grandmother was hospitalized, he paid all their bills. His brother and sister had absolutely no money for treatment. The guy's opinion of Minsu changed dramatically, because it's really hard to suspect someone who is willing to help their neighbor. And Minsu really helped. But now, who asked his brother to take back home with the taxi that brought them here, because this place is really very dangerous. Kim will stay here, and since Inwu's plan didn't work, they will have to find a way around and solve this problem as quickly as possible. He struggled to collect his thoughts and decide how he should proceed without involving his younger brother in the situation. Kim firmly decided for himself that if his online propaganda did not produce results, he would change tactics and work offline. But the boy didn't really want to let his younger brother in on all the nuances of the job, so he ordered Inva home to take care of dinner. He was still too weak for such things. When the taxi with Inwu left, Kim thought about how his brother used to be completely different, and it was all his fault. He is heading off to the subsequent battle himself and will not involve his family in these problems. The system has reported that he is entering the Abyss Zone, and a special task has been created for this. He goes to the Dungeon of the Abyss, and at first glance, it is a completely ordinary mountain. But given the amount of demonic energy around, the most terrible thing must be located inside it. Kim was completely devoid of fear, because after Eden, the guy was no longer afraid of anything. Only the absolute silence around him was alarming. The absence of any sounds surprised the guy. But perhaps it was just evening, so the birds and animals had gone to sleep. But after walking a few dozen meters more, Kim heard a rustling sound in the bushes. And, coming closer, he saw a whole group of young people, all of them with cameras. When Kim asked what they were all doing there, they replied that they were simply filming for their meetup channel. One of the guys asked a counter question about why Kim Si-woo was here, since given the presence of the dungeon, it was quite dangerous to be here. Kim said that his younger brother Inwoo was supposed to warn Minsu about the meeting, which is why he was here. And since the phone doesn't work due to a lack of connection, it's simply impossible to get through to Minsu, so he decides what to do next. Having sorted out the situation, the young people decided to send Kim straight to Minsu, as he had planned a huge event for his channel. The boy suddenly looked Kim up and down, and asked in surprise why he was wearing a priest's costume. Perhaps it was his stage image, but Kim shook his head. The guy was immediately upset. He thought that Kim looked great as a priest. This costume suited him incredibly. It would have been a great idea. The situation began to anger the guy, because his young interlocutor was chatting non-stop. And this was quite tense. The 3 other members of the group simply stood to the side and watched the situation. Kim asked why the rest of the group were silent, but the boy replied that he didn't understand the question, since all these people were constantly chatting among themselves. The situation was starting to reach a dead end, and to ease it a bit, Kim asked the guy his name, and he replied that his name was Simeon. It finally dawned on Kim that this guy was very lucky, because some people have increased resistance to demonic energy, even without being awakened. But poor Simeon didn't even suspect that he possessed such an ability, so now the guy listened and didn't really understand what Kim was explaining to him. He then warned the young man that if Tom managed to survive today, he would definitely have to thank his parents for it. Immediately after this conversation, everything around the guys changed radically. A terrible wind began to blow, and it seemed that lightning was striking with terrible force around them. Kim knew what was about to begin. unlike young Simeon, whose eyes immediately popped out of his head in fear, and he began to tremble all over. Suddenly, the heads of the remaining 3 team members disappeared from their shoulders, leaving behind black holes from which a terrible black smoke began to emerge. Simeon immediately froze for several minutes from deep shock, then jerked to run away, but Kim stopped him in time. Otherwise, it would have been worse. The guy started screaming in horror, asking what the hell was going on here, and why was he seeing this? But Kim tugged at his hand, and with just one look, ordered him to calm down. The rest of the monsters should be a little further away, so this place was more or less safe. Simeon should stay here so as not to harm himself. Finally, the guy regained his speech, came to his senses a little, and asked Kim who he was and what was going on here. Sevu was even at a loss for a moment. Now he needed to convey information about his goddess correctly and clearly, because not only his fate depended on it. He looked at the boy again, tried to smile, and calmly said in a friendly tone that he was here to spread the word of his goddess. The system gave a hint that Kim had just entered the right dungeon, which was a secret necromancer's laboratory, and was currently in the process of being absorbed by the abyss. Later, the name of the dungeon was changed to the Pride's Bridgehead, but the situation hardly changed. Everything remained in the most unpleasant colors and eerie demonic atmosphere. If Kim fails to defeat the dungeon's main boss, the entire land within a 5-kilometer radius will be corrupted by the abyss, and he has only 2 hours and 7 minutes left to do so. The guy immediately felt something was wrong, because the demonic energy in the dungeon was growing more and more, and he also began to sense the magical energy of the players. It seemed that there were those who tried to resist the demonic energy left here. After looking around for a bit, Kim Si-woo finally saw 2 men sitting near the wall. They were scared and terribly exhausted. But what surprised the guy was the lack of faces in these men. They had no eyes, no mouths, no noses, and this seemed like a strange and very scary phenomenon. But after a minute, the guy realized that this clarified the main essence of those creatures that he killed on the way to the dungeon. These were mimics. Strange and mysterious monsters that stunned their victims and then took on their appearance and completely imitated their behavior. Kim Si-woo knew very well that the mimics could only stun their victims because they were unable to turn into dead people. Since the mimics were low-level monsters and lacked vocal cords, they were unable to speak, and as a result, they were unable to survive on their own. It became clear that the boss of these monsters was Doppelgangther, who is also called the Proud Skirmisher. This monster was vile and very cunning. The system again gave a hint that the keyword Doppelhunter had been used recently, and the essence of the abyssal dungeon boss had been revealed. But Kim had expected this. Monsters like mimics that can interact with other monsters are very difficult to fight even with the right knowledge, as they can easily turn into your allies. So now it wasn't so important whether the person in front of you was a survivor or a doppelganger. It was simply impossible to tell who was standing in front of you. Therefore, the first thing that came to Kim's mind was to simply run as far as possible so that he would gain at least a little time and change the location to a more advantageous one. After running a little further, Kim finally saw the light, and then the monsters, who had gathered in a crowd on the platform near the entrance to the tunnel. But then the guy was a little taken aback. Strange voices were heard, spotlights and several cameras turned on, and someone behind him loudly shouted that the video had been filmed. When Kim looked back, he saw the director, who was terribly angry at the guy, and shouted that Si-woo couldn't just run onto the set like that. At first, Kim Si-woo didn't quite understand what was going on, because everything was going well, so did he really end up on the survivors team? But what was strange was that there were so many survivors here. This couldn't be. And the director, in turn, shouted that the guy had ruined the take and everything would have to start over. Then the director began to question Kim about who let him in here in the first place, since they had booked this dungeon for filming, and anyone was simply forbidden from breaking in. He explained that he was taken down to the dungeon because that was where Minsu had arranged to meet him, and since he heard the screams, he began to act without thinking. The meeting with Minsu was supposed to be private, but now Kim realized that it wouldn't be so easy to arrange because there were a lot of people here, and there was simply no place to be alone. The director nodded and apologized. It finally dawned on him that this guy was a returnee, and that was why he was dressed so strangely. The guy called a young girl to him and asked her to take Kim to Minsu, who was somewhere nearby. The girl nodded, smiled at Kim, and asked the guy to follow her. He in turn realized that he was attracting too many prying eyes. This was probably because of the suit. Some actresses were whispering among themselves that this time, no one was subject to demonic corruption. But still, the atmosphere here does not inspire confidence. Kim Si-woo pretended that he was not interested in anything and that he was simply following the girl who was supposed to take him to meet Minsu. But in reality, the guy caught every sound. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a teenager who was also without a face. This teenager was saying that he also really wanted to go home because he was tired of filming. This was the doppelhunter's group illusion, and its secret meaning was very difficult to unravel, or rather, practically impossible. It was more like a strange theater, with the skilled actor doppelhunter playing the role of the protagonist and also closely watching the other videos. Kim Si-woo understood that even those present who had not been corrupted were still under its profound influence, and this problem had to be resolved somehow. Since Doping Hunter uses group illusion for his dark games, it means that he has recently accumulated enough strength to act now. Most likely, this is why the enormous demonic energy is gradually leaking out. When there is enough of it, disaster will come to Earth. Kim thought that there was no need to worry too much about being in the dungeon, since this mysterious place was currently under their control. His thoughts were confirmed by the female guide, who said that a few hours ago they captured the dungeon boss, and now the film crew is in complete control of the situation here. At first, the guy thought the girl was talking nonsense, but she smiled and said that this was the only way they could get permission to film in this dungeon. The girl then explained that if they killed the boss, the dungeon would collapse, but leaving him alive was too dangerous, so they wounded him and tied him up. It was a twist. Kim didn't even expect this from the film crew. They beat the dungeon boss half to death, but decided to leave him alive. So this is how they conduct their filming. And this time, they were unlucky enough to have Doppelhunter himself as the boss, which makes things very difficult. The young men approached a massive iron door. The girl explained that this was the room with the dungeon boss, and Minsu should also be inside. Behind the door, Kim expected to see something scary and incomprehensible. But when he opened the door, the guy saw a stage near which a group of young people were standing. They were actively discussing something among themselves, and Kim realized that they were deciding how best to edit the video they had just shot. One of the group turned around, hearing someone else's footsteps at the entrance, and then, with a keen and appraising gaze, looked at the arriving Kim Siwa from head to toe. Then the guy asked Kim who he was and why he was here, to which Kim replied that he was Inwoo's brother and he was here at Minsu's invitation. The guy finally smiled and extended his hand to Kim in greeting, and it turned out that it was Gu Minsu himself, the most popular MK verifier in Seoul. For you, Kim noted that this guy radiates positive energy and literally shines with kindness, and he is also a real handsome man with a pleasant voice. Minsu then asked his team to work without him for a while, as he needed to talk to brother Inwoo and discuss some very important things. Finally, the guys were alone and could drink a cup of instant coffee and chat a little without unnecessary witnesses. Minsu asked Lee if Kim had had any problems on the way here. Kim replied that everything was fine, he just didn't expect there to be so many people there. But Minsu explained that all these people were players. These are the awakened ones, but they are too weak to be real hunters in this game, because not all players are the same after all, but everyone has a decent salary. Kim recalled that his brother had also hinted that he wanted to become a professional player, and the size of the fee probably played a significant role. Minsu asked Kim why he didn't bring Inwoo with him, since according to the latest information, Siwoo's younger brother was also supposed to come to the meeting today, but he just smiled and said that you were also feeling unwell. To which Minsu replied that this was nothing new to him, since this happens to Inwoo quite often. Minsu said that he considers Inwoo to be a true professional in editing, as well as a very good and reliable person, and this is not flattery, but the pure truth. The most effective way to start a conversation with a stranger is to find common ground, and as it turned out, Inwoo was just such a topic, and the guys talked about it for almost half an hour. Minsu also noticed that Inwoo was often sick because he worked too much. But this was not surprising since he had to support his sister and grandmother. Minsu looked Kim over carefully again and also noticed that the guy had a very attractive appearance, but it was clear that he was very worried about something. And finally, Kim voiced his concerns. He was worried about whether this place was safe for this kind of filming, because there were obviously monsters here. Minsu nodded. He understood the anxiety of the guy who was in the dungeon for the first time. So he suggested that Kim personally see what was behind the scenes. Without thinking twice, Kim pulled back the heavy screen and looked inside. The owner of the dungeon himself was in the metal cage. He was chained with heavy chains, so he posed no danger. Minsu said that several dangerous scenes are planned for the future, but the team thoroughly checks safety before each shoot. Several people actually want to leave the project, but it's not because of danger, but because they simply fell ill before filming, and in the dungeon, they simply got worse. Mitsuber suggested that Kim take a little more time to look around and decide whether to join their project or not. He understood perfectly well that the guy had recently returned and was still feeling uncomfortable. It was as if Kim had been expecting such an offer. He really wanted to look around the dungeon more, to look into every corner, and only then make a decision about his participation in the filming. After some time, Sevu walked around the entire dungeon and returned to Minsu to make a deal and continue working together on the project. The boys shook hands to sign the agreement, and Minsu expressed his extreme joy that someone like Kim would now be working with him on the team. But as soon as the boys' palms touched, something unimaginable began. They were both struck by lightning, and a bright blue light from it scattered in all directions of the dungeon. The information about the Holy Fire passive skill was synchronized, and Minus seemed to begin to glow with some kind of black and incomprehensible energy. But he couldn't remove his hand. Kim said that if Minsu didn't stop deceiving him, their collaboration wouldn't be so pleasant, because there had to be some unexpected twist in the plot. Sivu didn't even intend to let go of Mituber's hand, and she gradually turned to coal and blackened before our eyes. Gradually, the eyes, mouth, and nose began to disappear from Minsu's face. All parts of his body began to merge with some kind of demonic energy, and something incredible was happening around the guys. Kim smiled evilly, realizing that he had easily managed to eliminate the demon, then thought that his acting skills were not so bad, but he needed to practice more. When he realized that the boss was Doppelgangther, he immediately became happy because this battle would be an easy walk for him and his team. But Minsu had no idea how wrong he was about Doppelgangther, because he turned out to be a real monster, and the guy was not ready for this. Only now Minsu realized what a fatal mistake he had made, and now not only he, but the guy's entire team was in danger. After just a few minutes of fighting, the monster easily defeated the Mituber and immediately took on his form. So the outcome of the fight was predetermined from the start. Half an hour later, the monster, now in Minsu's body, called the entire film crew to show the guys what kind of monster he had managed to catch. And no matter how much the imaginary doppelganger screamed and explained that he was not a monster at all, but that the monster was actually the one in Minsu's body, they did not hear him. And while the guys from the film crew joyfully entangled the monster in chains so that he could not escape, the real doppelganger enjoyed the picture. No one even noticed that real tears had appeared in the eyes of the monster, who could not move because of the chains. I wonder how he felt when people he trusted completely looked at him like he was a real monster. The group didn't understand anything. Everyone looked with puzzled looks, first at Minsu, then at Doppelgangther. Something in this situation was alarming. Something was wrong. The tied-up monster continued to cry, no longer holding back its tears and screams. Doppelgangther screamed for Minsu to spare the guys from the team. Then the monster fell to his knees and cried out loud, begging the Mituber not to touch anyone from the film crew, but to take him away. But then, by a lucky coincidence, Kim Seon-woo appeared in the dungeon to help, and the situation turned 360 degrees again. Kim heard the quiet groan of the monster. And then he managed to understand what Doppelgangther was saying, because he was asking for help. And the guy immediately understood everything. And now Minsu himself was already lying on the floor and begging for mercy. He was enveloped in a strange blue color that exuded magic. Sonu walked closer to the monster. There was not a drop of fear in his eyes, only pure self-confidence and absolute determination. Minsu didn't yet understand that this guy could hear him and was fully aware of the situation, and that he was also trying to help him and return to his body. The monster tried to lean closer to Kim, but the chains were in the way. Could this guy really hear him and understand that he was not a doppelganger? Mituber almost burst into tears, but from joy, because even the closest guys from his film crew couldn't see a person in him. Then Kim decided not to drag out this stupid situation and explained that he was Inwoo's brother and they had an appointment right here. The imaginary monster said that Inwoo is a very good guy. He works hard to provide for his younger sister, and as for his brother, everyone knows that he disappeared long ago. It's interesting how everyone knows he disappeared 5 years ago. And it's also interesting that everyone he's met here praises Inva, and that's damn nice. So Kim approached the monster and said that he would give him a choice, since Minsu had suffered the most in the dungeon as the team leader. Doppelgangther rose from his knees and listened attentively to the guy, and then decided that he would still destroy him, but it was better to lose his life at the hands of a man and not at the hands of a demon. So Minsu asked Kim to take his life in some quick and painless way, to which Kim only laughed. This famous MTuber has such an imagination. Why did he decide to say goodbye to this world? I wish he had listened to the end. And Kim actually suggests that the MyTuber smash this monster's head. Well, and the other option is to simply burn him with holy flame. The second option is much more painful. When Minsu agreed to the second option, Kim winked at him cheerfully, because there is nothing better than burning nasty demons. And then something incredible began. The blue fire grew around the fake MyTuber with incredible speed and simply devoured him from head to toe, illuminating everything around with a strange light. At the same time, all the chains that were entangled around the minus seemed to have dissolved into thin air. They simply disappeared, allowing the MyTuber to move freely. A voice came from the system that Minsu had been saved through the holy flame, and the goddess of the other world was responding to his tears. She asked the young man not to blame himself for anything, because there was absolutely no fault of his own here. The entire process was being monitored by the higher powers of the universe. Minsu thought for a second that he didn't believe in religion or any miracles. Well, what could you call his salvation, if not a real miracle? Kim completed the atonement quest and received 100 divine points. But how would things have gone if he had come to the dungeon a little earlier? Within a few minutes, the blue light had dissipated. Minsu was lying on the floor in a semi-conscious state, but he had not suffered any serious injuries or mutilations, and was expected to wake up soon. Then the guy turned to the goddess Riemann, who appeared in his life again. She fell out of the blue, and he did not expect to meet her in Seoul at all. The goddess reminded that she told Kim that they would see each other soon, but she did not expect that the meeting would take place in just 3 days. Riemann was indeed very happy to see her ward, whom she considered a true friend, and Kim was worried about how long the goddess could stay on Earth. The girl said that she would stay here for no more than 5 minutes, since there was a spatial hole in the dungeon that made it possible to travel between worlds, but it could only be used once. Then the goddess began to ask the guy why he was so thoughtful. He was behaving quite strangely, as if he was not at all happy about their meeting. Kim turned his gaze to Minsu, who still couldn't come to his senses. He had lost consciousness because he was directly exposed to the goddess's divinity. The girl just smiled and explained that she really liked Minsu. She considered him a kind person, so she decided to help eliminate the monster. A person who blames himself for his team's losses cannot be a bad person in principle. Besides, Minsu will be the one who helps Kim re-establish himself in Seoul. Riemann saw very well how hard Kim worked to recruit followers for her in this unfamiliar world, and that is why she helps people who will later help the guy. The goddess also asked how his family reacted to his return home, since so much time had passed, and Kim was probably now having a hard time getting used to the new circumstances of his life. And also, due to the limited time, she couldn't tell the guy something important, so now she asked Kim to remember the time when they made a contract on Earth. The causality that governs all dimensions in the universe turns out to be applicable to the gods as well. And it is precisely because of this that she, having come from another world, cannot influence things from this one at all. Kim was very surprised by this news. He even stood up and began gesturing actively because he had never expected such a turn of events. Well, how can he use his magical powers on Earth now? Besides, Riemann somehow managed to heal Minsu with her power. The goddess explained that this was why Kim needed to be careful. The Earth had allowed their contract, and therefore there had to be something heavy that would balance the scales. Of course, something needs to be placed on the second pan of the scale, but the goddess, of course, cannot answer the question of what should be there. He only understood one thing, that there was something completely unknown to him that was supposed to replace Riemann on Earth, and he would have to find out about it soon. The guy hadn't had a moment of peace since he returned to Seoul, and now he had to deal with the appearance of the monster on Earth, which seemed quite strange. For a second, the goddess felt guilty about the current situation. She had little time, but at the end, the girl decided to ask Kim Si-woo for forgiveness. Well, he politely said that he had no right to be offended by the goddess. He understood that the girl wanted to do what was best. The guy once again reminded the goddess that what happened to his land was not her fault. He would not be angry with Riemann because he did not consider himself so evil and vile. The goddess smiled sweetly and said goodbye once again, and Kim caught himself thinking that over these 10 years, he had become very attached to Riemann and would miss her madly. He came up with the idea of taking a photo with Riemann. Maybe people who see the photo will immediately become followers of the goddess, just because of her beauty. The girl once again thanked Siva for the compliments and asked him not to forget to do the most important thing. The guy asked again what else he should do, and in response heard that he would have to build a temple named after Riemann, so that it would be easier for her to incarnate on Earth and gather more followers. After some time, Minsu gradually began to come to his senses, and eventually he finally woke up. After which, Kim asked the guy how he was feeling. He continued to sit on the floor and looked around the room in bewilderment. Minsu tried to spot with his eyes the goddess who helped him stay alive. Much to his disappointment, the girl was nowhere to be found, and Kim sadly reported that Riemann had gone back to her dimension a few minutes ago. Soon the boys were calmly returning home from the dungeon. They already had 4 followers of the goddess Riemann on their account, But this was just a drop in the ocean. The doppelhunter incident that happened a few hours ago in the mountains between the mages, fortunately for everyone, ended without fatalities. But there were 12 injured people on Minsu's team. No one was physically injured, but due to the brainwashing by the mimics and doppelhunter, all the victims suffered from severe migraines. Kim thought it was a great relief that Minsu himself was not seriously injured. He was currently in the hospital, but the boy should be discharged in a few days. He briefly wondered what would happen if Doppelganger had succeeded in his plans and destroyed Minsu and his entire film crew. If Kim had arrived in the dungeon a few hours later, there would have been no one left to save, and no one would be suffering from a severe migraine now. Inwoo, who was sitting next to him, asked Lee Kim if he had seen a demonic gate in the dungeon. He nodded and said that some place had the ability to summon demons. There's a reason why doppelgangers are called proud skirmishers, and it's not a joke or a lie. When Kim was in Eden, he saw Doppelganger sacrifice an entire village and then summon a massive demonic gate through which legions of pride burst into Eden. The doppelganger that recently appeared in Korea most likely planned to sacrifice the entire Minsu film crew that was in the dungeon. This is how he wanted to summon a high-ranking demon. They were very lucky that Kim and the goddess were able to stop the monster in time before it could achieve the desired misfortune. But only one thing did not give Kim peace. Why did the demonic gate appear right in front of him? Is it just a coincidence? Or is it related to the mentioned causality? If this is a matter of chance, then it is necessary to gather the required number of believers as quickly as possible. Besides, Inwoo's plan has been ruined by the incident with Doppelhunter, but Inwoo was sure that Kim had somehow managed to brainwash Minsu in the dungeon and attract the million-member MeTuber to his side. The younger brother was already beginning to think that his older brother was some kind of planted leader of a forbidden cult, and that now Kim was trying to attract as many people as possible to his organization. Kim couldn't even imagine that in such a short moment, his new friend Minsu would be imbued with deep faith in the almighty goddess Riemann. Then he looked at Inva, who was sitting in complete bewilderment, and thought that Riemann, of course, is the goddess of mercy. But he himself has some problems with this. And by the way, he understood the expression on Minsu's face when he first woke up, because everyone who saw Riemann for the first time experienced a similar shock. And he himself was like that. The goddess is so beautiful that anyone can lose consciousness just by looking at her, and she also radiates holy power, which demonstrates better than any words that she is a true goddess. Inview expressed the idea that it would be nice if the goddess Riemann starred on their channel in MyTube. Then the number of their subscribers would increase several times. And the younger brother was not at all concerned about the fact that 5 years ago, it was this goddess who kidnapped Kim and sent him somewhere to a parallel reality to protect Eden. He simply admired this woman. Inview decided to open his laptop and check the news, and there was a lot of it. For example, Minus You uploaded a new video to his channel, and it already had countless views. The video featured Minsu himself, broadcasting from his hospital room and talking about what had happened to him a few hours earlier. And the story attracted the attention of thousands of Koreans. In the introductory part, the guy thanked the person who saved him personally and his entire film crew from the terrible dungeon demon. If it weren't for Kim Siwoo, they would all have already been in the next world. Without thinking twice, the brothers decided that they had to go to the hospital immediately and visit Minsu, especially since they had a lot of things to discuss. Within half an hour, Kim and Inwoo were walking along the long corridors of the hospital in search of the right room. And as soon as they found the right door and opened it, they immediately saw a smiling Minsu. The guy was sitting on the hospital bed and smiling from ear to ear, but Kim got the impression that he only saw his brother and didn't pay any attention to Kim himself. He hasn't recovered yet, but he still shows concern for Invua. What a nice person, and he looks stylish even in a hospital gown. Well, then the impossible happened. Minsu turned to Kim and thanked him personally for his help, calling the guy Your Holiness. The latter's eyes widened. He didn't understand where this form of address came from, and when Minsu managed to learn such a stupid term. Well, the victim sincerely said that he saw this on Wikipedia, but if this doesn't suit Kim, then he would like to simply call him Dad. Siwoo decided that it was useless to fight the guy and simply nodded his head. He then asked Minsu why he suddenly decided to upload this video to MyTube. The guy said that this was his way of telling people about his encounter with the goddess Riemann, and the video has already garnered over 2 million views. There's no arguing with anyone here, because in this short video, people learned about both him and the goddess Riemann, and it turned out to be excellent, unplanned advertising. Of course, Kim wanted something more dramatic and more pompous words about the order of the goddess, but it turned out well, and Kim asked to read the comments. The comments disappointed him, because for some reason, Riemann thought that the video was staged from start to finish. And how could he now convince them otherwise and prove that it was not edited? The MyTuber himself was also a little disappointed. He swore to Kim that he did everything sincerely and thanked his saviors from the bottom of his heart. But the comments say otherwise. The guy really wanted to send sincere words of gratitude, and he also didn't like seeing how really strange cults behaved in MidHub. Now, Minsu was saying in all seriousness that he was ready to give up his entire fortune for the sake of the goddess Riemann and the dissemination of information about her order. Kim stared at the strange MidTuber for a long time and couldn't figure out if he had always been like this, or if the situation with the goddess had turned him into an absolute fool with a kind heart. Kim decided to check the system, where there was a message that Kim Min-soo had unlocked a special profession of inquisitor. But in the guy's opinion, in modern Korea, this profession is somewhat outdated. The problem was that Kim was so poor that he couldn't buy Min-soo this profession. He had too few earned points in his account, and the inquisitor cost a whole 500 divine points. Min-soo decided to calm him down and asked him not to worry so much because he had a lot of experience as a MyTuber, and he knew that such a reaction from Riemann was quite possible. Those who see Kim's deeds will stop doubting him. They are simply sure of this, as is a young man named Simeon. But Sivu decided not to listen to the guy anymore. Apparently, he was still in a state of affect and could not think completely clearly. He needed more time to rest. In a parallel reality, a meeting of priests was being held at this time, and as always, the entire process was accompanied by a strange blue glow. The high priest approached the boy and said that from that moment on, he was initiating him into the warrior class, and that now this boy would use his heart and soul to participate in the great plan. The unknown young man bowed his head low and then shouted that he was ready to give his heart and soul for the higher will, and would not even spare his life. He will fight to the last drop of blood and protect the followers of his faith from the invasion of evil demons and monsters. It was quietly evening in Seoul, and Kim and her younger sister were returning home from the amusement park, where they had spent almost the entire day. Sion said that what she enjoyed most was the boat ride. It reminded her of the time when they all lived together. Suddenly, the phone in Kim's pocket vibrated. He wasn't expecting any calls since it was Sunday, but he picked up the phone anyway. A familiar voice came over the phone. It belonged to the head of the Department of Ability Management, Donshik. He had urgent news for the boy, and he was heading straight to Kim's house. Kim walked his sister home and headed to the department, where Donshik was already waiting for him and immediately invited him into his office. The man thanked the boy for his work in the Abyss Dungeon and said that so many things were happening in the department that they were all on alert. But then the man decided to get straight to the point. He showed the guy a video that had already gone viral on Meetup, in which an initiation ceremony took place. The video showed things that were already familiar to Kim. A young man was being knighted into an order where he would serve in the name of the great faith of a mysterious clan. This clan will fight real monsters, ghosts, and beasts. The video already shows a huge monster with glowing eyes advancing on the order. Kim Si-woo carefully watched the video several times, while the department head carefully watched the guy's reaction, and then asked what Kim thought about it. For a few minutes, the guy voiced his opinion. He was 100% sure that this was some kind of forbidden sect or cult, and the boss completely agreed with him. But the guy didn't understand what the point of showing this to him was. Did the boss really want Kim to stop his work on creating one of these crazy cults? But the man shook his head. Freedom of religion is not prohibited in their country, but in the case of the Order of the White Radiance, the situation is different. The Order of the White Radiance is the name of the organization that Kim Si-woo saw on video a few minutes ago. They are the ones behind all the incidents the department has to deal with. Then the boss showed the guy an electronic map, where red dots indicated the appearance of sudden magical gates, and it was simply impossible to determine their type and complexity. Sudden gates, like sudden dungeons, are a rare occurrence in South Korea, and are generally quite rare, but in the last 2 days, a similar situation has already happened 4 times. In most cases, the regional guilds came to the department's aid and sent reserve troops, but the Order of the White Radiance took care of them before the department could do anything. According to the chief, this happened with all the gates, except those that Kim Si-woo dealt with while he was personally at the epicenter of events. The Order is a new religious sect that appeared 6 months ago. Its members claim that they can handle dungeons before the police, military, and the Department of Ability Management. They also claim that their deity has granted them the ability to foresee the future, and that they have grown so powerful that the department can no longer ignore them, and that this video on the tablet is just the first step in revealing themselves to the people. Kim decided to ask the man directly if the department head wanted him to personally deal with the Order of the White Radiance, but he shook his head. In fact, the department wants the force to begin officially cooperating. The order has influence in politics and economics, so it will be difficult for the department to conduct an investigation into this cult. Kim will have to infiltrate the order's groups and operate from within, and it's crucial for the department to get outside help from someone like Siwoo. Considering that Midtub is actively using it, it looks like they intend to invade Seoul as well. But this time, the government is on Kim's side, and he will make this sect regret ever coming to light. Kim smiled slightly at the chief and said that he was ready to actively cooperate with the department. And since the order and the sudden dungeons could be somehow connected, he would conduct his own personal investigation. The boss also smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. Even though the Korean authorities don't know the guy's full strength, his appearance in South Korea gives its residents hope for a happy future. For a second, Kim thought that maybe he had gotten involved in this whole story for nothing. He had just returned to his family and was again starting to fight with some dubious forces. In the evening, Kim spent most of his time with his brother and sister, something he had missed so much all these years. But before going to bed, the boy decided to look online, in particular at the Minsu channel. Thousands of people on the channel commented on the situation in the previous video, and the Minus promised to invite the mysterious player to the filming and prove to everyone that he possessed magical powers. The system sent a message that thanks to Minsu's actions, many people expressed their interest in Kim Siwoo, so he received an additional 10 divine points. His plan was very simple. Minsu would draw attention to the mysterious player, and Kim would ask the department to hold a press conference for an anomaly with incredible abilities in order to expose the Riemann order to the public. Kim noticed how his brother entered his room. Envu said that the whole plan was unlikely to work because it was not fully thought out and not structured. But their conversation was interrupted by a sudden message. It turned out that in one of the districts, sudden gates had appeared again, and the department had declared an emergency. It turned out that the sudden gate opened in the very area where Minsu Hospital was located, and the MyTuber was still in the hospital bed, and this was very suspicious. The next message spoke of another sudden gate, which was already located near Kim Siwoo's house, and this no longer seemed like a simple coincidence. Within 5 minutes, Inwoo and Sion were fully prepared and were about to head to the shelter, while Kim remained where he was, deciding what to do next. He was pulled out of his thoughts by Invu, who said that brother must immediately gather himself and march against the magical gates. It was his duty to protect his hometown. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the apartment door, and department soldiers appeared on the threshold. They announced that they would take Kim's relatives to a safe place, and that he should personally report to the department. The head of the department is eagerly awaiting the guy to coordinate all further actions with him. So, the soldier reported that a service car is already waiting near Kim's house. The guy quickly got ready and went down to the car. The core of the sudden gate had not yet been discovered, so the department limited access to high-ranking hunters. Everyone was afraid that the sudden gate would appear right in the middle of the city. The guy reached the department in a matter of minutes. There was real chaos around the building, but the soldiers led Kim to the head of the department by a shortcut. The players had already been divided into rescue teams and were preparing to enter the dungeons. People were crowding around, trying to get to the shelter within the department's walls as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the system reported terrible news. Ominous energy was detected near the gate, and it was growing stronger with each passing minute. Kim headed to the department's courtyard, where several groups of players had already gathered. He came closer and decided to find out more about the situation. The players didn't seem to be particularly worried and were determined to win. Most of them were young and strong guys who knew how to fight well. He understood that these troops were sent by the guild, and that in the courtyard, everything was different from the outside. But as soon as he left here, he would hear the screams and cries of people again. Donchik reported that they always divide the territory into separate zones, and only then begin a combat mission, especially in emergency situations. For ordinary people, the Chaos Gates are a real disaster. But for professional players, it's a good way to earn bread and caviar, so now guild representatives must divide the gates into zones of responsibility. He closely followed what was happening and thought to himself that during his absence from South Korea, the world had become much more interesting, and he had to learn some things again. So now he reminded the commander of what they had discussed yesterday, regarding his full support for Kim's actions if he helped the department deal with the order. The man nodded in agreement, and then Kim said that he wanted to deal with this damn gate alone, and let the rest of them focus on finding and rescuing survivors. He doesn't need assistance. He can get everything he needs himself, and he can also take care of his own safety. Without wasting a minute waiting for a response from the department head, Kim turned around and resolutely headed towards the exit of the organization's territory. He needed to start acting. There was a commotion in the courtyard. No one understood what was wrong with this guy, because a strange energy began to emanate from him, which affected everything around it. The warriors began to be indignant, but on the other hand, they even became curious about who this young guy in a strange suit was and how he was going to save the city. The people at the gate noticed something in the sky that looked like the northern lights, and then a strange cloud of energy descended onto the roof of the department. Kim understood what was really going on. It was the active lighting skill that had returned the Earth to its original appearance. From the outside, it looked quite strange, and many were scared. When active, the lighting affects the nearby ground, the power level of demons and undead on the ground is significantly lower, and weak undead are immediately destroyed. The system informed the guy that the causality dimension's management was closely monitoring him, so he needed to think through each action carefully. Kim immediately fell to one knee and turned to his patroness, the goddess Riemann, asking her to bring down divine punishment on those trying to disturb the peace of this land. The situation in the city was getting more and more tense with each passing minute. The number of monsters was growing, and they were trying to break through to the city center. There were plenty of them in the central hospital, where Min-soo was still located. The guy and his team were desperately trying to hold the line. Min-soo asked his partner why he still hadn't found out where the dungeon master was, and he said that the group had gone out to track him down but hadn't returned yet. Mitsuber wasn't prepared to just wait in the hospital. He had to find the boss himself. The situation was already dire. If the gate's power increased any further, they would lose the battle. The influx of monsters was endless, and the boys fought as best they could. They no longer counted on help from the guild. Their only hope was in the Department of Ability Management. Min-soo encouraged himself. He believed that the department would not leave them to their fate, and someone would definitely come to their aid. Suddenly, the door opened and someone from the team ran up to them. The stranger shouted that they needed to quickly get up to the roof. That was the only way they could be saved. But as it turned out after 5 minutes, it was just a trap. Opening the door to the roof, Min-soo saw many ferocious monsters there. It seemed that these monsters were waiting here specifically for the guys, and would now simply tear them to pieces and throw them down under the central door of the department. The mysterious horror was approaching. The system reported the appearance of Lich Lachius, a follower of Pride, which meant that the core of the Chaos Gate had been discovered. Min-soo had never seen such terrifying monsters, even in his worst nightmares. He simply wasn't prepared for such a turn of events. The monsters were getting closer and closer. The most dangerous undead in existence was the Lich. Its very existence was already called a source of terror. Even as a hunter of the highest rank, Min-soo could do nothing against it. The teammate even burst into tears. He had already said goodbye to Min-soo and his beautiful Korea, since defeating Lich with bare hands was not possible. But Min-soo himself hoped for a miracle. And then he remembered the goddess Riemann and began to actively pray to her and ask for some kind of help in the fight against the Lich. And the goddess took pity on Mitsuber because she sent him Kim Seva himself as an assistant. He appeared on the roof out of nowhere. The guy was wearing the same strange suit. He was absolutely calm and asked the guys to leave everything to him and not to interfere in the fight. Min-soo and his teammates seemed momentarily speechless as they looked at Kim and couldn't believe their luck. Kim in turn smiled at the guys and asked them to come to their senses quickly and find, if possible, a safe place. Only because Min-soo prayed to the goddess was Kim able to accumulate this energy and reach the roof of the department in a matter of minutes. The system wrote that the Earth dimension is beginning an exam for the consistency of causality. The gates of chaos are now violating the laws of causality. It seems that this evil spirit would simply never end. But the system produced completely different results and worked for Kim. The monster hissed that Kim had a rather irritating power. She didn't know who it came from, but it definitely wouldn't be enough to defeat the demons. This country will fall victim to the great pride, and soon absolute darkness will descend upon it, and no one will be able to dispel and destroy the demonic forces. But fortunately for Kim, the information about the sacred non-aggression pact was synchronized between Earth and Eden, and now this category was activated. As a result, the system destroys all demonic energy within a certain radius, and this energy was now in Kim's hands. The monster could not understand where the guy got such strength that allowed him to destroy an entire army of demons with such ease. No one in the universe had ever humiliated the Great Lich in such a way. And this guy, without putting in much effort, was able to deal with the demons in 3 counts. Lich warned that he was not going to leave a single person alive in this city, and Kim would not be able to resist him. It was beyond his power. Everyone knew that the Lich would use an advanced dark spell that would stain everything around with a curse and create a place exclusively for the dead. And this curse was located right in the center of Seoul. The Lich laughed that the helpless goddess Riemann would not be able to save either Kim or his foolish people from certain death. This city would soon become a city of the dead. The words of this demon were already starting to irritate the guy quite a bit. Who was he to tell him about Seoul, his native and beloved city? But if we do nothing, at this rate, this place will become hell on earth and will endlessly produce all sorts of undead. But Kim also had a skill for this situation, one he never wanted to use because it was too obvious and cringeworthy. At one point, Kim began to doubt whether he had enough strength to fight this evil spirit because there was too much of it. He had already dealt with almost the entire army, but new demons kept appearing from nowhere to replace the dead ones, so he had to act quickly and accurately. The guy decided to use all the skills he learned during his time in Eden, and this slightly evened out the situation on the battlefield. Not for a second did Kim forget about his patroness, the goddess Riemann, and firmly believed that she would not leave him in trouble and would come to his aid at the right moment. If you think back to his past life over the last 5 years, he has been in situations worse than this, but he never gave up or lost his composure. Now, he must go all the way, because the life of an entire city depends on his actions. He has been entrusted with saving Seoul itself. Suddenly, the guy heard strange sounds behind him and turned around to see what was going on. But when he turned his head, he was simply dumbfounded. Behind him stood representatives of the Order of the White Radiance, strange people without faces and in long white robes with deep hoods. And then the guy got really angry and promised this evil spirit a real show, and then activated the function of the Wings of Purification. And just a second later, huge snow-white wings appeared in the sky above the city, emitting a pure, bright light. It was a real miracle. The children stopped crying and squealed with joy, and the adults sighed with relief. The worst danger had passed, and there was a chance for salvation. Minsu and his partner appeared from around the corner. The guy was extremely excited by what he saw and couldn't quite believe his eyes, because Kim was performing real miracles. The system reported that the number of followers of the goddess Riemann had increased hundreds of times and had already reached several thousand. Everyone who watched the situation from the department's courtyard could not believe what was happening in the sky. A huge white bird, resembling an angel, was flying right above their heads. A large crowd also gathered inside the department, and the administration announced that a press conference would begin in a few minutes, in which the main figures would participate. Donchik came up to the stage and introduced himself to those present. As the head of the Department of Ability Management, he began his detailed report. The man told reporters that the danger to the city had passed, and all thanks to the awakened Kim Si-woo, who arrived on the scene in time and destroyed the Lich, which was the core of the Gates of Chaos. Then Donchik decided to introduce the hero himself and called him onto the stage. He decided that people should know their savior by sight, and Kim might also have something to say to the public. The guy walked up on stage, and immediately before him, camera flashes started flashing. Some reporters were broadcasting live from the meeting room. Journalists have reported that Kim Si-woo is the very same secret player who has been actively discussed on the internet in recent days, and now he has proven to everyone what he is truly capable of. Donchik, looking at what was happening, thought that he needed to report Kim to the main director himself because the guy was an anomaly and it was simply impossible to measure his abilities. Kim will be their most important weapon in the fight against monstrous, otherworldly enemies, and Korea must officially declare the presence of the returned irregular. At this time, Kim Si-woo began to communicate with reporters. He introduced himself not as someone who had returned from a parallel reality, but as the leader of the great order of the powerful goddess Riemann. The journalists' mouths dropped open at what they heard, and they listened attentively to the story about Eden, how Kim was the Pope there, and how, after saving the Garden of Eden, he returned to Earth. Then came dozens of questions that the guy simply couldn't answer. The journalists were interested in whether the guy would continue to lead the order here on Earth. An older male journalist was interested in the question of whether the Korean government would support the order of the goddess Riemann in the country, since various cults are not welcome here. The guy once again began to explain that, like the majority of the Korean population, he does not support dubious cults, but the Riemann order is something completely different. He has already said and repeats again that he is not calling on anyone to support the order. People will see everything for themselves from his actions and then decide whether to believe him or not. But he promises that if dark forces ever appear in his home country again, he will, without a doubt, save the inhabitants from any monsters. A young reporter stood to the side. Due to his inexperience, he was embarrassed to ask his question. But Kim noticed him and decided to listen. It turned out that this guy is so fascinated by the order of the goddess Riemann that he wants to join it in the near future, but doesn't know how to do it. When Kim explained the procedure for joining the Riemann order, the boy beamed with happiness. thanked Siwa several times, and called himself a true fan. Kim then announced that the order plans to actively expand, and to attract an audience, they will launch a YouTube channel, although they have not yet come up with a name for the channel. The boy became thoughtful, and Sivu realized that he was actively thinking about the name of the channel for the goddess Riemann. He was clearly deeply interested in this project. The next day was sunny. The sun was shining outside and the birds were singing loudly. But for some reason, Kim Si-woo didn't want to get out of bed at all. The guy decided that while no one from the Department of Abilities Development was bothering him, there was an excellent chance to just sit at home for at least one day and enjoy the home environment. He checked social media and read the news about yesterday's event, and was surprised that people's opinions were divided. Some supported him, while others believed that he was just a figurehead. The thought that over the past 24 hours, more than 10,000 followers had joined the order did not give him any peace for a minute. But he was not perceived as the leader of the sacred order. Inwoo said that Kim's image simply does not appeal to people, as his clothes do not resemble the attire of a religious leader who is supposed to lead the masses. Indeed, if you don't count the wings he used yesterday and spread them behind his back, then otherwise, he really doesn't look like such a saint. Brother gave another piece of his unnecessary advice. He suggested flapping his wings in public again, and the trick would be done. Several thousand more people would become his followers. But there was one small problem. Kim Si-woo couldn't use his wings without a reason, because before using his skills, he had to coordinate the causality. Last time he worked very hard to pass the causality alignment test, and now he is under the constant control of higher powers. Causality is very much like the scales of justice, and if Kim Si-woo overdoes it with miracles that no one needs, he will be subject to severe scrutiny. If a guy fails the exam, he will be severely punished by the system, and as a result, he will not be able to use his skills as he wants, so it is worth holding on to his wings until better times. Invu was generally surprised by his brother's calmness. How could he be so calm when a bunch of negative comments appeared online about the Riemann order being a cult? But Kim was confident that through his actions, trust in him would increase every day, and over time, the image of the Riemann order would be perceived as one of the main guilds in the country, and the prejudice against the new religion would gradually disappear. The order may be weak for now, but these are just the first steps. Everything is going much better than Kim Si-woo planned. He is extremely optimistic after returning from the other world. The system signaled again that there were new messages, and Kim learned that the store had been updated and new items had been added. The store now features the missionary profession, which Kim has been waiting for so long, as the missionary is much more important than the inquisitor, who was added in the last store update. But there was one condition. To acquire it, one needed to have the skill of understanding the teaching of level 10. Which meant he needed to learn how to preach the ideas of the order among the population. The boy understood perfectly well that teaching is the essence of any religion, and missionaries who spread the teaching play the most important role in expanding the community. These are the kind of people Kim Si-woo needs now. He thought that things couldn't get any worse, but now it has arrived. And Invu still couldn't calm down and asked his brother, like last time, to just go and use his magic wings. The system sent a message again, stating that due to the increase in the number of believers in Riemann, the goddess's powers had expanded sufficiently. The goddess was happy and was giving the oracle to Kin. Suddenly, the phone jumped out of Kim's hands, and the voice of the goddess Riemann was heard from the speaker. And the guys literally squealed with joy, especially Inwoo, who still couldn't get used to what was happening. In order to have a serious conversation with Riemann Kim, he decided to leave the house. The goddess informed him that thanks to the boy's actions, the number of believers had increased so much that she was now able to communicate directly with him. Kim breathed a sigh of relief. Now Riemann would be able to help him manage the order on Earth, and she would also tell him everything about the teachings of her order. Riemann decided to calm the guy down a little and said that from now on, she would constantly contact him and help him in difficult situations, because the good he did to Eden cannot be forgotten. The boy smiled. Now his life would change for the better, because the patronage of the goddess herself meant a lot, and he would be able to cope with all difficulties. It turns out that Riemann has come to terms with causality and measurement. She has passed the causality exam, so Kim Si-woo should soon be receiving system alerts, and it appeared in just a few seconds. By purchasing the special missionary profession, the guy will be able to spend an additional 1,000 coins to send a missionary from the dimension of Eden to Earth. That is, the goddess wanted the guy to bring missionaries from the Garden of Eden to his country, just as she once brought him to Eden. That is, representatives of an otherworldly civilization will appear on Earth. It turned out that Riemann chose them from among the most worthy volunteers. Then the goddess announced that the volunteer missionaries must arrive on Earth, or more precisely in Seoul, through the gates of chaos. And this will happen tomorrow. Kim thought for a second that this was all like a fast pizza delivery service, that a missionary couldn't just cross dimensions in such a short time, but he still pressed the buy button. The guy spent 2,500 points on acquiring a missionary. Now he needed to confirm the coordinates of the selected Chaos Gate, and Kim didn't think at all that the problem with the missionary would be solved so easily. But then his face took on a puzzled look. He realized that he did not know the missionary who would arrive in Seoul. How was he supposed to recognize him? And what if their characters did not get along? But the goddess's cheerful laughter could also be heard from the phone. She said that a surprise is the best gift, so Kim shouldn't worry about it. But the guy still couldn't calm down, no matter who the missionary was. He was tormented by vague doubts. He generally didn't like situations in which he didn't understand something. How would he even know how to deal with these persons? And Kim was already imagining scary and not very friendly missionaries. I couldn't avoid appearing in the department for the manifestation of abilities, so I had to appear in front of Chief Donchik and have a little talk. They talked about the C-51 gate that had appeared in Anyang, and the chief said that, unfortunately, it had already been appropriated, and if it were given to Kim, the reaction of the other alliances in the country would be negative. Kim smiled sadly and said that it was a pity, because he had hoped that everything would go smoothly, since the goddess Riemann herself had sent her missionaries from Eden here. Donchik reminded that this gate is sponsored by Yusung's group, and it will be difficult to persuade them to leave this gate, and therefore the money. Kim realized that money was involved, and that the gate would be used as a training ground, and he couldn't tell Donchik why he needed this particular gate. But there was nothing to be done. I had to explain that it was through these gates C-51 that a missionary from the goddess Riemann was to descend to Earth. This was bad news for the boss, because when representatives of the guild and representatives from other worlds collide, real problems begin. During this time, all the humanoid monsters that appeared in Korea were extremely strong and had a deep hatred for humans, but the reward for destroying them was also great. In other words, Donchik tried to explain to Kim Si-woo that if the Goblin Guild accidentally met the missionary, a war might even start. But the guy already had an idea. He asked his boss to try to arrange a meeting for him with the Goblin Guild. He would take care of it personally. Donchik just nodded, and an hour later, Kim and the department head were on the grounds of Anyang City High School, near gate C-51. The place was rather strange. Even the people here didn't look like residents of Seoul. And for some reason, this atmosphere made Kim nervous at the same time. Kim sat down on a bench near the school building, worried about the strange purple tint of the air, which indicated the presence of the gates of chaos. The guy heard footsteps behind him and felt the presence of a stranger. He turned around sharply and saw a stranger who apologized for being late. The man introduced himself. His name was Choi Sejin, and he was the leader of the Goblin Guild. He looked impressive, like a huge block of trained muscles. Kim Si-woo also introduced himself and noted to himself that this man radiated an incredible amount of mana, which is why Choi was the strongest of the top-ranked players. Si-woo thanked the hunter for agreeing to meet him on such short notice, and the hunter extended his hand to shake his and said that he was very pleased to meet the Black Priest, as Kim had already been nicknamed. It so happened that neither of them felt any confusion or awkwardness. Kim was actually pleased that the situation had turned out exactly as it had, but the system stubbornly gave out only one message, which said that the opponent's mana was too strong and was pressing on him with terrible force. Kim felt that due to the high level of resistance, Choi Sejin's mana pressure had no effect on him at all. The man came close to the boy and said that he was very interested in the order of the goddess Riemann, and that he would not mind joining her followers and serving her faith. Kim smiled happily and replied that they in the order are always glad to have new followers, especially those who are influential, strong, and insanely brave. It turned out that Choi was already aware that Kim wanted to use the C-51 gate, and he was willing to do anything to fulfill such a person's request. It was still only a C-rank gate, but Si-woo understood perfectly well that this man did not know the main thing. Why and for what purpose the guy needed this particular gate. He simply suspected that it must be important. He quickened his pace, and this revealed the fact that Choi was starting to get nervous and angry. This man clearly didn't like omissions and was used to keeping the situation under his control. The situation was getting tense. Choi thought that this guy was being too arrogant. Did he think that the guild would really give up the gate just because someone asked for it? In the man's opinion, this guy thinks that he can do whatever comes into his head, just because he was recognized as abnormal and awakened. Kim only now remembered Donshik's warning that Choi was quite a hot-tempered person, and his mood could change abruptly. But his boss gave him a hint on how to deal with Choi so as not to awaken the beast within him and to conduct constructive negotiations. This was the method used by experienced employees of the department. So Kim, seeing the change in the man's mood, folded his hands in supplication and began to ask him to demonstrate his great power, which everyone was talking about. Then came the words of skillful flattery about how the Goblin Guild was a true legend in Korea, and he had never seen its representatives fight. They didn't have time to finish speaking or agree on anything, because the air around them began to thicken and became almost purple, which indicated that the gates of chaos would soon open. The words of flattery really did work just as Kim had intended. Choi began to smile again and even patted Siwa on the shoulder in a friendly way. So far, everything was going exactly according to plan, and the guy didn't care how the goblin leader would react. The main thing for him was to get into the gates of chaos at any cost. The guild representatives gathered in a circle and waited for the gates to open. But Kim wasn't sure if they were truly ready for such an event. Choi began to boast about the fighting skills of his guild members, but Kim could clearly see which of them were truly prepared for the appearance of the representatives of another world. When asked if there were any players in the guild responsible for healing others, Choi replied that such players were very few, and all of them were worth their weight in gold, because they were considered A rank. This information was very valuable, and Kim thought that since there was a shortage of healers on Earth, perhaps this was a chance for the Riemann Order to find its niche here. While Kim was thinking, the system notified that a missionary was descending to Earth through the gate, but he needed to be protected from the goblins who were protecting the gate. Kim looked at the goblins, and a slight chill ran down his spine. These creatures were truly terrifying. Their eyes glowed with malice, and real poison oozed from their fangs. Choi gave the order to his guys. They aimed straight at the monster's head. But as it turned out, the guild representatives were very panicked and could not concentrate. Kim Siwoo offered his help, but the Legionnaire immediately refused and assured the guy that the squad had the best players and they should resolve the situation. Kim decided to trust Choi's people and simply observed the situation. As it turned out, the guild commander was a good player who was interested not only in money, but also in preserving the lives of his people. The system reported that the Chaos Gate had expanded to its maximum level, and Choi then ordered his warriors to be on guard and prepare for a tough battle. But the battle was not destined to happen, because the trolls suddenly changed their tactics. It was clear that they were very afraid of something and were confused. The next minute, the monsters simply turned around and started to quickly run away. But the guild representatives did not let them do this. The fact is that the Legionnaires had a clear tactic, which was to surround the enemy from all sides and not let him leave the battlefield alive. Even the experienced and seasoned warrior Choi was discouraged. He did not understand why the monster was behaving in such a strange way. Something was definitely wrong here. From the monster's behavior, Choi guessed that they were being pursued by some strange but very powerful force. But he still didn't understand where it was coming from. The man himself was also overcome by a wave of strange energy, and despite his mother, Choi could barely stay on his feet. Kim also decided to step aside to assess the situation well. He understood that Choi would claim the role of the winner in this battle and would want to take the missionary for himself. But the guy couldn't allow such a turn of events and was already thinking up options for what he would do if he had to fight the missionary off the Legionnaires. While the guy stood in deep thought, the trolls' heads turned in different directions. But it was not the Legionnaires who dealt with them. It was some other force. And finally he saw this power, which turned out to be concentrated in one single man. His name was Leo Rubin, and he was a missionary sent to Earth from Eden. Leo was the incredibly outspoken leader of the Order's Riemann Doctrine Study Group, and a man who became an archbishop at just 29 years old. Behind Leo Rubin's back, in Eden, this man was called the Mad Dog of the Order, and he could control the minds of all the subjects of the Order of the Goddess Riemann. Kim's face was filled with bewilderment, and in his head there was only one question. Why did the Goddess Riemann choose him as a missionary? But then Choi intervened, deciding to demonstrate his skills as the best player and send Leo back beyond the Earth. Then a real fight ensued, during which the Legionnaire decided that this stranger, if he did not go back to Eden, would definitely become a Legionnaire. Kim could only stand aside and simply observe the situation. He simply did not dare to interfere in the fight between such strong opponents. He was simply overcome with hysteria, and a crazy smile played on his face. Now he was in a situation that he would not wish even on his worst enemy. The situation was getting completely out of control. In this chaos, it was no longer possible to make out what was going on in the courtyard of a simple, ordinary school. The Legionnaires were in complete shock. They couldn't believe that one person could possess such enormous power, many times greater than that of their commander, Choi. But the commander of the Legionnaires could not calm down and continued to fight with the alien from the other world, even though he was from Eden. Leo Rumen did not want to continue this pointless activity any longer, so he shouted that it was time to stop this activity, which would lead to nothing anyway. The alien said in a clear and calm voice that he did not intend to fight any longer, because the goddess Riemann, whom he served, was upset by such actions. Kim approached Leo, a smile playing on his face. He really found it funny, because the representative of Eden trampled the leader of the Legionnaires, Choi Sejin, into the ground. Rumen decided that he should formally introduce himself. He is a missionary sent from Eden to Earth. He is the head of the Society for the Study of Doctrine and the Bishop of the Second Church. He then addressed Kim Si-woo directly, calling him the Papal Holiness, the first apostle of the goddess Riemann, and said that he had appeared here for his full support. Kim was immediately surprised by the fact that the man spoke Korean as if it were his native language, but he said that it was all given to him by the great goddess. It was Riemann who commanded him to use this great and beautiful language in order to spread her faith and her sacred word throughout the entire country. Now Sivu mentally thanked the goddess for at least removing the problem with the language barrier. He would somehow figure it out on his own from now on. He will have to sort out the situation and dot all the I's. He will somehow have to justify this performance to the head of the department, Donshik. While the boys were exchanging greetings, the leader of the Legionnaires, Choi, also came to his senses. He still did not understand what had happened to him and why he found himself waist-deep in the ground. Someone like Leon was the ideal representative of the Riemann order. He remained true to the doctrine in any situation and was ready to sacrifice his own benefits for the sake of the order. But in fact, the missionary was not as simple as he seemed at first glance, because the fact is that he belonged to the direction of the so-called fighting priests, and this meant a lot. The boys' conversation was suddenly interrupted by the head of the Legionnaires. He came up to put an end to the conflict with Leo and show who was boss. The Legionnaire decided that he would not leave this matter like that, and would prove to this alien who was in charge here. And Kim was unable to get through to Choi that this was the missionary, the bishop of their order. Finally, Choi nodded in understanding, but did not back down from his own words, saying that the dream of every Legionnaire is to fight a truly worthy opponent. And Kim realized with disappointment that it was now that Choi decided to fulfill his dream and defeat his opponent. But Leo only smiled mysteriously, saying that this dream of his would never come true. But Leo can demonstrate his power to the representative of the Earth and fight him. But first, he needs to ask permission from His Eminence Kim Si-woo. Choi Sejin jumped up in indignation. They are both excellent warriors in their worlds, so why give them some boy's permission? This is complete nonsense. Kim felt like he had entered some kind of surreal world, and he really didn't understand how to behave in this situation, which seemed incredibly stupid. Within a few seconds, it became obvious that the commander of the Legionnaires had decided not to wait for Kim's permission, and did not care about any of the rules of the Order of the Goddess Riemann. He pounced on Leo Rumen with lightning speed, and it seemed that the latter had been waiting for such a reaction from the Legionnaire, because he reacted simply from the first second. Well, Kim decided to prevent all the consequences, and used his power on these two men, who still could not calm down. After a small scuffle, a pile of trash, stones, some debris, and dug-up earth remained in the middle of the yard, but another fight was avoided. Donshik was furious to the core, because Kim had promised him that he was simply going to talk to the Legionnaire commander. But it turned out to be quite the opposite. There was nothing to be done. The man suggested that they all pretend that none of this had happened, and that everything from these gates was the property of the Goblin Guild. Looking at Choi, one would think that the guy was completely satisfied with the situation. He smiled and proposed to Kim to create an alliance between the Goblin Guild and the Order of the Goddess. But Kim did not consider such a deal possible. What kind of alliance could result from the Hooligan warriors and the religious order of a powerful goddess? Moreover, the order was not at all simple, because it included two awakened ones who were capable of defeating the S rank. Choi Sejin did not relent and asked the guys to think carefully about his proposal. In his opinion, they should have a good collaboration. He once again expressed his admiration for the guys, saying that he had not felt such strong emotions for a long time as he did today during the fight. Then the man said goodbye to everyone present, jumped into his car, and sharply pressed the gas, causing a lot of smoke to come out of the exhaust pipe. Donshik said that they would immediately begin registering Leo as an awakened person, and would do everything necessary to quickly process his documents, and Kim could be free for now. The man thought to himself that this guy was very useful for the department, but he was constantly creating a lot of problems without wanting to. Kim reached his apartment closer to nightfall. It is clear that Leo Rumen went with him, since he did not have his own place on Earth. At home, their brother and sister were waiting for them. The younger ones had prepared a delicious dinner, and Leo was pleasantly surprised by such a warm and heartfelt welcome. Xian did a great job and prepared a special dish for her brother and his guest. It was a delicious stew with meat and lots of vegetables, as well as Grandma's signature fish. Kim watched the guest closely and realized that Leo really liked both the food and the atmosphere in their apartment. If he had known that the missionary would be visiting their house, he probably would have just ordered chicken and not bothered, as Xian did. Kim's sister decided to find out more about the guest from the otherworldly civilization, and also asked if Li Lian had heard anything about her. Leon Roumain smiled and replied that he had heard a lot about His Eminence's sister, since Kim often spoke about his family in Eden. Sivu exhaled calmly. It seemed the situation was becoming more relaxed. The guest felt comfortable, and the brother and sister behaved politely and unobtrusively. Next, Leo moved on to the soup, which was prepared not by Xian, but by Inwu, and this soup simply delighted the guest with its taste and aroma. And the bath even became somehow uncomfortable, because he was not used to hearing compliments in his direction, especially those that concerned his culinary abilities. The boy said that he would be happy to share the recipe with Leo, and if he wanted, he could even teach the boy how to cook this dish. And not only this, with quiet conversations and delicious food, the young people didn't notice how they had been sitting in the kitchen almost until dawn, and they had absolutely no desire to leave. Kim Siwoo's two families, from Seoul and Eden, have now been reunited, and it was decided to give Leo his grandmother's room to avoid the hassle of finding housing. In the morning, Kim Se-woo took out from the box the symbol of Riemann, a necklace with a memorial stone, which was one of the representative holy relics blessed by the goddess herself. It was this relic that Leo Rumen brought with him to Earth, and the intentions of the goddess who transmitted the relic through the missionary were the ultimate dreams. New information regarding the main task of expanding the community was revealed, and Riemann asked to be placed in a church for the followers of her holy order. Kim himself had been thinking about this lately, because it was a good idea. Followers of the religion of the goddess Riemann could gather in the temple. It will be a beautiful place, bright and spacious, and followers of the goddess will gather there to pray to her and also to deepen their understanding of her teachings. If Riemann gave him exactly this task, then the order is moving in the right direction, and the goddess will expand the boundaries of her power. While Kim was pondering the creation of the temple, Leo had already managed to clean the apartment. He turned out to be a very good guy in ordinary human life. Kim found it strange that Leo Rumen, a resident of Eden, knew how to use a vacuum cleaner, but he simply replied that Xian had taught him everything that morning. And Invu kindly agreed to show the missionary how the washing machine worked, and also taught him how to properly iron and fold clothes. The missionary, who looked like a lump of muscle and who could kill a bear with one finger, looked extremely ridiculous in his house clothes and holding a vacuum cleaner. Kim smiled, looking at Leo Rumen, who was now saying that he had been sent to Earth to serve his papal majesty completely and entirely. In Eden, Leo was his right hand, and also unquestioningly carried out all of Kim Si-woo's orders. Nothing had changed on Earth. Only the conditions had changed. Kim asked the boy to finish his chores and get ready to leave. By that time, Inwoo would return and bring normal human clothes for the missionary. An hour later, Leo and Kim Si-woo arrived at a large office building located in the Hapcheon district. They had an important meeting. A smiling Minsu came out to greet them and bowed to the guests, then apologized for not having come to His Eminence himself, but for forcing such important people to travel around the city. But Kim asked the guy to calm down. He really enjoyed walking around the city and seeing what had changed over the past 10 years. Kim wasn't even surprised that the midtuber's office was located in the most expensive district of Seoul, since his channel was sponsored by absolutely every influential organization, even at the national level. It turns out that, in addition to running the YouTube channel, Minsu's team also clears dungeons and consults for various guilds, from which they also receive funding. Minsu offered the guys coffee. He seemed extremely hospitable and didn't know how else to please his dear guests, since it's not every day that your dad is in the office. Sivu finally introduced Minsu to his companion, Archbishop Eden, who was sent to Earth by the goddess and would preach the teachings of Riemann to the inhabitants of the city. Leo Rumen turned out to be a great connoisseur of coffee, and this seemed more than strange, because such a drink did not exist at all in the Garden of Eden. MeTuber still couldn't get over what he had heard. His office was visited by the Pope himself and his right-hand man, the highest-ranking archbishop. Isn't that a success? Leo Rumen also expressed his admiration for meeting the MyTuber. He did not expect that such people could be adherents of a religious order. Then the missionary said that he was sure that Minsu had already met the goddess Riemann, because in his heart he could see her symbol, which could not be confused with anything else. Minsu said that at that moment he was unconscious, but the powerful goddess healed him with her sacred light and gave him her blessing. Kim decided that since the introduction had gone well, it was time to move on to the main topic of conversation, after which he pulled out of his pocket the symbol of Riemann, which contained a piece of her power. Minsu's eyes widened as he saw the symbol again. And then Lee told him that the artifact was to be installed in a temple, for which a location had to be found. But the forcibly captured Earth would not be suitable. Kim then explained everything in more detail. They had to build a temple that would serve as a place of worship for the sacred goddess Riemann, and they needed his help. This was not a problem for Minsu. He said that he would immediately begin collecting funds from the finance department, since the creation of a temple is an important part of religion. But Kim sighed sadly. Money is good, but the problem is different. They have not yet chosen a suitable location so that it is accessible to the public. That's why they turned to the MyTuber. He knows the whole city very well, and perhaps he will have some ideas about a good location for the temple. Mi wanted to be useful to the order, and he admired the deeds of the goddess Riemann and was himself a follower of hers. But the boy's request made him think. He asked the guests to wait 10 minutes while he sketched out some ideas, and after that time, the MyTuber presented a short report on the design of the temple. The guests were extremely surprised, but Minsu explained that he had long been thinking about building a huge temple in honor of the powerful goddess Riemann. On the day the goddess saved his life in the dungeon, he swore to serve this woman for the rest of his days, and the temple is only the least he can do. And now the young man considers the construction of the temple named after Riemann in Seoul his sacred duty to religion and to the goddess herself. Leo and Kim were extremely delighted with their friend's words. He planned all this only because she was his and saved his life. Leo even jumped up from the table and started applauding the MyTuber because it was a completely gratuitous act of goodwill, and the goddess would be incredibly happy. The archbishop then became so moved that he ran to hug Minsu and promised the boy to pray for his success every day. Within an hour, the guys had uploaded the information online and asked subscribers to vote for the erection of a temple that would serve the order of the Holy Riemann. Minsu was confident that the fact that the common public would choose the location for the temple would mean that they were already far ahead of the other orders. And it was true. This way, it would be possible to create the image of a religion that works in unison with its followers. All that remained was to choose the location. Minsu suggested that the first temple to be built in honor of the goddess in this world should be located in some very special place. The guy then scrolled through the presentation and stopped on a slide showing the 0 point of Gwanghwamun, and it was a truly amazing place. Since Kim was absent from Earth for a very long time, he does not know the full history of this mysterious place, which many call the 0 point. 5 years ago, it was here that a spatial rift opened, a phenomenon that occurs when a dimension is first opened, and it was from there that monsters first crawled onto the Earth. Terrible destruction began, and the city was able to destroy the main core of the gate at the cost of countless losses, both human and material. But the people who were in the center of the gate were unable to avoid mana poisoning, after which new gates began to open rapidly, and the current government can do nothing about it, deciding to simply leave this area. Kim listened and seemed not to even breathe. He could not believe that such terrible events were happening in his native Seoul. Minsu explained that the dome was made up of 5 different balls, including a layer of mithril that could absorb mana, and only hunters of rank A and above could enter without fear of mana poisoning. Kim understood that such a dense accumulation of mana was contrary to the principles of this world, and therefore, mana pollution disrupts the status quo and destruction occurs. It was also clear that the Earth, which was polluted by a large amount of mana, was not capable of supporting any organic life. It resembled the Dead City. There were 2 0 points in Korea, however. Since the Busan region is considered the first 0 point in Korea, it remains a painful chapter in its history. Sivu finally understood what he was talking about. He was proposing to build a temple to the goddess Riemann in this very place. But the idea seemed strange to him. MyTuber explained that there was nothing strange about it. The order would gain a lot by establishing the temple at the 0 point. In this way, they would only benefit salvation, hope, comfort, and of course, a new life that will only bring joy will return to this place. Kim asked if it was even possible to build a religious temple on the dead and distorted land. It seemed strange, to say the least. But Minsu assured him that first, they would cleanse the land of this evil energy. but they would need to ask the goddess Riemann for help. Leo Riemann liked this idea and fully supported the MyTuber's idea that the temple should be built in this particular location. Kim said that he would think about this idea and would definitely discuss it with the goddess, because the earth contaminated with mana must be completely cleansed, and this is not so easy. But then he remembered that Minsu had started an online vote for the choice of location, and what they would do if subscribers chose a completely different location for the temple. But the MyTuber just smiled and brought up the next website, which already showed the voting results, and his subscribers supported the 0-point location for the temple's construction. Kim couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't even expect that the problem would be solved so quickly and in such an easy way. The guy then looked at the monitor and read the updated task, which stated that the artifact for the temple's construction must be used precisely at the 0 point of Seoul. As it turns out, many ordinary city residents disappeared at point 0, and their relatives still don't know whether these people are alive or not. Kim was convinced that this place would truly change the course of Seoul's history, and he could not disappoint the followers of the Order of the Goddess Ryemyun. Upon hearing the news, the head of the department, Donshik, simply rebelled. He did not want to put the guy in danger and did not want to send him to the 0 point. And who even came up with this stupid idea of building a temple on scorched and empty land? Especially since they still needed permission from the authorities. But Kim immediately tried to calm the man down, asking why he was so worried, because he was not just a regular Seoul resident, he was awakened, and he would succeed. The boss replied that he didn't mind, but there was one caveat. It turns out that at the 0 point of Seoul, there is a mine with high-quality magical stones. These magical stones are formed from a special crystalline energy. One can say that it is a mineral that is unique in its kind. Kim learned that the mine was created after a high concentration of magical energy opened up when a spatial explosion occurred, resulting in the land being contaminated. The chief reported that a year ago, after the discovery of the 0 point in Seoul, large guilds created a team of professionals to mine these stones. Only recently did the department learn of information that some guilds were fighting among themselves for control of the mines, in order to gain sole ownership of the mine. Kim found this news strange, as the government could have intervened and resolved the conflict between the guilds. But it turns out that the majority of those who can resist mana pollution are members of large guilds. The Department of Ability Development was powerless here. Once Kim reached the 0 point, they would be unable to help him. Kim found the department head's words downright stupid. How could one object to his plan just because of some strange concern? He of course respected the fact that his boss was worried about him, but he asked Donshik not to interfere, since he could easily resolve the situation himself. The government is in a rather difficult situation due to lawlessness at Ground Zero, and Kim will solve this problem in a matter of days without much effort. If you live with wolves, you have to go out like a wolf. And since it's a lawless zone, that's how you'll behave regardless of the rules and laws. The next minute, Kim Si-woo presented the department head with a document stating that the government had no objections to visiting the 0 point. And already the next morning, Kim Si-woo, Leo Riemann, and the head of the department stood near the huge wall behind which the 0 was hidden. The head of the department was concerned that these two guys wanted to enter the 0 zone alone, without any outside help. He promised Donshik that they would not create conflict situations and would not be the instigators of a battle with the local inhabitants. Let the boss be calm. But to himself, he would never pass by if some other player wanted to suddenly attack him. While talking, the men didn't notice how they had walked a sufficient distance along the wall and approached a special door, which was the passage into the 0 zone. All Donshik asked the young men to do was to be extremely careful and not expose themselves to unnecessary danger. But the boys assured the man that they would be fine. Kim started this business and he definitely intends to bring everything to its logical conclusion. The Null Zone will once again be a beautiful place with living soil. The boys went inside and Leo immediately became wary. He reported that he definitely felt evil demonic energy. The system also rushed to give the guys a hint, which indicated that the goddess Riemann was also in control of the situation and giving them the information they needed. Donshik remained waiting inside, and being in his deep thoughts, he did not immediately notice how a man approached him. It turned out to be the minister himself. The visitor thanked the head of the department for his work and expressed regret that Donshik was wasting a lot of his personal time due to his duties. But the boss wasn't upset about his life and his work. He hadn't been as inspired by any project for a long time as he was now. But the minister said he had received information that Donshik was very much opposed to the ministry's decision to send Kim into the 0 zone. And now the minister has arrived here to find out firsthand the reason why Department Head Tak is afraid of the 0 zone. I had to tell the politician that 5 major guilds were fighting for the 0 point, so there were too many risk factors that could not be calculated. The appearance of the manifested ones will cause unnecessary problems. By sending the first abnormal one to such a place, they expose him to great danger. But the minister reassured him. The guilds had already requested confirmation of the awakened Kim Si-woo's status as an anomalous, so the fight had already begun. The guilds stated that there was a possibility of deception, since both null zone locations were under government control, and all this happened due to the weakness of politicians. The only way to combat the illegal actions of the large guilds is to force them to comply with the law. But the problem is that they have already become too intertwined with political circles. And not long ago, the National Assembly began talking about disbanding the Department of Abilities Management, because they believe that its employees are abusing their position as a nation. Donchik couldn't even say anything from deep indignation, because it was all untrue. Someone wanted to discredit them and was doing it in a very mean way. That's why the minister allowed Kim to go to the 0 point and made sure that the locals would definitely attack him. And then everyone would see how this plan would end. Donchik was outraged because Kim Si-woo would feel used when he found out about this, but the minister said that he had already made a deal with Kim. It turned out that the minister had met with Kim Si-woo for an important conversation a few days earlier, and he had ambushed him while he was jogging in the park. He asked the guy for a few minutes to tell him that there was a fierce struggle going on between influential guilds for the 0 zone. The guy replied that he was already aware of this information. The head of the Donchik department had told him about it, as well as that the government was powerless here. The minister just sighed deeply and said that it seemed like the awakened would stick to those who paid them the most. That was the real situation. Therefore, the department will confirm the right to everything that the guys will receive at point 0, and in exchange will help the ministry a little. But the guy promised the minister that he would clear the 0 points, and in exchange he wanted to receive some land in this territory to build a temple to the goddess. Of course, Kim will make this temple publicly accessible, so that residents of Seoul who lost loved ones in the dead zone can come to this place. With the building permit, the Order of the Goddess Riemann will significantly strengthen its position in the city as a true partner of the department. But the minister became even sadder and said that this zone had long been out of their control and that utter anarchy reigned there. The government could do nothing. On the other hand, the man confirmed that if they succeed in clearing the 0 zone, then no one will be able to challenge their right to a certain part of the liberated land. And these words encouraged Kim a little. He would not back down from his decision and would definitely build a temple to the goddess Riemann in the 0 zone. Having only been in the null zone for a short time, Kim immediately felt hostility. There were about 30 people there. He didn't expect that his modest life would be attacked so suddenly, and Leo suggested that they try to solve the problem through conversation first. The high priest was deeply convinced that any conflict, even the most difficult, could be resolved with the right words. With nothing else to do, Kim decided to heed his partner's advice and turned to the players, urging them to resolve the problem peacefully. Sivu very politely asked the militants to come out of their hiding places and have a heart-to-heart talk. While he was still in the mood to talk, they shouldn't be shy. Then the guy smiled ominously and said that he came in peace because he wanted to build a temple on this territory in the name of a powerful goddess. At first, Kim even thought for a while that the players' representatives had listened to his words and would enter into peace negotiations. At least that's what it seemed to him. But only one player stepped forward with a menacing expression and said that he expected more when they were asked to get rid of the leader of some ridiculous cult. Kim was also called a child, but he only laughed in response and asked Lee if the warrior was feeling well, since he was already at an age. The soldiers then warned that the conversation in Mirny Kliuch would not work, since they were simply asked to rip off the legs of 2 insolent youngsters and throw them over the wall. It was at this point that Leo began to doubt that a constructive conversation would be the best solution in this situation. He changed his mind. Therefore, the high priest did not hesitate for long and desperately rushed into battle. The players began to fly in different directions with cries for mercy. The man didn't even intend to give any of them even the slightest chance to repent. He simply grabbed the players one by one and, without a twinge of his religious conscience, dealt with them once and for all. The leader of the players had not yet fully assessed the situation and believed that they could easily cope with the 2 boys, so he encouraged the players in the hope that they would win. But after some time, the man began to doubt the strength and power of his gang. These 2 turned out to be tough nuts to crack and did not let anyone bully them. The gang leader knew about the hero from Eden who had filled all of Mitub, but he had no idea who his partner in the strange guise of an archbishop was. He hadn't been warned that there would be someone else with Kim Si-woo, and that someone had just bowed their head before this newly awakened one. Kim Si-woo stood to the side and thought that if he grabbed this defenseless freak and took him hostage, who would be able to get away with it later? The player was flying straight at him, his eyes sparkling with fierce hatred towards the guy. But this hatred was replaced by hellish pain, because Kim used his strength without really trying. All he needed to do was activate his abilities and use his special skill of will to defeat evil, and the enemy was instantly defeated. And for several minutes now, the fierce Sepal player lay at the feet of Kim Si-woo and thought about how to ask this guy to spare his life. There was nothing to be done, but I had to beg the uninvited guest for mercy. It was difficult and shameful for a player of such rank. Kim, in turn, responded that Siberia shouldn't expect a quick and painless death. He couldn't give the player such a generous gift. It was too unfair. The guy slowly stepped on the lying player's toes and asked him to slowly and clearly tell who hired his gang to kill him and his friend. Sepia had no choice but to tell Kim that the Chonggak Guild had paid them to deal with the uninvited guests, and they agreed because the sum was not small. It was obvious that this gang of players was sent here to test Kim, and Sepal, as an experienced person, should have understood this. But unfortunately, he did not think about it. Sepal asked for mercy once again. He didn't think that everything would turn out this way and that he would lose a lot of his best people. But Kim replied that forgiving people was not his job, but that he was going to send Sepal to the scales of justice before God. Then the system reported an update, but the guy, after looking through all the information, realized that nothing had really changed. Only a panel with his characteristics had been added. But it wasn't all bad, because information arrived that the causality restriction had been lifted, and a second update was still needed. And this made the guy very wary. Leo turned to Kim and informed him that the Awakened had arrived and they would have to fight again. But Kim noticed that the new arrivals were not at all in the mood for battle. These people just wanted to know the truth. Why did Kim Si-woo appear in this place? Was he and his partner really sent here by the government? Leaving the Awakened ones behind, the young people began to look for the mine. It was definitely nearby because they both felt a strange flow of energy. A medium-sized magic tower uses approximately 700 kilograms of magic crystals per year, which Si-woo believes will be a great resource. Kim understood that magic stones were clots of the purest mana. These stones were like pure water, and when combined with divine power, they would turn into divine stones. But suddenly the boy felt the same demonic energy that he felt from the lich in this mine. It belonged to the demon, the king of pride. It was this energy that he felt at the 0 point. The guy stopped dead in his tracks and asked the Awakened ones if anyone had recently entered this mine, but the people refused to explain anything. Kim tried to explain to the players that while they were caught in a terrible power struggle, they were overlooking the obvious and fighting each other, missing out on important news. He knows that the lawless land is located here, which means that if Kim gets rid of these player gangs and influential guilds, he will easily take the mine into his own possession. The players became slightly busy. Their faces showed that they were nervous. The players did not fully understand whose side Kim was playing on, but he said that he had no intention of fighting them at all. He was simply interested in this lawless earth as a location, nothing more. He was interested in whether he could really do whatever he wanted here. The symbol of the goddess Riemann began to vibrate in Kim's pocket, meaning that the relic began to react to the presence of demonic energy. Then a message came from the system, informing that Si-woo could announce the creation of a sanctuary using the goddess's relic. Everyone present instantly looked up to see the bright light emanating from the relic in Tim Si-woo's hands. And then, something very strange began to happen. Old houses collapsed, and green grass and flowers began to grow from the ground. The air became completely different. In a calmer voice, the awakened Kim Si-woo once again informed the players that from now on he dedicates this land to the almighty goddess Riemann. The goddess herself chose this land, and he, as her faithful servant, cannot sit idly by. He will act so that life can flourish here. He does a good deed and has gathered around him an excellent team of reliable people who are also absolutely loyal to the goddess Riemann. Riemann also took care to clear the null zone territory of negative mana energy, and the polluted land became its former self again. It became much easier to breathe in this area. The air became clean and fresh, and Kim admired the deeds of the goddess he would serve. The guy felt the presence of divine energy, which he could not confuse with anything, as if the goddess Riemann had arrived on Earth again. A second later, the goddess Riemann appeared before Kim Si-woo in all her glory. She was truly amazing. It even took his breath away. The girl looked around, noticing that the place was not particularly attractive, but she would definitely take care of changing it. She dimly saw them, her dreams, remaining on these lands. But now everything has changed, and her strength is enough to revive this land. She thanked Kim for taking care of the relic she had passed down from Eden through Leo Rumen, calling him a beautiful child. This expression began to anger Kim, Because how could one call this demon, dressed in a mountain of muscles, some children? He is a real killer. But Riemann decided to soften the situation and said that, in any case, she liked Kim Si-woo much more than Archbishop Leo Ruman. When the guy asked why she had come down to Earth, the goddess replied that she had a special gift for Kim, which she wanted to give to him personally. While the guy still didn't really understand what the all-powerful goddess was getting at, he could already feel the air around him getting much warmer. They, together with the goddess, approached the already green lawn, and the guy saw a small tribune, carved out of a block of some kind of stone. Looking at her, Kim understood everything. But due to the overwhelming emotions, he could not utter a word. He could not accept it as an ordinary gift, and the almighty goddess hoped that the dream left here finally had a personal place where it could stay. She was sure that everyone who missed this place would perceive it as a miracle. Then the goddess asked the guy to look back, and when he did, he simply froze in surprise and admiration. In front of him stood a beautiful, majestic temple. While Kim Si-woo was gradually coming to his senses, the goddess looked at him, smiled sweetly, and asked for the third time if the guy liked her gift. Kim not only liked it, he was in deep delight and was sure that all the followers of the Riemann order would also like this temple. After a few more minutes, Kim began to suspect that the goddess had visited Seoul not only to present him with the temple of her order. Indeed, she reported that the last demon king defeated by Kim, Lucifer, had transferred pieces of the souls of the other demon kings to a nearby dimension. And it turned out that the closest dimension is precisely the Earth. Most likely, its system allowed contact with an outsider, namely with Kim. Since the Earth is not under the goddess's jurisdiction, she cannot influence or control the course of major events here. Therefore, like before, she asks Kim to take care of this world and figure out all the details on his own, and she will help if anything happens. Within a few minutes, the image of the goddess began to dissolve into thin air. She was leaving this planet again, leaving Kim with a bunch of new worries. Well, since the guy completed the task of expanding the community, he can take on new things, and Leo and Minsu will help him. The system reported that the creation of the first temple on Earth brought the order of the goddess Riemann closer to making her religion the main one in this world. From now on, they will manage the temple as a whole team, and thanks to the interdimensional contract, there is the opportunity for significant expansion. The next day, Kim and Leo decided to show Minsu temple and have a short meeting about how they would proceed. Minsu immediately organized a presentation of the temple for his followers, not forgetting to remind them once again that it was all thanks to Kim. Si-woo appeared on camera and bowed politely, then introduced himself as the first awakened in Korea and the leader of the Riemann order. Immediately, a ton of comments about Kim's performance poured in online, and they were completely different. Some supported him, others hated him. Leo didn't understand what was going on at all, because there was no YouTube in Eden, and he didn't believe that anyone could have a negative attitude towards his high priesthood. Minsu then once again thanked his online audience and reported that thanks to donations from followers, they were able to build a temple in the Zero Zone. Kim also expressed his sincere gratitude to the people of Seoul who joined the order of the goddess Riem Young, as well as to Minsu and Leo. The guy said that now anyone can go to the app on their phone and get official permission to visit the Zero Point. Finally, filming ended, and the guys decided to take a little walk around the grounds and look around the temple. The most inquisitive subscribers of the Minsu channel decided to launch a drone and get a bird's-eye view of Kim Siwa. When everyone had already left, the minister himself appeared on the temple grounds, holding a bouquet of flowers. The man decided to congratulate Kim personally on the cleansing of the Zero Zone. Kim led the minister into the garden and showed him a small tombstone he had erected there in memory of those who died for this territory. The minister fully agreed with this wonderful idea and said that the good memory of these people should not disappear. The man suggested that the plaque be inscribed with the words, "Where dreams lie," and Kim completely agreed. Even though Riemann took him away from his normal life for 10 years, he couldn't hold a grudge against her because she had brought life back to the dead land, his land. Kim decided to reread the message online again. It seemed there were still many people who considered him a real scammer. Minsu was generally outraged. After reading some of them, he couldn't believe what else their team had to do to finally be believed. How can you not believe them? Because it was thanks to the goddess Riemann and the efforts of Kim that they turned the Zero Zone into almost a paradise. Kim just nodded his head, because this is exactly what a happy land in Korea should be like. This is not only his opinion, but also the opinion of the goddess. In order to fulfill the intentions of the all-powerful Riemann, he plans to open this place to the people and allow bereaved families to visit their loved ones. Minsu was confident that everyone would sincerely thank Kim and the goddess Riemann, It simply could not be any other way. On the way to the garden, Kim decided to ask Minsu about the so-called blue-collar guilds. Perhaps MitTuber could tell more information about them. MitTuber already realized that Kim had some new ideas. He had many acquaintances who were members of different guilds, so the guy promised to find out more information. The thing is, Kim Si-woo decided to find out more about the magical stones, because most of the magical energy of Ryman was absorbed by these stones, which gave them the status of saints. Based on this, it can be assumed that somewhere in the territory of the Zero Zone, there is a sanctuary in which a mine of holy stones is located. The guy had the idea to sell his merch because, using the holy stone, one could create holy relics, and thanks to them, the order would be able to obtain a stable source of income. While the boys were talking, Leo approached them, excitement visible on his face. The Archbishop announced that guests had arrived. A middle-aged man approached Wu and introduced himself as Kang Bin-soo, the managing director of the National Awakened Coalition. The man said he was glad to meet Kim in person, and that it was a great honor for him to visit the grounds of the temple built by Kim. The guy realized that the director of the coalition had something to talk to him about. Otherwise, such a busy man would not have come to this place just to look at the temple. Khan admired Leo Ruman's fighting abilities, saying that he would like to see firsthand how the Archbishop handles himself in battle. Kim joked that if the director decided to attack someone from the Time community, Leo could easily demonstrate his skills and abilities again. The director then said that he would like to pray to the goddess Riemann for stepping forward and clearing the territories that the coalition once defended. Kim just decided not to pretend anymore and asked the guest not to make a scene. He understood perfectly well the purpose for which the man came here. His coalition wasn't defending Ground Zero at all. They were defending the mine located there, and Khan was definitely happy with the state of affairs at the time, and he hastened to upset the man, saying that there were no more magic stones. Now they were holy stones, and at this moment, they were in the temple. Kang was sure that Kim received information about the magic stones from the Department of Ability Management, so he believes that the guy entered the 0 point to take these stones. For a guild alliance like them, magic stones are a key resource for growth, and Yi Kang is upset that Kim took them away from the coalition. The guy realized they wanted to accuse him of undermining the country's well-being, but wasn't it the alliance that was putting spokes in the wheels of the department's work, since the mines weren't working for the needs of the country at all, but for the benefit of the coalition? And Kim could have forgiven this man and started cooperating if he had started with an apology, but instead he brought destruction and dared to hire a criminal to kill him. But the man decided to act differently. He said that this time he had come for negotiations and asked to leave all discord in the past. Guarantees the Order of Riemann half of the production from the monostone mines, as well as access to their mining infrastructure. In addition, it donates money to the Order's account. But Kim abruptly took the sheet with the agreement and immediately crumpled it in his hand. Does this weirdo really think that some piece of paper will be enough to conclude peace? At first, Khan tried to kill him, and now he smiles in his face and brings some funny papers with fake contracts. But it doesn't work that way. This impudent and vile man angered Kim so much that Tak grabbed him by the throat and, while still polite, asked Khan not to play such games with him. He had not yet fully understood the tragedy of his situation and still frightened Kim by telling him that the coalition had the strength to resist him. And this was the last point for the guy. He lifted the man above his head and threw him away with all his might, saying that he had not been afraid of such scoundrels as the director of the coalition for a long time. Then the guy asked the man to leave and tell his accomplices that they better come here and apologize. Otherwise, he himself would come for an apology and would definitely get one. Following these events, the National Awakened Coalition created a team to investigate Kim Si-woo's actions. But this didn't frighten the young man, as the Riemann Order had attracted the attention of the entire world after the cleansing of 0 Point. When Kim arrived home, he found his brother in a less than ideal state. But he explained that he was working hard to launch the Riemann Order channel. Sion expressed regret that Leo no longer lived with them, but spent all his time in the temple of the goddess Riemann. The girl asked permission to visit the Archbishop. Kim agreed to take his sister to the 0 Point to visit Leo Ruman, but only on the condition that he had enough time for it. The sister, in turn, asked Kim not to consider her a little silly girl. She knows perfectly well that her brother is the father, and it was he who cleared the 0 Point. Inwoo laughed and reminded Kim that his sister also had a phone with internet, and that Sion also watched Channel Minus. Inwoo said that Sion, although small, is not stupid at all, and will support Kim in his endeavors in any case. Then the younger brothers said that their grandmother called and warned them about her return to Korea. She will be here in 2 weeks. It turns out that the department provided the woman with a private jet, and now everyone is watching her, so she is very angry at Kim for her popularity. The next day, the Goddess Riemann channel launched, and just an hour after its launch, they already had over 40,000 subscribers. The guys decided to check the comments, which were pouring in by the hundreds per minute, and had already accumulated more than 20,000, where subscribers expressed prayers for the fulfillment of their wishes. Leo Rumen confirmed that the goddess appreciates such comments, as she always supports those who give birth to their desires in prayer. Kim was also happy with this news. He had solved many problems of ordinary people, and was confident that over time they would have even more followers of the order. Suddenly, the virtual tablet beeped, displaying a message that Kim Si-woo had received another task. He needed to further expand the order. What was unusual was the realization that this message about the expansion of the order was sent to all players in the Earth dimension. The system also confirmed that special conditions had been met and decided to remove all restrictions from the Earth dimension, which was both gratifying and frightening. All players on planet Earth had to prepare for new serious challenges, but first, they needed to be ready for the coming changes. Here on Earth, no one had heard of any other players besides Kim who could use divine points. And now, he was about to summon 500 followers, like he did earlier on the left. The morning news wasn't encouraging either. A cataclysm had struck the Earth. In preparation for the world's transformation, a professor from a Korean university and a bishop from the Order of the White Radiance were invited to the studio. Among those who shared their faith, there were many players who successfully awakened only thanks to the blessing of their deity. Now that divine powers were available to many, the bishop was confident that religion would take a more important place in the lives of every Korean. Since the country of Korea has decided to recognize the Riemann order in these strange times on Earth, it would be only fair for the state to also recognize the White Radiance religion as an official faith. The presenters began asking how the awakening system of the Order of the White Radiance worked, and their representative replied that there was absolutely nothing special about their method. Everything is as simple and ordinary as possible. All that is needed is faith in their deity. The order does not require anything else. Kim realized that the true divine players from the White Radiance Order could not use demonic powers. It was out of the question. White Light constantly uploaded videos on their channels where they showed fights with demons, and they never claimed to be on the same side with the dark forces. The boy began to think further and came to the conclusion that he had never felt demonic energy from the followers of the White Radiance Order when he was in Guro. At first glance, this order seemed completely neutral. It did not use shadow schemes, but simply protected its territory from various types of evil spirits. This means that there are other organizations operating in the city that have nothing to do with the White Light, but are directly connected to demonic forces. The image of the goddess Riemann appeared before Tim Si-woo's eyes again. She, as always, appeared before him in a difficult moment. Kim was worried that the whole land was in some kind of chaos right now, and apparently some players were now divine type. But he didn't understand whether this was good or bad. What is divinity? It is not only a power that can be used by the followers of Riemann, but a power that makes it possible to create miracles. The stronger the faith, the stronger the deity. In turn, the stronger the deity, the more power it can bless its followers with. This is the law that works in all dimensions. Just as the will of players directly influences their magical abilities, divinity itself is closely tied to the strength of the faith of the deity's followers, and awakened ones can use this power to perform miracles. The goddess explained that the power of a deity depends on the level of faith it can inspire in its followers. A deity without believers will simply disappear. Kim realized that the Age of Order referred to the gods, but he wondered why there were no divine powers on Earth at all. Perhaps the system had imposed limitations on people's potential. He also didn't understand why the system hadn't simply removed all restrictions 5 years ago, but only allowed the existence and use of mana. Well, now the goddess replied that the time had changed, and now she blesses him and increases all traits by 1 level for a whole 90 days. In simple terms, the goddess is needed by Si-woo in order to preach his faith on Earth and strengthen his divine laws here. Well, Kim asked for a favor. He wanted the goddess to send more people from Eden, since the big guilds were already trying to monopolize the divine-type players. If Riemann does not send reinforcements in time, then Archbishop Leo Rumann's power will have to be exploited even more. So far, the guy didn't fully understand how he could best influence the era of order in his country and who he could attract to his aid. If the message from the system was sent to all players, then the dimension of the Earth is indeed expecting great changes. What he could definitely do well now was manage the Temple of the Goddess with dignity and continue preaching. But where to go next, he didn't know. 5 years ago, when he disappeared, North Korea ceased to exist as a nation due to interdimensional rifts, and according to Inwoo, it is now a true land of monsters. And now the system is notified that the orc tribes are near Pyongyang and are going to move south. A meeting was immediately scheduled, to which the main representatives of the guild were invited, including Choi Se-jin, who was only too happy about the new adventures. It was necessary to soberly assess the situation and come to a common decision on how to proceed further in order to protect our country. Much to Kim's surprise, Choi announced that he would not cooperate with the National Coalition, as he did not do business with gangsters. But the head of the Goblin Guild only pretended to be a carefree warrior. In fact, he had many questions for Kim regarding divine powers, since he was the one who wielded them best of all. Kan Binsu, who was also present at the meeting, did not like Choi's behavior at all, and decided to reprimand the guild leader. Kim, in turn, understood that the director of the Awakened Coalition continued to irritate the people around him and turn everyone against his team. Next, Kang decided to offend Choi by discrediting him in the eyes of the other guild leaders, calling the man completely irresponsible. It was clear that the leader of the Goblin Guild had no intention of listening to the accusations against him, so he became seriously angry and was about to start a fight. But Kim stopped the man in time, reminding him that they had not gathered here to sort out personal relationships. They had more important things to do. Suddenly, the door to the meeting room opened, and the Minister of the Department of Abilities Management, Yu San-ho, appeared on the threshold. Choi immediately jumped up from his seat and kindly invited the minister to sit at the table, saying that the politician was in very good physical shape. Then the minister decided not to joke and got straight to business, because they had all gathered here to discuss plans regarding the orc horde heading to Korea. Orcs were nocturnal creatures that operated in the tribe, and their capabilities were not to be underestimated. Also, usually orcs from different clans are hostile to each other. But now, for some reason, all orc tribes have united into one gang. This is happening for the first time since their appearance on Earth. Kim Si-woo guessed that, according to the intelligence reports, something was forcing the orcs to stick together. This had never happened on Earth before, but he had already encountered this in Eden. An orc born with the power to overwhelm other orcs is a true monster, capable of channeling the unbridled wrath of his brethren into a single force. Currently, the ruler of all orcs is the so-called Chung Jun-myung, and according to reports, this monster has gathered around 100,000 orcs under his command. Now it's clear to everyone why the country has been put on the highest alert level. The jokes are over, and we need to start fighting. What makes these monsters special is that they carve tattoos of their tribe on their arms. Intelligence already knows of 7 different tattoos. The Great Lord is far superior to any orc in all major stats. Kim has already fought one of those. The moment he appears, the Overlord destroys the tribal hierarchy, so the orcs follow him and soon swear allegiance to him. Khan was infuriated by the fact that Kim, who had recently arrived on Earth, knew much more about the orcs. Or maybe he was deceiving them and everything was not so bad. Kim decided not to be polite and asked Kang how much he regretted losing the illegally captured 0 Point and now losing in illegal money. Khan calmed down and said that the orcs had indeed become a great threat to the country, so he was not going to quarrel, it was necessary to act. Choi and Kim were burning with a great desire to just grab this impudent fellow by the throat and give him a good beating. He deserved only this kind of treatment. If the minister had not intervened in their squabble, a real fight would probably have broken out. But the man sharply asked everyone to calm down. Everyone turned to Kim Si-woo with one question. How should they act? He calmly replied that they simply needed to destroy the Orc Lord. But you have to understand that their team will also have to make some sacrifices to stop this horde. So the easiest way out is to kill the Overlord. It's all very simple. As soon as the main orc is destroyed, the rest will again begin to fight among themselves and their clans. Khan jumped up and called Sibu's idea pure nonsense because the Orc Lord was surrounded by an army of 100,000 terrible monsters. And even if Kim's assumption is correct, the Korean army will have to break through an entire wall of orcs to get to the leader. But Kim explained that it was not necessary to fight the orcs from the ground. One could bombard their army from the air. One of the committee members objected, saying that there was no guarantee that killing the Overlord would stop the monsters, so the plan needed to be carefully thought out. Kim realized that no one wanted to listen to his words, as they thought he was simply trying to gain publicity from this difficult situation. A representative of one of the guilds said that Kiev has no specific proposals or solutions. He simply wants to express his unnecessary opinion. But the guy just smiled and asked for a moment of attention, then announced that he would go to fight the orcs alone. He didn't need anyone else. He had heard that some channels were allegedly faking and inflating his strength, and now he would take this chance to unequivocally refute those claims. And if anyone has any objections, they need to be voiced right now, and if not, then just let them prepare a helicopter for him. An hour later, a helicopter descended on the office where the meeting was being held, and Kim was about to fly out alone. He didn't even want to take pilots with him, saying that he could handle it himself since he already had experience flying such devices before. Then the guy slowly walked around the helicopter from all sides. It seemed as if he was touching this machine and using his hands, transmitting some important information to the helicopter. In fact, Kim used the active skill of the House of Consecration and placed a powerful blessing of the Riemann order on the object for a certain period of time. The effect had to be simply mind-blowing, because even the monsters themselves don't want to run towards certain death. Simeon also appeared near the helicopter. On Minsu's orders, he, like last time in the cave, would have to film everything. Previously, it was impossible to film at the 0 point due to mana contamination, but now there will be no problems, except for the monsters themselves. Given the intense competition, it was important for Kim to get views for the live broadcast, so there was no reason to refuse Simeon's services. Then he can give the video a title like, "Single-handedly fought 100,000 orcs," or "Flew a helicopter to the Lost Lands." Kim saw that Simeon was scared. The guy was shaking all over, so he had to calm the young operator down and tell him that he was in the safest place next to his dad. Simeon even blushed and said that it was a great honor for him to fulfill this duty, and he thanked Kim for the honor given to him by being here. This situation made Kim Siwa a little nervous, as he felt that now was not the time to express gratitude and admire his father's deeds. After all the preparations, the helicopter suddenly took off and began heading towards the null zone. From there, they would see the direction of the orc army. The flight was short. Only Kim and Simeon were in the cabin, and there were only 5 minutes left before arrival. As Kim Si-woo had predicted, the orc army had not expected to be watched from such a great height. They were not prepared for such a turn of events. Simeon was simply delighted. He couldn't even imagine that he would be able to broadcast live the air attack on Meethub. The minister was also a little tense about the broadcast. He didn't understand whether the broadcast was helping to control the situation or, on the contrary, making things worse. But then the man calmed down a little. Remember that Kim insisted on the broadcast to prove his skills to Riemann. But on the other hand, if the awakened Kim fails this task, then the government will have to bear the burden of live broadcasting the failed operation. And if such a situation were to happen, the crystal-clear reputation of the Department of Abilities Management would be completely tarnished. Well, the minister believed that the department's work was already discredited. Its members were incapable of anything. So the situation with the broadcast would change absolutely nothing. It has been quite a long time since the awakened of the private large guilds surpassed the country's army in strength and continued to serve it faithfully. But the minister responded that the country did not have the strength to control the national coalition of the awakened, nor did it have the strength to avoid the coalition. He then turned to Donchik and asked him if he knew why each country independently classified those who returned to Earth. Returnees who are classified as disaster rank are people who played a major role in their worlds before their return, and they are so powerful that they can influence the world order. It is clear that such people are unlikely to obey local authorities, so the situation is becoming quite delicate. But the powers of those who return from a series of catastrophes can still be measured. But as for the anomalous returnees, their power is simply limitless. Therefore, according to the minister, conflict here is inevitable. This situation must be channeled into the interests of the country and the general population. That is, they will seek the help of Kim Si-woo to keep the national coalition of the awakened under control. Here, politicians are powerless, and in this situation, they simply have to trust the awakened Kim Si-woo and his superpowers. Judging by the comments under the live broadcast, many subscribers did not believe that Kim would be able to resolve this matter on his own. But Kim didn't care much about this. He had just arrived at the operation zone at that very moment, so there was no point in being distracted by commentary. Kim Si-woo reported to the central point that he had already managed to locate his main enemy, the Orc Lord. The leader of the army of monsters looked like a huge lump of meat. He held a bat in his hands and was in a very aggressive mood. To Simeon's great surprise and fear, Kim opened the helicopter's hatch and was about to dive down, right to where the main orc was standing. Kim then simply said hello to his subscribers live on air and asked them not to leave the broadcast until the end of the battle with the evil orcs. Finally, the orc army itself decided to see what was going on above their heads, and they tensed up a little when they saw a strange picture. A few seconds later, Kim had already landed on the surface. In fact, he didn't even have a clear plan. He decided to act instinctively. The orc leader was approaching him directly. Kim thought to himself that this monster was much taller than it appeared from above. But this did not frighten the guy. He had seen such an orc somewhere before, and he knew for sure that last time, the monster ended up lying at his feet. All that irritated Kim was the disgusting energy that was pouring out from the orc, and this energy was extremely hostile. It seems that orc lords do not appear by themselves. They are created by someone else's demonic energy. First there was a wyvern, then a lich and a doppelganger, and next was the orc leader. His demonic energy was definitely from Lucifer. He was the first demon king of pride, but now he is called the demon king of wrath. But the leader of the orcs decided not to listen to the stories of this strange guy. He had a clear order to destroy, and he followed it at all costs. Orc was ordered to kill Kim Siwa, no matter the circumstances. But he didn't think it would be difficult to carry out the order. Kim nimbly dodged the axe, which the orc leader wielded very skillfully. So far, everything was going as he wished. But the guy also didn't think that the orc would be so strong as to use the maximum amount of negative energy. He had to act deceptively and draw on more and more of the magical skills that the goddess Riemann had bestowed upon him, because the orc did not want to give up. The orc lord blocked Kim's attacks, much better than the guy thought. It looks like he'll have to ask the ranked hunters for help. But the chief of the monsters said that their work had already begun long ago, and now no human force could stop them. The war had begun. The monsters shouted to her army to follow him. Now they would show this arrogant guy all their strength. Sivu knew that he had to make a decision as quickly as possible. He had been told that demonic energy was related to despair of life, but this was even better. He will be able to get rid of the orc army and their leader before they become even more dangerous. Kim hoped that his subscribers would enjoy the video broadcast. He planned to get at least 10 million views from it. While the orc leader threatened the guy with cruel reprisals, he simply laughed and asked the monster to run a little slower because he wanted to take a photo as a souvenir. Kim allowed himself to joke about the army of monsters and said that their presence only spoiled the background. Besides, he has nothing against cowardice, because if you think about it, he is not a real warrior after all. The system is warned that Kim's skill usage is beginning to exceed causality, so some of their functions have been modified. Then the guy decided to use all his abilities and activated a special skill called the Holy Spear Tomb. This was supposed to help in battle. It all happened like in an epic movie. Glowing spears started falling from the sky like needles, and it looked absolutely amazing. On the other side of the screens, everyone was watching what this crazy Kim Siwoo was doing, and his brother Inwoo was no exception. The entire battlefield was strewn with glowing fiery spears. Everyone had to understand that they were equal before the face of superior power. No one could believe that former Seoul resident Kim Si-woo was fighting orcs in real time to save his hometown. He even forgot for a second that he was different from the rest of the inhabitants of Korea. He was awakened and even abnormal. Looking at your brother through the screen, you simply admired him. Even if you take the strongest heroes of Korea, Kim will still be stronger. He was proud to be the brother of the man who had already saved their city several times in a very short time. The orc leader fell to the ground and was no longer able to rise to a vertical position again. He was defeated. But Invu doubted that this monster was not pretending, because the boys saw how the orc moved his terrible fingers. Kim was also extremely annoyed by the fact that he couldn't take the life of the orc right from the first blow. It seems like he's losing his form. The guy wasn't happy with this state of affairs. Everything was fine, but he was worried about Riemann and the auditions so that they wouldn't be disappointed in him. Although everyone was completely delighted with Kim's actions, he was praised, admired, and simply idolized. Inwoo realized that Kim was very concerned about looking as cool as possible on live television, as he already had a huge fan base. Minsu broadcast that after the Orc Lord was defeated, the remaining Quarks began to fight each other, their armies falling apart. The Department of Ability Management thanks Kim Siwa, but the National Awakened Coalition remains silent, as usual. Inwoo entered the office, holding a phone with the newsfeed open, where they were already writing about Kim Si-woo as a national hero and savior. He was also interested in reading the news. People's opinions about his activities in Seoul were very different, and the guy could not concentrate at all. The system has notified that the causality limit has been exhausted, so Kim needs to hurry to accumulate all his strength and act further. In the command center, no one could understand what was happening now. It was like an exploding volcano that would destroy everything around. The minister now understood why the abilities of the abnormal awakened were compared to the use of the most powerful nuclear weapons. All this time, they underestimated the power of Kim Si-woo's energy. And now it became clear why he decided to stream during the battle with the orcs. Live on air, the guy greeted the minister and the department head Donchik, who was standing next to him. Later, already sitting in the car, Donchik called Kim and honestly admitted to him that he was simply amazed by the abilities of his subordinate. Donchik said that he was currently heading to China for negotiations and would like Kim Si-woo to look after the city during his absence. For some reason, Kim smiled directly into the phone. He was pleased that people like the minister and the head of the department trusted him completely. Then the guy glanced at the news and learned that a group of orcs, who had lost their leader, was heading north, closer to China. Immediately, comments started floating around about Kim Si-woo doing nothing in such a difficult situation, seeking publicity and hiding in a quiet place. He couldn't believe his eyes. Just yesterday, he had defeated the orc leader and done it live on air. And already today, the channel's subscribers were calling him a coward. Inwoo chuckled and also called Kim an ordinary Korean, but he didn't even want to hear such jokes directed at him. To cheer up his brother a little, Inwoo decided to cook Kim's favorite dish and fried some delicious potatoes. At the same time, Inwoo reported that he heard that the gate that the Goblin Guild had placed its bet on also had its own horde of monsters, and most likely it would be occupied by them. But Kim thought that circumstances were developing in his favor. Now he had to prepare the temple for visits from the Order's followers. It was a lot of hard work, but he got through it and protected the land from the onslaught of monsters, thereby supporting his allies. Now, when he looked at the status bar, he saw that the divine power limit had been exhausted and suspended for 24 Earth hours. According to statistics, another 255 followers of the goddess joined their order, but they were still a long way from reaching the 50,000 mark. While Kim Si-woo was dealing with the problem of increasing the number of believers, Archbishop Leo decided to simply go out to the people and talk about the goddess Riemann. As it turned out, after the horde of monsters, many people appeared in the city who wanted to become official followers of the goddess Riemann. Leo Riemann simply beamed with happiness. He was proud that their order now had real brothers and sisters on Earth. Kim Si-woo also decided to join the Archbishop and talk to the people, and he was received very warmly and friendly. It turned out that hundreds of people are grateful to Kim and the goddess Riemann for cleansing the 0 point, because their relatives and friends are buried here. Kim thought that it was for this very moment that he brought Leo Riemann to Earth, because he would make an excellent preacher. Everyone already knew that Leo was the Archbishop of the Riemann Order, and from now on, he would teach the followers of the Order the Covenants. Just in case, Kim asked Leo if he knew how to preach. He nodded his head, but complained that there were too many followers. At these words, he merely smiled and warned the Archbishop that from now on, he would have a lot of work spreading the laws of the goddess Riemann. But the Archbishop still couldn't put this information together in his head. He alone would most likely not be able to cope with such a number of people. Kim decided to calm his friend down and reported that the goddess Riemann had decided to send more people from Eden to help with the teaching of the new believers. Envu observed this whole situation and thought that he could also be useful in such a matter. He also knows and can do a lot of things. Inva was also interested in whether the Order had money. More and more new people were arriving and needed to be supported. The team will need a lot of money to live and properly manage the Order. Relying solely on MyTub would be too frivolous. The brother asked if Lee Kim would collect donations like other religions do, to which Siwoo nodded affirmatively. He had already made that decision. Then Inwoo lowered his head and decided to talk about what was bothering him. He told his brother that Zhen's education was very expensive and he had almost no money. At these words, Kim looked closely at his brother, then approached him and whispered something in Invu's ear, who was very surprised. Then Invu shouted that this was actually illegal because it was already a business, not a religion, or rather, a cult. Brother asked Inva not to be indignant and to be a little quieter. If Leo heard them, he would misunderstand their conversation. The guy decided to check the system, which reported that active construction of a lighting house was currently underway, for which 5,000 points had been spent. Then Kim led his brother to the House of Illumination, and Inwoo finally saw where Siwoo would produce magic stones. Inwoo smiled sweetly. These stones were unlike any other. They had many facets and emitted a pleasant light purple color. The head of the craft guild, Mr. Khan, said that this is a completely new mineral and they are very interested in starting to work with it. Kim was pleased with these words. The guy understood that cooperation with Mr. Khan would be very productive, and he needed to start work quickly. The man said that it was an honor for him to work with the Riemann Order, and that he could process 100 to 200 stones in one day. Both men had no doubt that each of them would benefit greatly from this collaboration, so they quickly signed the agreement. Invu was very skeptical about the situation. It seemed to him that this activity had nothing to do with religion. The master announced that he planned to create a piece of jewelry with the sacred stone. It would be a magnificent bracelet, testifying to membership in the order. Although Invu didn't approve of the idea, He said he would help advertise the decoration on the channel so more people would know about it. But if the Riemann religion were to sell these bracelets to improve health and well-being, it would look like a scam. Kim countered that their bracelets would indeed have the desired effect, they just needed to be blessed by a religious priest. Sivu told Envu that he could enroll his little sister in any educational institution in the country. He would pay for the full course. Envu gave in and agreed to advertise the bracelets. But first he needed to broadcast a live video of the priest blessing the jewelry. Since Kim couldn't use his sacred energy now, he spent it during the fight with the orcs. Leo will do it for him. In his mind, Envu had already begun to turn to the goddess Riemann with a request that she bring Kim to his senses, since he had already gotten quite carried away. A notification came from the system that an oracle had been sent to Earth from the goddess, and Envu was overjoyed at this news, as Leo would be able to rest a little. Riemann reported that she would send reinforcements to the ground in the same way as last time, but Kim was not at all pleased with this news. Sivu's magical powers were still blocked, and the store offered the purchase of a special role, the Commander of the Paladins. The only thing that surprised Kim was why the prices in the virtual store were so high. A Paladin Commander costs the same as a new building, but there was no way out. Kim Shiwoo couldn't let his friend, Archbishop Leo, die of exhaustion, so he quickly pressed the buy button. He lost 5,000 points again, but acquired an important player, the Paladin Commander, and the entire purchase took less than 2 minutes. The boy asked the goddess Riemann to tell him in advance where the gate would appear, so that he could properly prepare for this event. Without thinking twice, the goddess Riemann replied that the commander of the Paladins was already on his way to Earth, and Kim's eyes widened at this information. Riemann said that she was very ashamed that she had not sent help to her friends for so long, so this time she did it immediately. It was logical because the world was already plunged into chaos due to the strange gates and the dungeons phenomenon, so it was necessary to prepare to welcome the guest. Kim looked at the channel and almost fainted. There was a live broadcast of the operation to close the gate. Some girl was fighting with a monster. After just a few minutes, the girl managed to defeat the terrible monster, and now she stood and looked down at him. The department's warriors could not determine whether this red-haired girl was an enemy or a friend. They tried to figure this out. Representatives from different guilds immediately flocked to her. Everyone wanted to demonstrate their strength and skills in front of this fragile girl, but her skills proved too incredible. As the warriors approached, the girl jumped up and flew several meters above them. Then, from somewhere above, she shouted that the guild warriors had attacked her first, and now it was her turn. No one expected such a turn of events. Especially the department representatives did not think that they would be attacked from above. General panic began. Kim watched the broadcast and didn't understand anything either. This girl was performing real miracles, and before attacking someone, she winked at him. The guy wanted to ask the goddess Riemann what kind of performance this was, but Riemann cited being very busy and simply disappeared from the network. In an instant, the connection with the oracle was simply broken, and Kim continued to stand there for some time, like a pillar, not knowing what to do next. Finally, the red-haired one decided to introduce herself. Her name is Luna Leventon, and she is the third commander of the Paladins of the Riemann Order. She had always offered all the legionnaires to surrender kindly. Otherwise, a very sad ending awaited them all. Kim realized they were in a difficult situation, because Luna was considered one of the strongest fighters in the Order. Jokes with this girl always ended very badly. If Leo Riemann was called the Mad Dog, then Luna also had a nickname. In Eden, she was called the Blood Saint. She received this nickname because on the battlefield, the girl always found herself covered in the blood of her enemies. Her favorite weapon was an iron mace. The girl turned to Kim and expressed her joy at arriving on Earth with him, saying that she had already begun to miss Sivu. In addition to her basic combat abilities, Luna could also boast of her enormous influence in the Order of the Goddess, and in addition to strength and intelligence, she had a delightful appearance. In earthly terms, Luna could be called a real idol, and having such a girl on your team was simply wonderful. But Kim was now worried about something completely different. Why did Luna Leventon start a fight with the guild representatives? What did these warriors do to her? Leo replied that the legionnaires don't like strangers and those from other dimensions, which is why they were the first to attack the moon, which didn't lose its composure and launched a serious counterattack. The guy got really angry. He didn't understand why they couldn't negotiate like normal people and start a fight right away. They were positioning themselves as a religious community, not bandits. But the Archbishop filled Kim with the knowledge that it was he who had behaved this way in Eden, and taught all the warriors martial arts so that they could resist the dark forces. Looking again at the tablet screen, the boys saw information that new gates of chaos were opening in the Incheon area, and this was no longer a joke. Department representatives immediately appeared at the gates and tried to prevent the press from entering the area, explaining that a military operation was underway. But it was very difficult to get away from the annoying journalists. They all crowded near the fence and bombarded the soldiers with hundreds of questions. Kim decided that people should know the truth. The Daeho Guild was one of the most influential in South Korea, and not only had they embarrassed themselves during the stream, but Luna, who had caused a scene, had made it clear to everyone that she was from the Order of the Goddess Riemann. The guy was wondering what would happen if he appeared on the screens now. They would probably tear him to pieces if they could. But Leo suggested entering the barrier created by the Daeho Guild to stop Luna and quietly take her away from there, since she herself would not want to leave kindly. Kim was surprised by the fact that they could pass through. This meant that the passive skill of divine protection was activated, and the integrity of the barrier was significantly reduced. Luna continued her rampage, and near the gates of chaos, she had already managed to take the lives of many representatives of various guilds. But she had no intention of stopping. Kim thought for a second that this girl would look absolutely stunning if she weren't causing a real fight here. There were still some brave souls who could not calm down and wanted to demonstrate their strength to the moon. But it was all in vain. Leo and Kim watched the fight from afar. One of the guild representatives, an S-rank hunter, was still standing. It seemed he was the strongest. But to the great regret of the hunter, and also to the regret of the Archbishop and Kim, this legionnaire could not even touch the girl. Finally, Kim decided to intervene in the fight and calm down the insatiable Luna Levinton and the stupid legionnaire, who was one step away from death. It was necessary to stop this girl immediately because, as Kim believed, there was some misunderstanding. Finally, even the moon herself froze for a second and realized that the Pope himself, His Eminence Kim Si-woo, had come to stop the fight. The girl was very happy, and a beautiful smile played on her face. She bowed to Kim, saying that she missed him very much. Then Kim listened to endless explanations, apologies, and the fact that she had come to Earth at the request of Vic and the goddess Riemann. The warrior girl knelt down on one knee and lowered her head, saying that she was ready to completely obey the orders of His Holiness. It wasn't even noticeable on Luna that just a couple of minutes ago, she had been engaged in a brutal battle with the guild representatives and was throwing them aside. She didn't even catch her breath, and it wasn't noticeable that she was tired or anything else. It seemed like her body was like a robot. Kim decided to greet the girl, but for some reason, he couldn't smile as sincerely as she did. And yes, he actually didn't miss her. He didn't have time. The girl knelt down again when she saw Archbishop Leo Ruman standing next to Kim. She was also incredibly happy to see him. The situation needed to be resolved somehow, and Kim apologized for not being able to greet the guest as expected. She had to wait, but she did not waste her time. He delicately asked the girl why she had beaten the legionnaires to such a state, and how he would now correct this stupid situation. The girl replied that it was all thanks to his lessons. But life doesn't always go according to plan. But sometimes, unplanned things make the situation better. Kim overheard a conversation between the legionnaires who had fought Luna but remained unharmed, about how they should take some of the responsibility upon themselves. One of the warriors was indignant. He was not going to apologize, because they received an order to attack an unknown entity, and they were just doing their job. Another warrior objected, saying that it was they who decided to attack the girl first, despite several warnings, and that is why they should apologize. The situation seemed very funny, because Kim Si-woo planned to apologize in the same way, but fortunately, this was not necessary. It seems that the girl managed to brainwash the warriors during the battle, as a result of which they still had to justify and apologize to her. But Luna laughed again and said that she simply lacked the skill of brainwashing. She did not know how to do such a thing at all. Then the girl grabbed Kim by the arms and said that his muscles were too weak. He needed to do more physical activity, because leaders must always be in shape. Luna liked to call Kim brother. She believed that since they were all saints serving Riemann, that automatically made them all related. Then the girl concentrated all her attention on Leo Ruman and began to pester the Archbishop with her sharp and often stupid questions. On the sidelines, group leader O, who was the guild leader's right-hand man, apologized and was ready to accept any punishment for his mistaken decision to engage in battle with Luna. The girl turned her gaze to the young assistant of the guild leader and smiled slyly. She was really expecting an apology from the guy. He slowly approached, bowed his head, apologized, and thanked Luna Levinson for learning so much during the fight with her. Then the guy invited the girl to meet again, but not to compete in a fight, but simply to talk and learn more about each other. The girl smiled broadly and was clearly flattered by these words, so she gave the boy some advice on fencing mistakes. Kim immediately arrived and invited the boy to the temple of the goddess Riemann, where Luna Levinton would be able to teach him a few fencing lessons, and would do so with great joy. The guy's face turned red as a tomato. He bowed again and assured those present that he would definitely come to the temple of the goddess. In Kim's opinion, his strategy was working, and he was confident that in the face of this guy, he had gained another follower of the faith of the goddess Riemann. Upon returning home, Kim decided to check his channel's news. It turned out that many subscribers were asking for more information about the newcomer from Eden, Luna Levinton. The surprising thing was that almost all the subscribers considered Luna a very beautiful girl, and everyone also admired her fighting skills, a beauty that no one could deny, as well as the ability to defeat even the strongest of the Daeho Guild, made Luna a huge advantage for the Order of the Goddess Riemann. There was one problem, though, and that was Luna Levinton's disgusting and rebellious nature. This girl was truly intolerable. Arriving at Kim's apartment, Luna immediately pounced on Enro with her phone in her hands and asked him to cook her something to eat. Every time Kim rejected her attention in Eden, she thought that the standards of beauty on Earth were completely different. But it turned out she was wrong. Today, she saw that everyone around her was admiring her appearance, and the girl was incredibly happy about it. She decided to watch the video of her appearance on Earth again. When Kim asked Luna where she learned to use a mobile phone, she replied that it was all thanks to the goddess Riemann, who blessed her earthly skills. The guy realized that problems with this girl were inevitable, and since the goddess had blessed her with any skills, she would be able to control more than just the phone. And this scared the guy. Luna Levinton was only interested in one question. Did Lee Kim Siwoo miss her while he was on Earth? Because she missed him very much. You knew how to answer Luna's question so as not to evoke negative emotions in her. Of course, he was pleased that she appeared in Seoul, but that was all. If he tries to avoid a direct answer, Luna will simply continue to waste his free time. So the guy said that he missed Luna terribly and was glad to see her, and they also needed to go to the military base to find out if the girl's blessing worked on helicopters and planes. Afterwards, the girl said that when Kim left Eden, demonic beasts began to appear again in the northern part of the continents, and they even heard news that the Demon King was seen somewhere in the southern archipelago. Kim immediately became sad, because the guy thought that he got rid of all the demonic beasts. Now he understood why Riemann was so busy. Then a logical question arose in his mind. Why did the goddess send the moon to Earth if the situation in Eden was so tense? Well, the girl answered more calmly that it was her duty to help her father, because it was he who saved Eden, so there was no need to feel guilty. It was very pleasant to hear such words, especially when they came from a beautiful warrior girl. Kim even smiled with pleasure and thanked Luna. The girl suggested relaxing a bit and having some strong drinks. She really wanted to get acquainted with earthly Korean alcohol. Suddenly, Zion came into the room and quietly greeted the guests. The girl also immediately noticed that Luna was insanely beautiful. Inwoo, who entered behind Xion, immediately attacked Kim and started yelling at him, asking how he could have failed to warn him that Luna would be visiting them. The girl immediately called Enva a cutie, but Kim didn't like such words, because only little Zion could be called a cutie. At these words, Luna just laughed and said that Kim also looks very cute when she starts to get jealous. The girl smiled radiantly again and said that she was very glad to meet His Eminence's entire family, and also asked to call her sister. Envu didn't really want to call Luna his sister. He liked the girl right away and didn't plan on counting her among his relatives. Sion, on the other hand, was incredibly happy that she would have an older sister, because living with two brothers was quite a challenge for the girl. Luna promised the little girl that they would definitely become friends and spend a lot of time together, like real sisters. Kim breathed a sigh of relief. And so the momentous day had come when his family from Earth met Luna Levinton and Leo Ruman. I wished this idyll would last longer, but such things only happen in fairy tales. The demonic aliens were approaching Seoul again to turn the city into ashes. The soldiers were unable to defeat the monster that had appeared in one of the country's regions. They had to call for help from the Department of Ability Management. Choi Sejin, an experienced warrior, was at the scene, as he could not cope with this evil spirit. If this continued, the influential and popular Goblin Guild would simply be destroyed. So it was necessary to urgently ask the Pope of the Order of the Goddess Riemann for help. Choi shouted for the warriors to retreat and quickly informed the department, as well as Kim Si-woo, about the monster attack, while he would try to hold them back in the meantime. He considered himself an experienced warrior and understood that it was his duty to protect his team, and only then think about his own interests. The only thing that was needed now was to hold out as long as possible until help arrived from Dad and the department. At this time, many religions existed on Earth. But even those that no one had heard of before, such as the Order of the White Radiance, began to report players capable of using holy power. The Riemann Order began putting a lot of effort into recruiting divine-type players who chose Riemann as their deity. Luna Levinton thanked the new arrivals for being either a unit or simply a unit to the sacred order of the goddess Riemann. Kim was thinking that it was time for Luna to start training new members of their order in martial arts. Among the crowd of new arrivals was a boy named Song-woo, who had arrived at the temple with his father and was eager to meet Luna. The little boy approached Kim and Leo and, in a very grown-up way, expressed his gratitude for them dealing with the magical gate. Kim Siwoo looked for a long time at the boy who was praying and not distracted by anything, and thought that he would make a good prophet. The Order of the Goddess Riemann had not had a very long history on Earth, so Kim had not expected to see someone with such pure faith in the Order so early on. Leo approached the boy and asked him to say at least a few words of greeting to the parishioners, since they really wanted to see the Pope and hear his holy word. Kim, of course, agreed and read a whole sermon, which pleasantly surprised and delighted everyone present in the church. Then the guy approached the boy to get to know him better. He decided that he would not make false promises like other orders, but would act honestly. Instead of various deceptions and manipulations, they will teach the followers of the goddess and the temple how to properly use and develop holy power. His Grace told those present that he was not there to perform a miracle, but to show that he could help them. One day, I will be a miracle. If everyone adheres to the laws and canons of the religion of the goddess Riemann, then happy and prosperous days await the followers of the order. While Kim was preaching, several soldiers burst into the temple grounds. They immediately ran up to the Pope and said that they needed to talk urgently. A frightened warrior approached Kim, and from the tattoo on his shoulder, Siwoo realized that he was from the Goblin Guild. The guy immediately fell to his knees in front of Kim and began asking for help. He said that leader Choi was fighting monsters and was in a very difficult situation. Now Choi is in great danger because he is at the 0 point of Busan, and he may have already said goodbye to life. So the guy begs for help to save his commander. There are 3 0 points in the territory of the Republic of Korea, one of which was located on the territory of the temple, but it has already been cleared. There are still 2 left, the Daejeong 0 point and another one in Busan, which was the result of a major breakthrough. Right now, Kim, Luna, and the soldier from the Goblin Guild were heading to the breakthrough point in Busan, which was very dangerous because it was located in the center of the city. After they discovered that the 0 point was connected to dungeons located in other worlds, it appeared in Busan several more times, and the Goblin Guild was allowed to choose which gate they would explore. Closing those gates was not possible, as it would have cost colossal amounts of money and human resources, which were already very scarce. Experienced players should have noticed that after the announcement of the scenario update, such gates began to open all over the world, and they also opened in Busan. But everyone had already gotten used to this and wasn't too worried. About 2 days after arriving at the 0 point of Busan, the Goblin Guild started having problems. They received a message from Choi Se-jin from inside the dungeon gate, reporting a problem that even the highest-ranked hunter could not handle. Luna couldn't understand why the people of Earth rode in these strange carriages. She would also like to ride in one, but a little later, Kim noticed that the girl had become very similar to an ordinary Earthling. She had bought herself a lot of fashionable clothes and even cosmetics. Getting out of the car, Kim asked the soldiers to take him to the mentioned gate because he had to hurry to save Choi. They didn't have to walk for long. After a few minutes, they were already approaching the entrance to the dungeon. It was impossible to confuse it with anything else. Kim had a familiar, yet new feeling. He now understood why the head of the Goblin Guild had asked for Kim Si-woo's help. The boy and the girl approached the gate. They both understood what was happening now and what they would have to face. As it was, she did not want to admit what she was now seeing, but there was no other way out. Before them was the Holy Land of Heretics. Kim Si-woo had already sensed an unpleasant holy power coming from there, and he couldn't say anything good about this power. Things would definitely be difficult for them. It looked like they were in for a busy night, as a new gate of chaos called the Holy Land of Fallen Faith had been discovered, and they needed to go inside. The new task was quite difficult, but Kim understood that he would receive a huge number of extra points for completing it, so he only moved forward. The atmosphere inside was completely different from what he expected. It was neither like Earth nor like Eden. It was like another dimension. Kim wondered what the world would be like if someone had only one thing on their mind: devastation. The warriors explained that this is what the dungeons opened by the guild look like. Since it is a pseudo-space, the space here is much larger than one might expect. The guild warriors were interested in whether Lee Kim could quickly determine where in the dungeon their leader, Choi Se-jin, was located. The guy understood that if the local holy power was based on the power of the goddess Riemann, then finding the head of the Goblin Guild would not be difficult at all. But this place was controlled by a completely different order. Luna was also puzzled. She even stopped joking for a while and looked for some ideas that would help in the search for Choi. There were no active religions on Earth with such temples. The young people had never seen anything like this before, and the structure looked quite mysterious. Sivu thought that this was most likely the holy land of a god from another dimension, someone who no longer had a name. And the guy was absolutely right. This monster had long ago lost its name. Everyone had long forgotten about it. It decided to return. Kim thought that holy power is the power of a living being's true faith in someone or something, so it cannot exist without life. But why can holy power be felt in this place? And if they take this equation and apply it to the current situation, they will get the answer that somewhere here there is life, believing in God from another dimension. Well, the guy didn't have to think for long because terrible things began to happen in the dungeon. The young people were surrounded by ghosts with glowing eyes. At that moment, Luna decided to joke and said that when they were around Kim, their worst fears always came true, and she didn't expect anything else. With each passing minute, the ghosts became more and more numerous. It seemed as if they were hovering in the air around the temple, but were afraid to approach people. Kim felt like he had experienced such events before in his life, and he was right, because the first time this happened was 3 years after his arrival in Eden. When the endless battles and the relentless desire to return back to his family began to weigh on him, that was when the boy felt the worst. He wondered, just as he had then, whether an entity that was like a true god could simply up and die in an instant. Once in Eden, the goddess Riemann asked him if Lee Kim Si-woo could kill her, and then he remained silent, not answering his benefactress's question. Sivu was offended by the goddess for taking him away from his family for such a long time, and in the most difficult moments, he blamed her for everything. Then Riemann said that gods like her could only exist if people like Kim believed in them, and when they were forgotten, they died. More than 7 years had passed since that strange conversation, but Sivu still couldn't understand at what point such divinity ended. Now being inside the gates of chaos, he thought that perhaps these ghosts had failed to complete their divinity at some stage. Luna was a little worried about the situation. She had never seen monsters that emanated divine energy before. Kim always adhered to the golden rule that you can't judge a book by its cover. You have to get to the root of the problem. He remembered the goddess's words that they must show compassion to absolutely everyone, even to the monsters that were in front of them. The guy began to get confused in his own conclusions. He no longer understood whether this energy could be called holy or whether it was a complete deception. Luna Leventon was the first to come to her senses. She shouted that it was time to deal with these monsters, otherwise they would be able to get to the Earth. She decided not to wait for Kim Si-woo to collect his thoughts and began to act on her own, immediately using her mace. A little later, she finally asked His Eminence for permission to deal with the monsters using her personal methods. Kim decided to leave the monsters and the Legionnaire soldiers on the moon, and he himself went in search of the goblin leader Choi Se-jin. But the girl drove the soldiers away and ordered them to accompany Kim. She did not like it when strangers interfered with her during fights. Siwoo understood that it was simply useless to argue with this girl, so he took the guys and went to the very center of the dungeon to look for Choi. After walking a little further into the cave, the warriors suspected something was wrong. A crater appeared in front of them, and after it, Choi's traces simply disappeared. Given the size of this crater, it was clear that the battle had been fierce, and Kim could sense the goblin leader's energy here. Since there were no more tracks, Kim decided to leave the guys near the crater and continue alone, without putting anyone in danger. He categorically refused the guys' request to take them with him. Ordinary players cannot enter the place he was going to. It was too dangerous. The passive skill of Divine Protection neutralized the holy barrier, and it turned out that there was a subspace level in this gate. The boy warned the warriors not to dare follow him. He would find their leader Choi, sort out the problems, and return in a few hours. It seemed that Sivu had entered a space without gravity. The system reported that the boy had entered the holy barrier zone. His holy energy was currently resisting the distortion phenomenon, but it could still sense the presence of Choi Se-jin's energy. Finally, Kim saw the goblin leader, and he was not in his best condition. The man smiled and quipped that Dad was not in a big hurry. Sivu also decided to defuse the situation a little, and said that only desperate idiots could go into such a fight alone, and even joke about it. He then rushed to free Choi Se-jin, thinking that if he had been even 10 minutes late, the man would not have been saved. And all his vaunted best warriors of the guild couldn't protect their commander, which means they aren't the best, frankly speaking. Choi began to justify himself. He couldn't expose the young players, who had their first mission, to such danger, so he ordered them to retreat. Kim noted that one could only envy this man's strength of character and level of nobility, but now was not the time for praise. The problem needed to be resolved quickly. Kim asked the man if he knew who he was fighting against. Choi replied that he only heard a voice that ordered him to obey him and serve only him. But the man, of course, did not listen. But other players listened, and now Choi is asking to save not him, but those who followed the call of this strange voice. The Goblin Guild commander promised to give Kim his most precious possession, his life, if he saved his foolish boys from certain oblivion. Kim even laughed at such words. He didn't need other people's lives. Then Choi said that he would become his most faithful servant for the rest of his life. The guy was simply amazed by this strong, brave, and slightly crazy man. Since he was here, he had to save everyone. They would talk about payment for such a service later, but now it was necessary to move directly to action, which is what Kim did. The monster forcibly summoned the dungeon boss in the hopes that this would be the only way to deal with the situation. He pounced on the monster with a terrible cry, asking what kind of nonsense this cultist spawn was talking. How dare it brainwash people into trusting it? All the monster wanted was to make people heretics who would serve him. And all this for the sake of preserving his divinity. People from planet Earth, who have never encountered holy energy, cannot resist such a terrible force, and therefore succumbed to the monster. Choi shouted at Shiwoo not to dare kill this octopus yet, because it was unclear whether his warriors would be able to return to normal if this creature was killed. But the guy answered the goblin leader that it was quite simple to make people stop believing in the cult leaders and their gods. And he knew this method like the back of his hand. One simply needs to use an overwhelming amount of holy power to be able to erase their existence from reality forever. While the leader of the Goblin Guild tried to hold off various kinds of demons and ghosts, Kim dealt with their leader, and did so quite successfully. He encouraged Choi Se-jin, saying that there was only a little bit left. He had to find the root cause of the opening in the chaos, and let's bring it. After another 15 minutes of fierce fighting, Kim Si-woo finally shouted that he had found the holy artifact, which is a symbol of divinity. It was a solid birthstone containing the birth of a certain god, and then the core of the dungeon of the Holy Land of the Fallen Faith was discovered. As a result, with the destruction of the core, the terrible dungeon Holy Land of Fallen Faith was forever cleared. The task was completed successfully. Kim Si-woo received the promised reward for completing the quest. The holy artifact was upgraded, and he was able to use its points, which meant he could exchange artifacts from other dimensions for artifacts from the Remin Order. Choi Se-jin had been trying to bring his warriors back to normal all this time, as they were still behaving like real zombies. He needed them to wake up. An image of a little girl standing near a mountain of stones and asking to be allowed to be happy appeared in Kim Seb's mind. The prayer to the little girl never left the boy's head. Perhaps this was the very moment of the birth of the god in whom she believed. Finally, the warriors of the Goblin Guild gradually began to come to their senses. The guys did not understand what had happened to them or where they were. They also couldn't remember what task they were supposed to complete, and they were also frightened by the appearance of the guild leader, who looked, to put it mildly, shabby. He decided to make fun of the guys and pretended that he was on the verge of life and death, which frightened the poor warriors even more. Kim was amazed by the fact that even in difficult situations like this, the goblin leader did not lose his sharp sense of humor and continued to joke like crazy. Luna and the soldiers who remained with her did not keep us waiting long. They could not stand it, and, after waiting a little, went after Kim. The girl attacked his high priesthood with such force that she knocked the guy off his feet, but she didn't even attach any importance to this, repeating all the time that she was glad to meet him. She sent an urgent message that in exactly 1 hour, this dungeon would disappear, and all players needed to hurry and leave this location. Kim wasn't so interested in how the god of another dimension was born, but the fact that this place was once a holy land full of hopes and dreams was too harsh an end for them. Upon returning to the temple grounds, the group decided to relax a bit and have a proper meal for the last 2 days. Everyone was incredibly tired from the recent events. The leader of the Goblin Guild was in a great mood. Today, he drank to his second birthday and thanked his dad. Kim also managed to relax a little and let go of the situation. He also tried to joke and enjoyed listening to Luna and Choi's jokes. The Goblin leader thanked his father, because it was only thanks to him that all his warriors were able to leave the gates of chaos alive. It was only thanks to Kim. But the guy replied that he was just doing his job, freeing people from the cultist god's fight, and he would have saved any other player who was in the leader's place. A few hours later, there were about 10 empty bottles of alcohol left on the table, as leader Choi had been drinking heavily. Kim even reprimanded him because the man has many wounds, but he is not getting treatment, but simply flooding his body with alcohol. Therefore, according to the new task, a large number of deities must arrive on Earth, and they need to be ready to meet them. Kim had no doubt that among the arriving deities, there would be those who would not arrive in their dimension with pure intentions. Evil gods are usually those who bring destruction and harm to earthly mortals. But even in their fallen state, they retain holy power. Holy and demonic energies cannot be combined. So Kim became truly afraid of the consequences when they all arrived on Earth. A player from the Goblin Guild ran up to Kim. The guy was slightly excited and said that people from the Order of the White Radiance had arrived to meet with Dad. As it turned out, the internecine wars had no intention of ending, and the Order's representatives wanted to talk to Choi Se-jin. The leader of the Order immediately warned that if they were not listened to and began to attack, they would definitely strike back. The leader of the Goblin Guild did not keep them waiting long and stepped forward, asking the representatives of the Foreign Order why they needed him. Oddly enough, the leader of the White Radiance Order was quite peaceful and said that he was very glad to meet a hero like Choi. The guy introduced himself. His name was Shim Jin-yu. He was the vicar of the Busan branch of the Order, and he was here to prevent a catastrophe. And when the guy asked Choi to tone down the hostility a little, he immediately flared up. He was not used to solving problems peacefully. Kim stood there and watched the situation closely, deciding that he would intervene if the goblin leader started a real fight with the guests. As always, the situation was complicated by Luna, who appeared out of nowhere holding her mace in her hands and ready to join the fight at any moment. The girl warned the brave guests that they were not to be trifled with and that he needed to be polite to both Choi and the rest of their team, not to mention his dad. Kim felt a huge amount of holy energy coming from the new arrivals. Each of them possessed impressive reserves of holy power. Considering that the holy power appeared on Earth not so long ago, it was obvious that each of them was a sincere believer. Finally, the guy reported that they had information that a god of some unknown origin was trying to attack the Earth again. For some reason, Choi decided to joke about this situation and said that the representatives of the White Radiance are almost seers, to which the guy replied that there was nothing funny about it. Their god did not wish harm to anyone, and that was why he rewarded his followers with the gift of foresight. The goblin leader still couldn't calm down. Now he didn't like the fact that so many representatives of another order had come to the meeting with the Pope. The young leader said that they did not wish to quarrel, but only came to warn of the danger and also offered cooperation. Kim didn't like it. These people pretended to come in peace, but why was it necessary to bring so many representatives who possessed holy power? If he and Luna hadn't arrived at the dungeon in time, the goblin leader and his entire team would have disappeared in this mysterious place. Choi Se-jin, in turn, reminded the vicar that only invited guests were allowed to enter the premises where the order operated. The guild leader's eyes began to glow with an evil light, which meant that just a little more and a stupid, unnecessary fight would begin. Choi claimed that this brotherhood was encroaching on the territory of his guild, and doing so very openly and illegally. They have already confirmed that the abyssal dungeon has been successfully cleared. That's all. They can turn around and head back. To avoid the brewing conflict, the young vicar said that the conversation probably wouldn't work out, and they would come another time. The young man then thanked Kim for his calm and constructive approach, and then said that their diocese was very interested in his grace. Kim replied that he didn't need any extra attention. He had his own team and his own goddess, and he wasn't interested in other faiths. But the vicar insisted, and said that his diocese would be very pleased if his grace accepted the invitation and paid a visit to its leadership. The next morning, news came from both groups hated by the Order of the Riemann. The Coalition of the Awakened reported that the Order of the White Radiance would receive many benefits from it. Kim had imagined all sorts of things, but he couldn't even imagine such nonsense. An alliance between the Coalition and the Order of the White Radiance was not part of his plans. Now, Kim Si-woo had to carefully consider his next steps so as not to expose the followers of the goddess's order to any danger. Choi reminded him that after his salvation, he would serve his father faithfully, and suggested that he learn more about the Order of the White Radiance. Kim, somewhere deep down, already regretted a little that he had saved the goblin leader. Although the man was an excellent warrior, his obsession was already irritating. Choi Se-jin decided that it was now necessary to create an alliance between the Goblin Guild and the Eagle of the Goddess Riemann. When Kim asked why this needed to be done and what the main function of this alliance would be, the man was unable to give a specific answer. When Choi left Kim's office, his secretary immediately knocked on his door and smiled slyly. It seemed he had a new business idea. Sivu was right. because the guy suggested creating an alliance with the goblins, which would help them sell a large number of bracelets with the magic stone. But the secretary insisted that Choi Se-jin did not need to be told all the details, and that this vile man did not need to be informed of all the details of the deal. The boy also asked his dad if he was familiar with the activities of the company Yusan, which is the largest conglomerate in the electronics industry. It turned out that the secretary's grandfather runs the company, and his younger brother is the head of the logistics department. Therefore, if you need to sell something or carry out some kind of shady scheme, they are always happy to help. Since Yusan was one of the 5 largest companies in the country, this information was very tempting for Kim Si-woo. And the next minute, the guy said that leader Choi Se-jin is his younger brother and also a member of the Yusan family. This information made Kim Si-woo's eyes pop out of his head. This mountain of muscles is one of the richest men in the country and is even listed on Forbes. Choi did not deny the help from his family, but asked to note that he created the Goblin Guild himself without asking anything from his relatives. Kim already understood that he had to do business with such a person. It couldn't be any other way. So he immediately offered the man cooperation. No matter how you look at it, the Goblin Guild leader was the strangest millionaire Kim had ever seen in his life on Earth and in Eden. His Eminence decided to gather everyone in his office to hold a small meeting and discuss the most important current issues. Leo was the first to arrive at the meeting. Kim greeted all of his subordinates and decided not to delay for long and immediately move on to the main issues. No one had any idea what the discussion would be about, but everyone present was extremely attentive and ready for a constructive conversation. Finally, Kim announced his decision. He weighed the pros and cons for a long time, but now, as the Pope of the Order, he plans to declare the Order of the White Radiance their enemy. As the word heretic implies, one whose beliefs are at odds with their own, there were many gods in Eden, some of which the Riemann Order was even allied with. But then, in Eden, they had a common enemy, the Demon King, and they and the goddess fought this monster, combining their forces. But now the goddess claims that faith is born not from fear, but from loyalty, and she does not want her children to go through suffering. Therefore, the Order of the Goddess decided that coexistence with other orders, with the exception of some aggressive heretics, would be better for everyone. However, the heretics who harmed the ordinary inhabitants of the earth were silenced by the inquisitors of the Central Curia. And the goddess tells this story for a reason. Luna immediately became indignant. She asked, "Where is their headquarters? She and Leo will burst in there and wipe the floor with these heretics." But Leo was against such actions because it went against the teachings of the order. He who wants to be respected must respect others. A verbal altercation began between Luna and the Archbishop. The girl tried to convince the man and prove that these people did not deserve to live because they tried to kill the Pope. No matter how Leo tried to convince the girl, she still asked the Pope to declare a holy crusade against the heretics in order to destroy them on the fair battlefield. Choi intervened in the conversation and asked to join the Holy War. In his opinion, it was an excellent chance to destroy the stupid heretics. Kim was starting to laugh at this situation. His team had probably gotten too carried away and forgotten that they were a well-known religious organization. So Kim finally stood up and said that as the leader of the Riemann Order, he was only declaring the White Radiance Order an enemy for now, and no one was going to start a war. When only Minsu remained in Kim's office, he asked if they had made a hasty decision. Perhaps there had been a misunderstanding with the Order of the White Radiance. Indeed, the actions of the White Radiance Order were absolutely simple, but very suspicious to Kim. But they did not have clear evidence of their misdeeds. However, if you think about it, what would have happened if Kim and Luna weren't in the right place during the incident with the enemies in Busan? The guys understood that if this happened, the people from the Order of the White Radiance would not leave so easily. They would destroy the members of the Goblin Guild to achieve their goals. While Kim wasn't sure what the organization was, he became suspicious when it was discovered that they knew about gods from other dimensions. And what will happen if it turns out that the mysterious god of the Order of the White Radiance is that very hostile being from another dimension? Luna only nodded, even if they had no proof. But if His Holiness considered these people a threat, then the entire team would follow his wise word. Good Evening was somewhat confused. He was ashamed of his actions, because he believed that maintaining neutrality would be the best option for the future of his channel. The girl decided to cheer Minsu up a little, because he had nothing to be ashamed of. On the contrary, his caution would soon bring them great benefit. While Luna was calming down the MeTuber, Kim decided that he would no longer organize group meetings with Minsu. He was too panicked. He reiterated once again that the Order of the White Radiance is an enemy. They will cease all contact with it, including trade. The same applies to any organizations allied with it. Each member of the team had their own opinion on this decision, but in the end, everyone came to terms with His Eminence's final decision. The Order needs to recruit followers, so now it's time to actively engage in selling magic bracelets. Leo said that they still have about 500 of these bracelets in stock, so these supplies need to be sold as soon as possible. Kim decided to show the jewelry to Choi Se-jin, since it was through his company that they were going to distribute this product. This beautiful bracelet can help eliminate any chronic disease, and it also looks very presentable. But Choi wasn't used to believing words, even if they were the words of his father himself, so he decided to test the bracelet's effect right in Kim's office. The next moment, he took out his knife and made a small cut on his hand. Blood immediately came out of the wound. The bracelet was supposed to solve this problem. Having put the bracelet on his hand, Choi began to watch how the wound was healing, and within a minute, there was not even a scar left on his hand. The bracelet merely enhanced the body's ability to self-heal, and after the magical energy was exhausted, it would simply become a beautiful decoration. Choi said that this is an invaluable find for his guild, as these bracelets will help his team recover after battles. Increasing player survivability has always been a major challenge for any guild, as players often died even from minor injuries. The Goblin leader said he was interested in purchasing all the bracelets available, no matter the cost. Kim thought for a moment. He hadn't set a price for the bracelets, but he decided that this was a great chance to make money, so he named the maximum. He told Choi that it would be nice if the Goblin leader bought all of these bracelets. Each one would cost 100,000 won. Money was no object for Choi, so the man immediately agreed to the price and said he wanted to receive his goods as quickly as possible. As soon as he has the bracelets, he will immediately transfer the entire amount to the account of the Order of the Goddess Riemann and will wait for a new batch. Kim asked Lee if the price of this decoration was too high, to which Choi replied that it was even low. You can pay more if you want to survive after a serious injury. And then Kim decided that he would no longer be shy. He would significantly raise the price for the next batch of bracelets. Why didn't he think about selling bracelets earlier? If he had started such a business earlier, the guilds would have already made him a multi-millionaire. The men shook hands to signify a mutually beneficial deal and discussed further deals. After leader Choi left the office, Kim told the rest of the team about the lucrative deal he had made. Luna was amazed. It seemed like they had accidentally managed to solve all their financial problems in one fell swoop, thanks to the bracelets. Leo gave good advice. He believed that all the magic stones shouldn't be used to make bracelets. They could still be useful for other purposes. And Kim thought that they should hire a special person to manage their finances. Otherwise, they would soon get confused. Minsu will support Kim's decision, reminding them that their channel is also at the peak of its prosperity, and they really have a lot of money. After they launched a live broadcast of Luna's fight with the Great Tiger Guild, the channel's ratings were simply staggering. A person like Luna easily broke all records for ratings and views, because she was not only an excellent warrior, but also a damn beautiful girl. Soon, they will become much more popular than the Order of the White Radiance. They will soon simply crush this pathetic organization on the internet. Kim said that he was going to do a stream on the official channel of the Order of the Goddess Riemann, and on it, he would officially introduce Luna and Leo. It would also be great to show a live broadcast of a joint training session with the Department of Ability Management. This would attract new subscribers, but as soon as Minsu posted an ad online, something terrible happened. The department was attacked by unknown forces. Someone had decided to attack the department, and it seemed their intentions were quite serious. Kim realized they had another problem. On the roof of one of Busan's skyscrapers stood a man in a long, dark coat, waiting for a visitor. In his opinion, the situation in Busan had been resolved, and he was sure that they were all aware of the existence of a divine being from another dimension. The man guessed that there was someone on the 38th floor of the Ability Management Department who could become the new reincarnation of the Demon King, and he wanted to see him. He will grant him powers even greater than those he currently possesses, and he will reach a level that he could not reach on his own. Since the Order of the White Radiance was able to provoke Kim Siwa, it is now time for them to make their move. It dawned on Kim that the moment of the explosion in the department was broadcast live on their network. But that played into their hands. Riemann's followers loved that kind of thing. Minsu said the department was well protected, and this was the first incident in history where such a building had been attacked. This news was a real shock, not only for Minsu, but for the entire team. No one could believe that the department could be attacked by terrorists. The next moment, news appeared that the second building of the department was attacked by an unknown organization. And this was no longer a joke. Someone seriously wanted to harm the reputation of the department. A. Kim was very worried about the condition of Donshik. The department head reported on the phone that high-ranking Magic class players were involved in the attack, and asked Siva to help evacuate the civilians. But Donchik didn't have time to finish. He was suddenly interrupted mid-sentence, and Kim realized that the man was in real danger. In the receiver, he heard someone grab Donchik. Then he heard the man's phone fall to the ground, and the connection was simply cut off. For some reason, Kim was 100% sure that Commander Donchik was attacked by some woman. There was definitely feminine energy around him. Minsu guessed that it could be Lee Shi-he, a high-ranking awakened who always uses blue flames as a weapon. She is a top-ranking monster, a status she received 3 years ago. This woman destroyed an entire guild during a raid and then fled to another country. It seems she was the one who carried out the terrorist attack. For some reason, Luna was only pleased by this information. Perhaps the girl wanted to measure her strength with her new rival. Leo reported that there are some strange things. He senses mana coming from the second building of the Department of Ability Management, and this simply cannot be. Kim listened to his feelings, a little weakly, but he also felt Mana's presence. He and Leo couldn't be wrong. At first, he thought that the Order of the White Radiance was behind this entire terrorist attack, but when he met their people, he felt exclusively holy energy from them, which meant that someone else was involved. Leo and Luna decided that the most important thing now was to clear the way for His Eminence, and they should be the ones to do that. Both warriors knew they had made the right choice when they went to Earth. It had been a long time since they had stood in the front lines during a battle. Looking at this friendly couple, Kim was absolutely sure that they would clear the passage for him very quickly, and without any particular problems. The guy then gave an order to Menz, and asked him to help the department evacuate the area's residents. He also asked his friend to be vigilant and take care of himself. The upper floors of the Department of Ability Management were in chaos, with many injured employees in the corridor, all of whom needed help. An unknown girl with blue hair walked among the people lying on the floor, and a strange blue light flowed around her. The stranger approached Commander Donchik and looked at the man with disdain, saying that she was very bored. There was no fun here. If she had known from the start that there were only ordinary people here, she would never have appeared in such a place. Her partner said that there were more normal people in this building than awakened ones, but there were almost no government awakened ones who could compete with her. The girl reminded that their goal was to reach the end of sleep. They needed to retrieve the vessel from the confinement room on the upper floor. That was their entire task. But Lee Shi-he once again reminded that this was all too banal. She would like some kind of show or a normal fight with a worthy opponent. She didn't see anything wrong with being crazy because it was better to be crazy than weak. And all this was happening only because her partner was very weak. Then the girl picked up Donchik's ID from the ground and smiled slightly. It was strange that the department commander was not in the main building, but she was interested in something completely different. Since this man was the boss, he definitely had to know where Kang Che-ah was. Kang Che-ah was one of the last top-ranked hunters who served exclusively for the government, and Donchik didn't understand why this crazy woman needed the said player. Donchik said that he had no idea where the player was, and how could an ordinary government worker know information about high-ranking hunters? The girl clearly didn't believe him and threatened to kill him, but the man explained that most officials don't know anything about their department. Lee Si laughed in the man's face and said that then she had no reason to leave the department head alive. She no longer needed him. Donchik understood that this madwoman was not joking at all and was already prepared to say goodbye to life and find himself somewhere in another beautiful dimension. But then something unimaginable happened. It turned out that Lee Sia's flame had no effect on Donchik at all, and the girl could do nothing about it. Out of desperation, the girl said that in that case, she would take the man in for questioning. They had already attacked the department, so kidnapping a civil servant would not change anything. The guy reminded them that they didn't have any free time. They needed to pick up the vessel from the 39th floor, so it would be better to just take this man with them. The guy also said that Kim Siwoo was already right in front of the department building, and they had better finish all their business before he arrived. But the girl was only happy with this information. Suddenly, there was a terrible sound, followed by a sharp blow. The guy fell and let go of Donchik's hands. Leo and Luna appeared in the corridor. The Archbishop calmly announced that the Pope had ordered the killing of anyone who would resist. Luna laughed. She was just waiting for someone to start resisting so she could at least put her energy somewhere. Leo, as a true servant of the church, said that he would give everyone the opportunity to repent, but then he would still kill them. Finally, Lee Shi-he was able to see Kim Si-hoo's friends. The two of them had managed to get past all the warriors Lee had left on the lower floors. The girl's eyes were burning with a crazy fire. She was ready for a colossal battle. And of course, she was confident that she would definitely win. She began to accumulate her blue fire. It was so powerful that it easily melted any iron. Now she would use it on the representatives of the order. But here's the problem. The Archbishop and his companion remained alive and well. The blue flames simply had no effect on them. On the outside, Lee remained calm, not wanting to show her panic. She had never had to embarrass herself like that before. In response to the blue fire, Luna raised her hand and released a clot of divine energy straight towards the abnormal girl, who flew straight into the wall. She hadn't expected that Luna had so much power to deal with her blue flames, and now she just didn't know what to do next. Luna laughed. She had warned this impudent girl that her very first natural action should have been to distance herself. And why didn't that idiot who gave Li Shihe Manu warn her about how the holy power of other gods affected her? After so many years, one simple truth should have been learned. Holy divine power and mana do not mix well in the same space. And now Luna is ready to hear this stupid girl scream and beg her for mercy. But she will think carefully about mercy. Li Shihe's companion was simply taken aback. But she received a blessing. How could ordinary, high-ranking hunters defeat her so quickly? Moreover, this big guy in the priest's clothes has been pursuing them for some time now, and even the most trained warriors can do nothing about him. But there wasn't much time to think, so the stranger in the cloak went to the 39th floor to pick up what they had come here for. There was a special detention cell there. Before the detained awakened ones were sent to prison, they were brought here for investigation. Considering the circumstances that were not in their favor, it was important for him to obtain this vessel at any cost. His guys were already waiting at the entrance to the required floor. The guy understood that they already had the vessel, now they just needed to go back through the open portal. The team reported that some problems had arisen. The fact is that the emergency shutdown system had suddenly been activated. The leader asked if they had managed to find and take the vessel, and a second later he saw it himself. But it was in terrible condition. He felt a strong anger coming from the vessel boy. Now he needed to use the teleport scroll to deliver it to the leader. The leader sent everyone else to the roof of the department where they could use the magic circle and return to their reality. The leader simply forgot to tell his guys that he had prepared a little surprise for them, and they would receive it in a few minutes. The surprise was that the magic circle on the roof was a self-destruction circle. As soon as you entered it, a powerful explosion would occur. Only he and Li Shi should survive. But it seems that this arrogant girl failed the task and did not stop Kim Shiwoo's friends. However, right now, he needed to think about the boy on his shoulders, not Li Sika. If he could escape, he would take care of everything later. The Order of the Goddess Riemann remains an obstacle in his path, but he will do everything in his power to never hear from Kim Siwoo again, nor from his team. Kim Siwoo himself appeared on the villain's path, and the guy asked if the leader felt sorry for his men, who were about to explode on the roof, just so they could escape. Now Kim finally realized that the boy on the leader's back was the Demon King's vessel, which allowed him to summon the Demon King to Earth. Siwoo continued to laugh. These fools had wasted so much effort, time, and people, and it was all in vain. Suddenly, the guy on the leader's back raised his head, and the next moment began to behave like a real zombie. It turns out that the Demon King's vessels usually gain their powers by devouring their own kind. Kim was surprised that such a dangerous creature as the Demon King's vessel was kept in a department building full of peaceful people. The next minute, the King's vessel went completely wild and attacked Kim. Terrible claws appeared on his fingers, and madness shone in his eyes. The process of reincarnation of the Demon King took place. A mortal being close to the demons, influenced by the king, contributed to this. In order for the reincarnation process to properly begin, the Demon King's vessel must begin to show signs of losing its humanity. One of these signs was cannibalism. As the vessel commits evil deeds, it becomes more powerful. The vessel's regeneration was very scary. It looked like a real monster, but Kim wasn't afraid at all. This kid hadn't killed enough people to become a real demon, and it seemed like he couldn't even control his thoughts properly. The passive skill Will to Destroy has identified this target as evil, so Kim won't be surprised at all if this guy is facing a life sentence. Siwoo played with this boy like a child. He could stop him using only his left hand. It seemed to the guy that there was still a small drop of humanity left in this bastard, because holy power usually has a much stronger effect on demons. Kim told the boy that he should have run away when he still had the chance, but now everything was lost. But to his surprise, the guy turned out to be much smarter and more agile than he thought, so he had to use more force. The vessel could not calm down. It understood that the end was already coming for it, but it still did not intend to give up. The fact that this boy was the vessel of the Demon King motivated him too much. In rare moments, he considered himself immortal. The battle was too fierce. Neither side wanted to surrender, but both of them understood who would be the winner. Kim warned the boy that his fragile claws wouldn't even be able to scratch the Pope's holy barrier, no matter how hard he tried. Holy energy is the opposite of mana, and there was a significant difference in power between Kim and the vessel. And now His Eminence Kim Si-woo decided that the time had come to teach this foolish and arrogant boy a good lesson. Without any hesitation, Kim walked straight up to the vessel and lifted it above the ground with one hand. The vessel had already stopped resisting. It didn't have the strength for it. A strange purple energy enveloped the entire body of the vessel from head to toe, giving the impression that it simply wanted to strangle it. The vessel had to choose an opponent according to his strength. This guy never learned anything after Kim beat him in Eden. He still has to get to the Demon King, because he will not forgive him for the death of his vessel. But this will happen sometime later. With the increase in the level of holy power, the passive skill of Holy Fire was activated, and it was this skill that Kim used to deal with the vessel. Standing outside the department building, Leo Ruman watched as the mana began to gradually dissipate, meaning that Kim Si-woo had solved the problem. Using the divine energy of the goddess Riemann, Kim made it clear to all the dark forces that over time, they themselves would become the cause of their own downfall. Leo decided to go up to Kim's floor and tell him that he and Luna were able to stop those heading to the roof, and also deactivate the dark magic circles. The magic circle used the human body to trigger a powerful explosion. If they hadn't stopped them in time, the explosion would have destroyed the entire building. It turned out the Demon King was too cruel. Leo also remembered the battle with the Demon King in Eden, an event that was hard to erase from memory. Kim poured out some ash from his palm, which contained a particle of the reincarnation of the Demon King of Wrath. This was a way to summon Satan into this world. The second edition of the Department of Ability Management was attacked precisely because of this, because of the reincarnation of the Demon King. Leo's eyes widened. The reincarnation of the Demon King appeared. Then this means only one thing. There are many demon followers here on Earth. Reincarnation acts like a prophet of a religious order, and people, due to their inexperience, can often confuse a believer with a demon. There are only 7 demons, and Satan is just one of them. First the Order of the White Radiance, now the followers of the demons. In any case, Kim will need to find them all. Therefore, Kim began to question the Archbishop in great detail about whether any of the attackers remained alive, and if so, they needed to be interrogated. Leo replied that they managed to capture about 70% of the attackers, while the rest said goodbye to their lives due to the fragility of their bodies. Kim Si-woo once again reminded the Archbishop that he is a religious person and cannot simply take and break his enemies in half. The guy hoped that Luna Leventon had also managed to capture at least a few dozen prisoners, and it was also suspicious that the girl was nowhere to be found. But as soon as Kim remembered about Luna, she immediately appeared in the corridor of the building, carrying the well-known Lee Shi-hee on her shoulder. Coming closer, the girl simply threw the Lee on the floor, like a doll, and said that she had brought the boys an interesting gift. Lee Si was the one Kim had been looking for a long time, because she was a real magician. The guy still didn't believe that Luna was able to catch her. The girl lost her parents because of the magicians. If Lee Si-ha had disappointed her in battle, she would have been killed. Kim Si-woo thanked the girl for a job well done, and she only nodded and said that it was fun and not at all difficult. She was generally interested in engaging in combat with a representative of the magical world. As a result, Luna turned out to be much stronger. Donshik finally joined the boys. He was a little battered, but very happy, because his life had been saved again. The head of the department thanked Kim personally for the fact that the guy responded correctly and arrived with the team to the scene of the incident on time. But Kim replied that there was no need to thank him because it was all the goddess's blessing, and nothing would have happened without the Order members' faith in her power. Donshik just doesn't realize yet that his faith in the goddess is so strong that it allows him to perform miracles around him. Li Shi, who was lying on the floor, began to move. Then the girl began to make some strange sounds. At first, no one could understand what she was talking about. When the boys listened, they realized that Lee had not given up hope of killing all the representatives of the faith of the goddess Riemann, because he considered them to be real weaklings. She asked them to stop getting in the way of the purifiers, because religious fools like the heirs of Riemann won't be able to stop them. They simply don't have a chance. Kim just laughed in the girl's face. How can some stupid group of bandits call themselves cleaners? It sounds really funny. Luna couldn't take it anymore. She grabbed this crazy woman and threw her with such force that she didn't even have time to realize what had happened. Kim shouted that he wanted to ask this girl about many more things concerning the Demon King, but Luna said that she really wanted to teach this fool a lesson. The guy thought that Luna reminded him of someone very much, someone he knew well, whose name was Choi Sejin. When Li Shi came to her senses a little, Kim asked a question. He was interested in who the purifiers were and what their true goals were. The response was immediate. Their target is civilians without abilities and players who do not use abilities. The girl said that they don't need rabble who can't use abilities. There is no need for such people in the current world. That is why they call themselves purifiers. They were chosen. That is why they are the best in all dimensions. It was too unpleasant to listen to. These people have no problem sacrificing those who are weaker and cannot awaken their abilities. Kim even felt sorry for this group of sick and pathetic fanatics who simply developed a superiority complex. Donshik guessed that there was a spy in the department, since these villains somehow found out that the Demon King's reincarnation would take place here. The prisoner on the 38th floor was named Pak Sukhoi. He was 16 years old, and he awakened last May. Around the same time, he attacked and killed 2 other awakened academy students. They say this kid is already guilty of a lot of other crimes. The department got him just 2 days ago, after it became clear that a regular prison wouldn't hold him. That's probably when the information leaked. In Kim's opinion, this boy should have received a life sentence in a prison for awakened people. But someone influential stood up for him. The order planned to tell the people that a prisoner on the 38th floor had been attacked, which would be a real sensation. There was no way back for the Demon King's vessel. It was up to Donshik to take over. But he had absolutely no idea what to do with the boy who had become the Demon King. Then it turned out that Li Siha had lost consciousness. Ilona did not know what to do with this girl, but Kim suggested taking her hostage. They will take all the hostages to the temple of the goddess Riemann, and there they will officially interrogate each one. Finally, the minister himself got in touch and was informed that demons, or forces influenced by them, were behind this entire operation. It was hard for absolutely everyone to believe this, but Kim Si-woo himself suspected that this was the real truth. 5 years ago, after the discovery of interdimensional rifts on Earth, absolutely everything became possible. So now we shouldn't be surprised by such events. The minister said that they accepted this and continued to adapt, and those who could not simply became dust. And this also applied to him. Who was surprised that a man without abilities adapted so well to the era of change? He has a certain aura that is very suitable for the position of minister. It was people like the minister who made the superiority complex of stupid terrorists seem even more ridiculous to Kim. The boy then told the man that their order was planning to interrogate Li Shihe, one of the terrorists who had participated in the recent attack. Then Kim was silent for a bit. He didn't know how to voice his most important request to the minister. It was too important and too delicate. From now on, if the Ability Management Department received information related to demons or the Demon King, it would request that such information be shared with the Order. The minister was not opposed to such commitments, but warned that organizations might ask for information about the Riemann Order in return. Who agreed to such a deal? If anyone has information about the reincarnation of the Demon King, then let that someone know that the Riemann Order will always help in times of need. Maybe this way, Kim Si-woo can get information before the problem gets too bad. The minister promised to monitor the situation, but since helping the Order could cause unnecessary rumors, they plan to find another way to solve this problem. It seems that the negotiations with the minister were constructive and quite positive for the Order of the Goddess Riemann, Kim. This calmed them down a little. Then the guy decided to call Luna and ask the girl how the interrogation of the terrorist Li Shihe was going. Information has surfaced online that a recent terrorist attack by supernatural forces on a department building resulted in 12 deaths and 52 injuries. Kim thought that they were just lucky that filming was going on all this time. It was amazing how they managed to minimize the number of casualties, and the goddess Riemann knew about it. The guy stopped for a minute and tried to mentally call his patroness into conversation. He concentrated all his energy and sent it to Eden. But Kim never received an answer. Perhaps the goddess Riemann had much more important matters to attend to at that time than those taking place in Seoul. Upon reaching the interrogation room, Kim learned that Li Sihe was already ready to cooperate with the Order of the Goddess. Although she knows how to use magic with invested mana, she couldn't say anything useful. The one next to her, the Masks, is the leader of the team. Kim told the girl that her partner had been eaten by the reincarnation of the Demon King, so she had better be more cooperative and tell the whole truth. Illy mentioned that she received her abilities abroad, most likely in China. There is a group from which the Purifiers came. They have supernatural abilities, but their names are not given. Luna was sure that even the heads of departments did not know the location of this group, and the girl was ready to search. But Kim did not support the girl's decision at all. He could not imagine how she could cross the borders of neighboring countries with weapons in her hands. Leo recalled that the three East Asian countries are always wary of each other, and they cannot physically travel there. Kim made a decision that until they were called, they would be unable to do anything, because people like him were equated with nuclear weapons. And if they crossed the border, it would lead to a real war. Luna continued to protest. She didn't understand why they couldn't raze everything to the ground and thus get to another country. All hope was on the Archbishop. He was the one who could somehow influence the train of thought of this fearless red-haired fury. Kim looked closely at Li Shi, who was pretending to faint again, but was actually listening attentively to her friend's conversation. The guy told the terrorist that from now on, all her superpowers would be eliminated, and she would be handed over to the department. She did not expect such a cruel decision towards herself, because Kim is the leader of a religious order, so he should be able to forgive. The system reported that due to the effect of the will to destroy evil, player Li Shi will be judged fairly, meaning he will lose his system rights. She told Kim that people without abilities are not needed on this earth. Well, now she herself will have to go through all this. Silly Li Shi still couldn't believe that Kim wasn't joking at all. He couldn't do that even to his enemies, since he was considered a dad. But gradually, her terrible world plunged into impenetrable darkness and collapsed into small, dark pieces. And then only the abyss awaited her. Leo complained that he had much more work on Earth than he had in Eden. First the Order of the White Radiance, and now the Purifiers. Kim couldn't even argue with his friend. If they continued to clash with various countries and organizations in their current state, the Order would have problems. They definitely need to increase their influence. Soon the Order will have candidates for priests and knights. When the time comes, Luna will teach the knights and Leo will take care of the priests. In order for more people to join the Order, something is needed that will significantly accelerate the growth of forces. I wonder if it is possible to obtain something like this through abilities or items. If you think about it, there's that artifact that the team received for defeating the god of another dimension. For some reason, everyone forgot about it. By using the Summon Holy Artifact command, the Order will be able to summon one random artifact to the ground, but the system will choose it itself. The Order of the Goddess Riemann had many holy artifacts, but they were essentially useless, and Kim would really like to get something worthwhile this time. So the guy turned to the team and urged them to immediately start praying to the goddess so that she would take pity on them and send them a normal artifact. All three of them really hoped that the prayer would work and that the goddess Riemann would finally pay attention to them and take pity on the poor man. Finally, Kim pressed the button to select an artifact and really hoped that he would get at least the Covenant Bracelet, which contains the power of the Pope, but not some nonsense. The goddess hadn't helped him for a long time, and the guy really hoped that at least this time she wouldn't joke and would do what he really asked. The system reported that another artifact had been sent to Earth, and a branch of the beginning, which looked like an ordinary stick, fell into Kim Si-woo's hands. Luna even asked Kim what kind of toothpick it was, and how they could use it to fight the dark forces. Leo reported that he felt some holy power coming from the branch, but it was too little, so the artifact was unlikely to help them much. But the next moment, a bright and very strong energy glow began to emanate from the branches, and Leo realized how wrong he was. The Archbishop immediately fell to his knees and began to pray to the goddess for showing her kindness and sending them a branch of beginning to the earth. As it turned out, this precious artifact, which the Order possessed, disappeared about 500 years ago, and even the most experienced players could not find it. In the distant past, when Riemann first appeared in Eden, she promised the mortals peace and prosperity in exchange for their faith, blessing them with one great tree. Later, this tree became the sacred plant of the Order of the Goddess Riemann, and thousands of people came to it to pray. But one day, about 500 years ago, the Demon King's forces burned the sacred tree during a war, and due to the suddenness of the disaster, everyone could only watch it burn. The tree's defenders tried to put out the fire, but were unable to. However, one brave warrior broke off a still-living branch of the sacred tree, and here it is, the beginning. The sacred tree will purify the holy energy of the nearby land and make it more saturated, as well as increase the regeneration of all those nearby. They say that it was precisely because of this effect that she was once stolen by thieves who managed to get into the sacred place. Now the branches returned to the Order of the Goddess, and it needed to be planted in the garden near the temple. It was necessary to find a suitable place. They walked around the building for a long time, until they found what they considered to be the most beautiful place for such an artifact as the beginnings. Since Riemann had the gift of foresight, perhaps she knew that this was exactly what would happen. Kim could not resist it. As soon as the branch was placed in the ground and watered, something incredible happened. An energy column formed around it, which went straight to the sky, and just an hour later, A small tree grew from a simple, ordinary branch, which also emitted energetic light and no longer looked like a strange stick. Now Leo understood why this tree was called sacred, even though it was still just a sapling. But the archbishop remembered that there had been some mention of a certain holy beast that would guard the sacred tree. And this beast finally appeared. It was a huge white cat with a fluffy fur coat and big blue eyes. The animal looked quite nice. Luna assumed that this cat must be the holy beast, and she liked this option. The system notified Kim that the holy beast had recognized him as its master, and that he would now grow alongside the sacred tree. In other words, the sacred tree will grow along with the order. And that's great. And you can take the cat home with you. Inwoo and Shion had always talked about wanting a cat, but both were allergic to cats, and Kim hoped that the sacred animal wouldn't cause allergies. They come to the temple every day anyway, so there won't be a problem if the cat goes with them there and back. The system sent a message again, stating that 10,000 points had been used to purchase the Paladin Barracks building, thus unlocking the Apprentice Paladin rank. There was no point in waiting any longer, so Kim informed the team that they would begin training knights and priests today. They no longer have time to rest. They need to develop and advance the order, and Kim's workday has come to an end today. He waved to his friends, hugged a white fluffy cat, and headed towards the exit of the temple grounds. On the way, the boy decided to call his brother and sister and tell them that a very pleasant, soft, and fluffy surprise was waiting for them at home. But Inwoo got ahead of him and said that they also had a huge surprise. Or, to be precise, their grandmother was already on the plane and flying to Seoul. The attention of all subscribers was drawn to a certain huge-looking building located in the independent city of Sijeon. On one of the floors, two men were talking about the appearance of a disaster-rank monster called Yamato Orochi near the shores of Miyagi, and the urgent need to send their awakened one there. One of the men countered that a disaster-class monster had appeared on foreign soil, and it was very strange that they were the ones being asked for help. His interlocutor replied that America was planning to send Aiden Howard, known by the pseudonym Barbarian, to carry out the operation. He was a terrible warrior who had seen a lot on his path, who returned to Earth 3 years ago and spent 12 years in continuous battles. After the anomalous awakened rank was introduced, charlatans began appearing all over the planet, and Howard challenged anyone who called themselves an anomaly to a fight. Those who, in their frivolity, lied about their rank were immediately destroyed by the Barbarian. It turns out that the Americans requested Varvara, Japan requested Kim Seva, and now they want to probe the first Korean anomalous awakened. And no one will probably ask the opinion of these two appointed people anymore. The government has decided everything for them. Unlike China or America, they had no way to control Kim Si-woo, so they decided they just had to ask directly. If you can't control it, you have to make a deal. So the man decided that he had to personally visit his dad. The minister had ample reason to say that he simply wanted to express his gratitude to the hero who defended his people. One of the staff members asked the minister who he thought would win if Aiden Howard fought Kim Si-woo. Without thinking, he replied that, in his opinion, without any doubt and by a large margin, the Pope of the Riemann Order would win. Kim finally got home and for once decided to just lie on the sofa and watch TV. He heard that yesterday a national disaster rank monster had suddenly appeared on the shores of Japan. It was called Yamato Orochi. The Japanese government announced an emergency evacuation of coastal areas and sent requests for assistance to neighboring countries. America has already sent Aiden Howard to Japan. But all experts say these events gave the US government an opportunity to test Kim Si-woo's true abilities. The guy even lost his appetite. Inwoo assumed that since the head of the department hadn't called Kim, everything was fine for now. But Kim wouldn't be the Pope of the Holy Order of the Goddess if he wasn't sure that he was starting to have new, serious problems. To somehow calm down, he called the cat, whom he called Snowball, to him and began to gently stroke him. The animal quickly settled into the apartment, and now each family member fought to ensure that the cat slept in bed with them. Inwoo was incredibly pleased that this sacred cat did not cause an allergic reaction in either him or his sister. The cat could even eat from the same plate with the children. He was allowed to do this because he was a sacred animal. Kim told his brother that, if necessary, the animal could protect them, because the cat was capable of dealing with any awakened being weaker than Si-woo's rank. Because of all these events, the guys forgot about the main thing. Their grandmother was already on her way to Seoul. They would need to meet her properly. Inwoo immediately warned that he would be at work. The channel requires a lot of attention, so the meeting with the grandmother is left to Kim. To prevent his brother from changing his mind and forcing him to go to the airport, Inwoo decided to quickly run away from home to work. Kim noticed that after he returned to Earth, his brother became much happier. His eyes began to sparkle with joy and optimism again. It must have been very difficult for him, taking care of his grandmother and sister alone. But when she returned, there would be too little space left here, so he had to prepare to move. He quickly got ready and went down to the car to go to the airport to pick up his grandmother. But a surprise was waiting for him at the entrance. Downstairs stood the head of the department and a bunch of other strange people, and they were all waiting for Kim Siwa. Donchik said that they could take Kim's grandmother home themselves, and the guy shouldn't worry about such trifles. He realized that he couldn't refuse. Donchik and his escort team would go with him to the airport. The car that Donchik arrived in looked quite strange, probably because it was super armored. Kim laughed and said that, judging by the car, there must be at least the country's president inside. And the guy wasn't mistaken. The current president of the Korean people, Ji Shin-woo, was indeed sitting in the back seat. Kim was speechless for a few seconds. He had expected anyone but the country's president, the man who occupied the highest position to which an official could be elected. Ordinary people can only dream of meeting the president. But Kim even managed to ride in the same car with him on the way to the airport. Kim understood that this whole situation was definitely not a coincidence. There were suspicions that it would somehow be connected with Japan. Indeed, the president himself said that their meeting was not accidental, and it would be good if as few people as possible knew about it. The president proved to be a very friendly and simple person, and thanks to his interesting sense of humor, he was able to gain the support of a wide range of civil servants. The man briefly explained what Kim already knew from the news. The Japanese government needed help from the Korean side. The US government asked Korea to include the awakened Kim Si-woo in the list of soldiers they should send as reinforcements. But according to the law of the country of Korea, an abnormal awakened can only be mobilized within the territory of his country of residence. It was clear that Kim was legally barred from participating in other countries' operations, but now the president is asking him to do just that. The president announced that the United States sent its awakened Aiden Howard, who is called the Anomaly Reader. If Kim Si-woo can defeat this player in battle, then he will rightfully be called one of the strongest anomalies in the world, approved by the US government. This was even to Kim's advantage, as he knew perfectly well that his channel was watched by thousands of foreign viewers. The president encouraged Kim, saying that the monster had no chance since the two strongest players on Earth were heading towards him. The president is also confident that the final victory will be achieved by the representative of Korea, Kim Si-woo, who will definitely destroy the barbarian. He turned to Kim because politics and religion have historically gone hand in hand, because both derive strength from the approval of the people. After the death of her grandfather, Kim's grandmother began to actively travel around the world. What else could she do? When Kim found out about this, he was seriously scared, wondering how his grandmother could wander around the world on her own at that age. But when the woman heard about the death of her grandchildren's parents, she immediately returned to Korea to take care of the children. As he waited for the plane to land, vivid childhood memories associated with his beloved grandmother came to mind. The woman always told him that their family had a real talent for getting into all sorts of trouble. She also taught her grandchildren to never give up, saying that even the most difficult problem has a solution. In other words, Kim's grandmother was a truly unique person. If she decided to fly to the USA, nothing could stop her. In her youth, she took care of her grandfather after the accident with her parents. She took care of chemistry and the younger ones. She was always a busy person. While the guy was thinking, the grandmother finally appeared at the end of the corridor. She looked simply stunning, and Kim didn't immediately recognize her. She quietly approached the guy and said hello. Kim felt goosebumps run down his spine when he heard such a familiar and forgotten voice. But Grandma decided not to get sentimental. Extra tears and emotions were completely unnecessary. They had finally met, and everything would be as before. The woman even took off her sunglasses to get a better look at her grandson, whom she had not seen for more than 10 years. After this, the woman gave her grandson a good slap on the back of the head and said that it would have been possible to convey at least some message from Eden instead of remaining silent for 10 whole years. He offered to hug the granny, at least for the sake of decency, but she said that it was unnecessary and that it was better to get out of the airport and head home. The guy broke into a smile. He recognized the habits of his grandmother. The woman had not changed at all for so many years. Inwoo and Sion reacted to Kim's return as if it were a true miracle, but it was not worth thinking that Grandma would react in the same way. She simply began asking her grandson how he lived in another dimension, how life in Eden differed from life on Earth. The guy talked a little about the peculiarities of the Garden of Eden, and then announced that he had finally found his place in religion. Kim told his grandmother that he had already built a temple in Seoul in honor of his goddess, and if the woman wanted, he would give her a tour. The grandmother nodded and said that she was proud of her grandson. She was aware that Kiev had finally managed to clear the 0 point. It seemed that since their last meeting, her grandson had become a truly great man, and this made the woman happy. Finally, she hugged him and said that they would consider that he had finally paid for his disappearance and all her experiences. Kim breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, his grandmother had forgiven him. She wasn't angry, and now everything would fall into place. The grandmother said that she had not returned to Korea alone. A friend had arrived with her, but the airport staff had taken her somewhere. The grandmother's friend simply dreamed of meeting the legendary Kim Jong-un, so the woman could think of nothing better than to bring her to Korea. And then Kim remembered that the president had said that he also had to meet someone at the airport, and the granny's friend had been taken away by airport employees. He looked at his grandmother and asked her again who her friend was and why she had come to Seoul. After the airport, the grandmother actually asked Kim to go to the temple of the goddess Riemann. She was interested in what kind of building her grandson had built. Already in the church, the woman met the archbishop and Luna, and she thanked Kim's friends for his complete support. Both Luna and the archbishop were simply delighted with Kim's grandmother, who was the savior of Eden. The girl said that the woman looked more like His Eminence's aunt than his grandmother. She looked very young and stylish. The woman immediately liked her grandson's friends. These young people were kind and open, and they exuded positivity. Luna said that they were His Eminence's trusted advisors, and if the woman didn't mind, they would also call her Grandma. Kim reminded Grandma that her friend had actually flown in with her, and she should have been at their temple a long time ago. The woman remembered her friend and said that she would definitely come to the temple after she had sorted out all her affairs. The woman then went inside the temple to look at the statue of the great goddess, whom her grandson serves so faithfully. The statue had no face, which was the goddess's intention, because sometimes what we don't see is more important. Since the faces of everyone who is considered near and dear are completely different, the goddess conceived this as a way to take care of them. Suddenly, Grandma had a strong desire to be alone near the statue of the goddess and pray to her. Kim was only glad. The grandmother recalled that as a child, her grandson did not show much desire to go to church on Sundays and pray to any god. When the woman was left alone in the temple, she thanked the goddess, took care of her grandson, and brought him back, and also asked the goddess to help the Kinu overcome all the trials. The woman prayed so sincerely and for so long that she didn't even notice how her grandson entered the building. He overheard part of her prayer. The archbishop was also extremely moved by the grandmother's prayer and asked Kim to give the woman his blessing. Indeed, this must be done, because his grandmother deserves to become part of the Riemann order and serve her faithfully. So the guy approached the woman, leaned towards her, and blessed all her actions and thoughts, transferring part of his energy to the grandmother. After the blessing, the grandmother decided to walk around the temple grounds and look at the wonderful garden that the goddess's followers had planted there. The woman also asked Luna and Leo to walk around the garden with her. She had many questions for these young people. The guy understood that now the woman would ask his friends 1,000,000 questions, and all of them would concern only him. Grandma left and told Kim that her friend would be visiting him soon. She wanted to talk, and this conversation would be useful for both of them. Kim had no idea who his grandmother's best friend was, but he guessed that this woman was not at all simple. Already from afar, he felt the energy of mana. It was a rather pure and delicate source, but the guy still did not understand from whom it came. He remembered Donshik's recent words about his grandmother traveling as a very important person for their country. This means that his grandmother's friend and the guest whom the president went to meet at the airport are one and the same person. He knew that his beloved grandmother was hiding something important. And so it happened. An older woman entered the temple. She was called the Oracle, and she was a famous prophetess. I saw the future. Moreover, the woman was an important awakened one, and the president personally asked Kim Siwa to take care of Madam Emma Miller. The woman approached the guy and said hello, saying that she was very pleased to meet Kim, and that the guy looked a lot like his grandmother. She was short and very good-natured in appearance. You wouldn't immediately guess that she was the world-famous prophet. They exchanged a few more compliments, but the woman said that she had something serious to talk about with Kim, and that they should stop talking about nonsense. The guy remembered Donshik again. He had once told him about Madame Emma and warned that she was not one to mess around with, and that she didn't meet people just like that. But Kim didn't understand why the woman had come to his temple, and what was so important they should talk about. And in general, why is Grandma talking left and right about him and his activities? He doesn't want any more unnecessary attention. All he knew about Emma Miller so far was that she was a high-ranking awakened from America. But why did she come to Korea? It seemed as if the lady was simply reading his mind, because Emma said that she had come to Korea at the request of her friend, the president. And no, she's not reading his mind right now. She just thought that the guy would probably be interested in knowing this, but he doesn't know how to ask. Kim was also curious about where his grandmother and the clairvoyant, who walks around with a ton of security and is friends with the presidents of various countries, could have met. The guy wanted to get to the point of the conversation as quickly as possible, so he decided to ask directly why Mrs. Miller needed him. Perhaps she specifically met his grandmother so that she could arrange a meeting between her and Kim Si-woo. But the woman replied that her acquaintance with Miss Siwoo was completely accidental and that she had no particular goals. It's just that the system is rebooting now and sending him a new challenge, and she's here to help him cope with all of this. Indeed, Kim already guessed that very soon he could be sent to Japan so that he could help that country eliminate the demon. The woman explains that just as Kim is a representative of Riemann on Earth, she is also a representative of the system on Earth. But the woman warned that her abilities were not unlimited and that they only extended to those who were part of the system. That's why she turned to Kim, because he also sees the system and is awakened, so he will be able to bring order to Japan. She sees what is happening there now and would like Kim to stop the aliens from destroying the coast of Japan. The goddess he serves and the system Emma obeys will work towards the same goal here, defeating the aliens from other dimensions. Kim asked if he had lived up to the woman's expectations after she finally saw him. Could she trust him now? Emma nodded. She was impressed by what the guy was doing on Earth in the name of the goddess from Eden. He was uniting people around faith. At first, the woman probed him, wanting to find out more about his activities. But eventually, she stopped treating the guy with hostility and suspicion. Of all the awakened she knew, and she knew many, Kim Si-woo seemed like the most reliable option. When Kim asked Miss Miller if she was returning to America after meeting him, she replied that she would also like to travel around Korea. Kim just smiled politely and thought that this woman could easily start a war between Korea and America if she really wanted to. As the seer said goodbye and headed for the exit, Kim thought about his grandmother, which connected Mrs. Kim with the awakened S-rank from America. Already at the door, Emma Miller looked back and shouted that the creatures from beyond the border were bringing complete darkness to all peoples. The light that Siva and his goddess radiate should be enough to prevent darkness from ruling the universe. To avoid any confusion, the guy decided it was time to turn to the almighty goddess, who should give him advice. When Kim returned home, his brother and sister reported that their grandmother had come to visit them, but had already gone to see her friend, who had flown in from America. The guy asked his sister if she would like to spend time with her grandmother and her friend. They could go for a walk together, and the sister could find out something about Emma. But the girl replied that it would look extremely strange, since adults have many boring topics to discuss about why they need a child. Now, Sian is going to remake her old jeans, so she goes to her room with Snowball and asks him not to disturb her. Kim asked Inwoo, who was also rummaging through his things, if he knew who his grandmother's friend, who had flown with her from the United States, was. Since Inwoo was not yet aware, Kim reported that that very friend was the awakened seer, Emma Miller. They had only recently read about this woman in a magazine, but now Kim had already managed to meet her and even showed her the temple of the goddess. Inwoo didn't believe his brother, because even the richest people ask for a meeting with this prophetess, but she refuses everyone. So why didn't she refuse Kim, but came to him herself? The next news for Inwoo was that Kim had met with the Korean president, and the latter had asked him to fly to Japan on some work matters. But the brother only laughed. For some reason, he didn't believe a single word Kim said. The boy decided that his eminence had overheated a little in the sun. But the next minute, Inwoo read the news online that Kim Si-woo was going to Japan to help Yamato Orochi, and then the guy realized that his brother was not lying. He was flying to Japan as a representative of the department from Korea and would defend his national interests. Be that as it may, Inwoo decided to broadcast this news on his channel so that the goddess's followers could be proud of their leader. In the morning, Kim headed to the department, where he agreed to meet with the president again and discuss all the details of the operation. He planned to join the team in Japan. The man was happy to hear such news and promised to fully support the team and do everything in his power. The team was already assembled and was created to support Kim during the operation outside of Korea. The team was led by a girl, Kang Chi, who seemed very fragile in appearance, but was awakened and had an impressive track record. They flew to Japan the next morning, Kim asking for a separate area on the plane from everyone else so that no one would disturb him while he thought. After watching the news, the guy realized that he was now on everyone's lips. People were discussing his flight to Japan and the upcoming battle with the barbarian. Commander Donshik also managed to obtain permission to accompany Kim by hook or by crook and was listed as part of the team. The rest of the Korean team was in the next compartment. Members were whispering among themselves. Everyone was also interested in the fight between Varvara and Kim. Donshik told the boys that Luna and Leo would conduct basic training with him upon arrival, and would also hand out bracelets that heal wounds. Kim saw that the man was a little tense. He was worried about how the operation would go, and he was also worried about Kim himself, since a lot depended on him. The guy didn't understand why Luna was acting so calmly. He couldn't hear her screams or loud, ringing laughter. Maybe she was worried too. She was ready to train new followers day and night, all in order to get to Japan with Kim. The plane was already landing, and Kim also caught himself thinking that he had to do everything in the best possible way, because it was not for nothing that Riemann made him her dad in Eden. A girl entered his compartment and introduced herself. Her name was Kanchia, and she was in charge of this operation. Before leaving, the girl decided to get acquainted. She was also awakened, and the guy immediately felt a strong energy emanating from the girl. The guy looked at the girl again, and a feeling of rivalry even arose in his soul, because Kang-chi was not one to be timid. It was clear that the boss also felt the power of Kim Si-woo's holy energy, since she knew that he was the leader of the Holy Order. The girl then saluted and thanked Kim for his participation in the anti-terrorist operation on the shores of Japan. Kim thought that in addition to all her positive qualities, this girl was also well-mannered, which was more than pleasant. This girl has done everything in her power to ensure that her land is not attacked by creatures from other worlds over the past 5 years. Kim felt like she was behaving less like a leader and more like a first-class soldier, accustomed to following orders. As expected, the airport was a real crush of journalists and reporters. Everyone wanted to see Kim. The team began to slowly move through the crowds of people. Security stood around, but even they couldn't do anything about the annoying paparazzi. Donchik stepped forward and said that he had to check everything, because there were definitely a lot of ill-wishers here who wanted to harm Kim. He approached the Japanese representatives and introduced himself as the head of the Korean Department of Capability Management, and would like to see his Japanese colleagues. A man with a strange headband came forward, and judging by his expression, he wasn't very happy to see guests from Korea. Kim remembered fragments from the day he dealt with the Chaos Gate near Gudo Hospital. Something similar was happening now. The guy was starting to get angry about this situation, and he was already thinking about using his new skills, which he had been saving for heretics on these arrogant Japanese. The new skill that the system opened up for him was touch, but not in an ordinary way, using sacred fire. But the higher intelligence played in favor of the representatives of the Japanese department. One of its employees apologized for the cold reception. The guy introduced himself. His name was Ray Zhang, and he was the head of the emergency department. He also reported that American representatives, including Aiden Howard, had already arrived and were in a specially equipped camp. Already in the car, Ray apologized again, explaining that the Japanese are not used to receiving help from foreigners, which is why they behave a little strangely. Those present in the car exchanged a few more words, then drove on in silence, each thinking about their own things. From the conversation between Kang-chi and Ray, the guy realized that these two had known each other for a long time. Moreover, their families were friends and very close to each other. Looking at them, Kim thought that he had missed something important, but he couldn't figure out what exactly. These two were acting strangely. The girl secretly hoped that Kim would be able to resolve this terrible problem, and then she would ask him to take her and Ray to Korea. The car stopped at the school building. It turned out that it was a camp. All the residents of the area had been evacuated, and the building was empty. The manager explained that the official briefing would begin in a few minutes, and that the Korean team needed to join the Americans. Kang-chi said that she would not enter the meeting room, but would remain near the door. Perhaps Kim would need something, and she would be on hand. Upon opening the door to the hall, those who arrived immediately realized that the atmosphere was very tense. They had been expected for a long time. Not wanting to get into a confrontation right away, Siwoo smiled tightly and greeted the American team representatives sitting at the table. Kim's gaze immediately fell on the huge warrior sitting in the center of the table. It was, without a doubt, the famous Aiden Howard throughout America. There was no mana energy or holy energy emanating from him. There was simply pure, wild physical strength. One of the staff members said that a translator would be on his way, but Kim said that this was not necessary, as he spoke excellent English. Aiden Howard even got up from his chair. It seemed to him that Koreans were incapable of learning any other language than their native one, but Kim didn't even have an accent. The guy said that thanks to his goddess, he can speak any language freely and also understand any language. The barbarian leaned right up to Kim's face and hissed that his goddess was too benevolent, but that was only for the time being. But Kim replied that Riemann is not like this always and not with everyone, but now she just wants to help him find a common language with someone else's team. Aiden Howard smiled sarcastically. He didn't believe in any gods, only in his physical strength, and considered all gods to be trash.